Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Manic by Elizabeth Knox. Narrated by Anne Robert and Tyler Dunn. Prologue. Megan. 2 weeks ago. The sweet scent of jasmine drifts on the warm Atlanta breeze as I stride down Peachtree Street, my heels clicking a steady rhythm on the sun-baked sidewalk. It's late afternoon, and the city thrums with energy around me. Car horns blaring, people chattering as they hurry past. I absently fiddle with the small silver cross hanging at my throat, a nervous habit I can't seem to shake, even after all these years. "Hey, sugar, looking good!" a guy calls out as he passes. I roll my eyes, but can't help the small smirk that tugs at my lips. After 15 years of running Beans and Babes, I'm used to the attention. I glance down at my outfit, skin-tight jeans and a low-cut tank that shows off my curves. Professional, but with just enough sex appeal to fit the Beans and Babes brand. It's a delicate balance, one I've perfected over the years since taking over the once sleepy coffee shop. As I near Bloom's Florist, my mind drifts to the mountain of tasks waiting for me back at the shop. There's the new espresso machine to set up, next week's schedule to finalize, not to mention... Shit, I mutter, fishing my phone out of my purse. I'd meant to text Jessa about covering Alicia's shift tomorrow. My fingers fly across the screen as I type out a quick message. The bell above the florist's door chimes as I step inside, a wave of cool air-conditioned air washing over me. The shop is a riot of color and fragrance, vibrant bouquets and lush greenery everywhere I look. "Afternoon, Miss Whitaker," calls a cheery voice. I look up to see Mabel, the elderly shop owner, smiling at me from behind the counter. Her snow-white hair is piled atop her head in its usual messy bun, and reading glasses are perched on the end of her nose. "Hey, Mabel," I reply, returning her warm smile. "How are you doing today?" "Oh, can't complain," she says with a wave of her hand. "Though these old bones aren't what they used to be. Now, what can I get for you today, dear? The usual?" I nod, moving to lean against the counter. "You got it. 6 mixed bouquets, heavy on the pinks and purples if you've got 'em." As Mabel bustles about gathering flowers, I let my gaze wander around the shop. It's soothing here, a little oasis of calm in the bustling city. Sometimes I wonder what my life would be like if I'd chosen a different path. Maybe I'd own a quiet little flower shop like this instead of... I shake my head, banishing the thought. No use dwelling on what-ifs. I made my choices, for better or worse. "Here we are, dear." Mabel's voice breaks into my inner thoughts. She's holding out a large box filled with gorgeous bouquets, peonies, lilies, and roses in shades of blush and lavender. "They're perfect," I say, reaching for my wallet. "Thanks, Mabel. You're a lifesaver." She waves away my praise with a chuckle. "Oh, stop. It's my pleasure. Though I have to say I'm curious why a coffee shop needs so many flowers every day." I flash her a conspiratorial wink as I hand over my credit card. "Trade secret, I'm afraid. Let's just say they help set the mood." As Mabel rings up my purchase, my phone buzzes with a text. It's from Jessa. "No prob, I got you covered tomorrow. BTW, did you see the pics from Ladies' Night? We killed it." I can't help but grin, remembering the raucous crowd from last night's event. Adding sexy barista nights to our weekly lineup was definitely one of my better ideas. The tips alone. Earth to Megan! Mabel's amused voice breaks into my thoughts. I look up to see her holding out my card and receipt. Sorry, I say sheepishly, tucking everything back into my purse. Got lost in thought for a second there. Mabel gives me a knowing look as she hands over the box of flowers. You work too hard, dear. When's the last time you took a vacation? I snort, hefting the box into my arms. Vacation? What's that? She tisks disapprovingly. All work and no play makes Jill a dull girl, you know. Yeah, I say with a laugh, heading for the door. I'll keep that in mind. See you tomorrow, Mabel. As I step back out onto the sidewalk, I'm hit by a wave of afternoon heat. The flowers' fragrance intensifies in the warmth, filling my nose with their sweet perfume. I take a deep breath, savoring the scent. My mind drifts as I make my way back toward Beans and Babes, my arms starting to ache from the weight of the flower box. I think about Mabel's words. When was the last time I took a real break? Between managing the shop and being a mom, it feels like I'm always on the go. She's at a sleepover tonight. Thank God. It might sound bad, but sometimes a single parent needs a break. I love Tindra. I love her more than anything else in this whole wide world. But the girl is a chatterbox. Sometimes I have to remind her to take a breath just so I can get a second of silence. My heels click against the pavement as I continue back to the coffee shop. The late afternoon sun warms my face, and I can't help but smile. It's been a good day so far. Busy, but good. Just like every day for the past 15 years. Suddenly, a rough hand grabs me from behind. I gasp, my body tensing as I'm yanked backward. The box tumbles from my grasp, hitting the concrete with a sickening crack. Delicate petals and shattered stems scatter across the sidewalk. What the hell? I snarl, whirling around to face my attacker. My heart stops cold in my chest. Standing before me, a cruel smirk twisting his lips, is a face I never thought I'd see again. My father, the patriot. He laughs, the sound grating against my ears like nails on a chalkboard. Well, if it isn't my little girl. I knew I'd find you one of these days. I clench my fists at my sides, willing my voice not to shake. What are you doing here? Is that any way to greet your old man? He takes a step closer, and I fight the urge to back away. Now that I know where you are, I'll be sure to stop by more often. We have so much catching up to do. My blood runs cold at his words, but I refuse to let him see how much he affects me. I've spent too many years running, too many years looking over my shoulder. Not anymore. I meet his gaze, injecting as much venom into my voice as I can muster. Over my dead body. Before I can react, I feel the sting of his saliva hitting my cheek. You ungrateful bitch. I wipe it away with the back of my hand, disgust and fury warring within me. How dare he? After everything he's done, after all these years, he thinks he can just waltz back into my life? I grit. I can see you haven't changed one bit. Is that how it's going to be? He asks, his tone deceptively light. But I know better. I can see the danger lurking in his eyes, the promise of violence simmering just beneath the surface. I stand my ground, even as every instinct screams at me to run. That's exactly how it's going to be. I want nothing to do with you. Leave me alone. He takes another step forward, invading my personal space. I can smell the stale cigarette smoke on his breath, see the flecks of gray in his beard. You ungrateful little shit. After everything I've done for you. Everything you've done for me? I cut him off, my voice rising. You mean using me? Hurting me? Treating me like I was nothing more than a piece of property? A few passersby slow down, casting curious glances our way. I know I should lower my voice, should try to de-escalate the situation. But years of pent-up anger and pain are bubbling to the surface, and I can't seem to stop. I left Tallahassee to get away from him. I left so much behind. You're making a scene, kiddo, he says, his eyes darting around. Why don't we go somewhere more private and talk this out? A chill runs down my spine at the thought of being alone with him. Not a chance in hell. I'm done talking to you. I'm done with you, period. Now get out of my way. I try to push past him, but he grabs my arm, his fingers digging into my flesh. You listen to me, you little... Let go of me. I enunciate each word clearly, staring him down. I won't let him see how terrified I am. Oh, my heart is pounding so hard I think it might burst out of my chest. For a long moment we stand there, locked in a silent battle of wills. Then, slowly, he releases his grip on my arm. But it's only for a split second. The sting of his slap burns across my cheek, the sound echoing in my ears as I stumble backward. My hand instinctively rises to my face, feeling the heat radiating from where he struck me. Passerby gasp and murmur, their shocked faces a blur in my peripheral vision. I straighten my spine, forcing myself to meet his gaze. Go to hell! I spit out, tasting blood where my teeth cut into my cheek. My mind races, memories flooding back of all the reasons I fled Tallahassee, all the nightmares that kept me from returning to Tor. 15 years of running, of building a life far from my father's reach, all undone in a single moment. Now, he chuckles, stepping closer. Is that any way to talk to your father? I flinch involuntarily, hating myself for the weakness. You're not my father, I hiss. You're nothing to me. But even as I say the words, I realize the lie in them. He's still everything. Every fear, every sleepless night, every reason I kept my daughter from knowing her real family. And now he's here, in Atlanta, shattering the illusion of safety I've carefully constructed. I try to mask the panic rising in my chest. Leave me alone, I spit out, turning on my heel. And stay the hell away from me. I walk away quickly, my heart pounding. The image of my daughter's face flashes through my mind, and I feel sick at the thought of my father anywhere near her. I need to get home, need to get far away from him. But as I hurry down the sidewalk, the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps follows me. An awful feeling settles in the pit of my stomach, cold and heavy. I turn back, hoping I'm wrong, praying it's just my imagination. It's not. There he is, following me closely. His eyes locked on me like a predator stalking its prey. Shit. I mutter under my breath, quickening my pace. My mind races, searching for options. Where can I go? Who can help me? The coffee shop. It's the only place I can think of that might be safe. I break into a run, my feet pounding against the pavement. I can hear him behind me, getting closer. "You can't run from me, Megan," he calls out, his voice a mix of amusement and threat that sends chills down my spine. I reach Beans and Babes, relief flooding through me as I grab the door handle. But as I push, my heart sinks. The door doesn't budge. "No, no, no!" I whisper frantically, yanking at the handle. It's locked. I locked up before I went to the flower shop, and the keys were in the box of flowers I dropped. Fuck! I curse, slamming my palm against the door. I turn around, my back pressed against the locked entrance, and face my approaching nightmare. My father slows his pace, a triumphant smirk on his face as he realizes I'm cornered. "Nowhere to run now, kiddo," he says, closing the distance between us. I scan the street desperately, looking for anyone who might help, but it's deserted. My mind races, searching for a way out of this situation. "Stay back," I warn, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm not that scared little girl anymore. You can't hurt me." But even as I say the words, I know they're not entirely true. The fear is there, clawing at my insides, threatening to paralyze me. His laugh is cold and mirthless. "Oh, Megan, you never learn, do you?" His fist connects with my jaw before I can react. Pain explodes across my face, and I stumble, tasting blood. I try to fight back, throwing a wild punch, but he easily deflects it. "Still got some fire in you, huh?" He sneers, grabbing my arm and twisting it behind my back. I cry out, tears of pain and fury stinging my eyes. "Let go of me, you bastard!" He slams me against the door, my cheek scraping against the rough wood. "Watch your mouth, girl. I'm still your father." "You don't remember? You're nothing to me," I spit out, struggling against his grip. His response is another blow, this time to my ribs. I double over, gasping for air. As I'm bent over, trying to catch my breath, a voice cuts through the haze of pain and fear. "Yo, what the fuck she do to you?" My father's grip on me loosens slightly as he turns to address the newcomer. "Mind your own fucking business," he snarls. I take advantage of his distraction, attempting to wrench free, but he anticipates my move. His elbow connects with my temple, and my vision blurs. Suddenly, there's a scuffle, and the pressure on my arm disappears. I slump to the ground, disoriented, my head pounding. When my vision clears, I see a man standing between me and my father, a gun pointed directly at his head. "Get the fuck out of here before I blow your motherfucking brains out," the stranger growls. My father's eyes narrow, darting between me and the gun. For a moment, I think he might try to fight, but then he takes a step back. "This isn't over," he says, his gaze boring into me. I watch him walk away, my heart hammering in my chest. Only when he's out of sight do I let out a shaky breath. The stranger holsters his gun and kneels beside me, You all right, darlin'? I nod, wincing at the movement. I'll be fine, I manage. I know how to take a punch. But even as I say the words, I can feel myself trembling. The adrenaline is wearing off, leaving me rattled and terrified. I think of my daughter safely at her sleepover, blissfully unaware of how close danger had come. Thank you, I whisper to the man, my voice cracking. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. The man extends his hand, a mix of concern and wariness in his dark eyes. I'm Darius, he says, his voice gentler now. I hesitate for a moment before taking his hand. Megan, I reply, wincing as I try to stand. Darius helps me up, his grip firm but careful. As he steadies me, my gaze falls on the emblem on his shirt. Purgatory. A chill runs down my spine. I've heard whispers about them before, not quite a biker club, not quite a street crew, but something in between. I remember they're affiliated with the Skull's Renegade MC. You got a safe place to stay? Darius asks, his eyes scanning the street as if expecting my father to reappear. I nod, trying to sound more confident than I feel. Yeah, I'll head home now. I'll be fine. Watch your back, he warns, his tone serious. Guys like that don't usually give up easy. Don't I know it, I think bitterly. 15 years of running, and here I am, right back where I started. Darius studies my face, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. I might be crazy, but you look a lot like a woman who used to ride around with the raiders of Valhalla. My breath catches in my throat. How does he know? I did, I admit softly, memories of my old life flooding back. Thought so, Darius nods. Look, if trouble like this is following you around, maybe you should consider going back to your roots. There's safety in numbers, you know. I want to laugh. Safety? In the MC world? But then again, hadn't I just been reminded of how dangerous the normal world could be? At least with the club, I knew what I was dealing with. I'll think about it, I say, my mind already racing with possibilities and fears. I beeline it back to where I dropped the box and get my keys. I can't stay in Atlanta. Not now. Not with him knowing where I am. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what comes next. As I make my way to my car, parked just around the corner of the coffee shop, I pull out my phone. My thumb hovers over Starla's contact for a moment before I hit call. The familiar ringtone feels like a lifeline to the past I've tried so hard to forget. Hey, girl! Starla's voice chirps through the speaker. What's shakin'? I lean against my car, scanning the street nervously. Star, I'm coming back home. There's a pause, heavy with unspoken questions. Home? As in? Tallahassee, I confirm, my voice barely above a whisper. I can't stay here anymore. It's not safe. The concern in her voice is evident. Shit, Meg, what happened? I close my eyes, fighting back tears. It's a long story. I'll explain everything when I get there, but, Star, there's something else. What is it? I take a deep breath, my hand unconsciously drifting to my stomach, remembering the secret I've carried for so long. I'm going to tell Tor about our daughter. The silence on the other end of the line is deafening. Finally, Starla speaks, her voice soft. Are you sure? After all this time? I have to, I say, surprising myself with the conviction in my voice. He deserves to know. I don't know how I'm going to do it.
Chapter 1. Tor. I pace the length of the main room, my boots echoing against the hardwood floor. The air is thick with tension, cigarette smoke, and the lingering scent of last night's whiskey. Geralf calls from his perch at the bar. Tor, you're gonna wear a hole in the floor. He's nursing a beer, even though it's barely past noon. Then again, time doesn't mean much in our world. I grunt in response, my eyes fixed on the ornate Viking clock above the bar. 53 minutes until Liam Mackenzie and his brother-in-law, Alexander, arrive. 53 minutes until whatever shitstorm they're bringing hits our shores. You know anything about why they're coming? I ask, finally pausing my relentless pacing. Geralf shakes his head, his long beard swaying with the motion. Nah, brother, your old man's been tight-lipped about it, but you can bet it ain't good. I nod, my jaw clenching. Dad, runes to everyone else, has been on edge all morning. It's not like him to be rattled, especially not by a visit from Liam. Something's off, and it's setting my teeth on edge. Hey, a soft voice interrupts my brooding. I turn to see Starla, her curly brown hair pulled back in a messy bun. Your dad's asking for you. He's in Kirkja. I mutter a thanks and head toward the meeting room where we hold Kirkja. The wooden door, intricately carved with Norse symbols, feels heavier than usual as I push it open. Inside, Dad's standing at the head of the table, his hands braced on the polished wood. The axe-shaped gavel lies before him, untouched. He looks up as I enter, and for a moment, I see the weight of his position etched in the lines of his face. Tor, he says, his voice gruff, close the door. I do as he asks, then lean against it, crossing my arms. What's going on, Dad? You've been wound tight all morning. He sighs, running a hand through his graying hair. Liam doesn't make house calls unless something's seriously wrong. Last time he showed up unannounced like this was when the Patriot first started sniffing around our territory. The mention of the Patriot sends a surge of anger through me. That bastard's been a thorn in our side for far too long. You think this is about him? I don't know, Dad admits, and the uncertainty in his voice unsettles me more than anything else. But whoever it is, it's big enough to bring both Liam and Alexander here in person. I nod, processing this. What do you need me to do? No fucking clue, he says, his eyes locking with mine. Whatever's coming, we need to present a united front. The club can't afford any cracks in our armor right now. You got it, I assure him, straightening up. I'll make sure everyone's on their best behavior. A ghost of a smile flickers across his face. Good man. Now, go check on your mother. She's been stress-baking all morning. I can't help but chuckle at that. Fern might not be my biological mother, but she's got all the fierce protectiveness of a mama bear. Will do. And Dad, whatever happens, we got this. Back in the main room, the scent of fresh-baked cookies wafts from the kitchen. I follow my nose, pushing through the swinging door to find Fern surrounded by cooling racks, laden with chocolate chip cookies. Jesus, Mom, I say, eyeing the veritable mountain of baked goods. You planning on feeding an army? Fern turns, flour dusting her cheek, and a wooden spoon in her hand. "Language, young man," she scolds, but there's no heat in it, "and you never know who might stop by. It's always good to be prepared." I snag a cookie, ignoring her half-hearted swat. "Dad sent me to check on you. You doing okay?" She sighs, setting down the spoon. "I'm fine, sweetheart. Just worried. Your father doesn't get nervous easily, and when he does—" "Yeah," I nod, understanding all too well. "But we've weathered worse storms, right?" Fern smiles, reaching up to pat my cheek. "That we have. Now make yourself useful and take some of these out to the boys. Lord knows they could use something other than beer in their stomachs." I grab a platter, piling it high with cookies. As I push back through the door, I nearly collide with Ivar. "Whoa, watch it," he says, steadying the plate. His eyes light up at the sight of the cookies. "Fern stress baking again?" I nod, offering him one. "Yeah, Dad's got her worried." Ivar takes a bite, speaking around a mouthful of cookie. "Can't blame her. This Liam visit's got everyone on edge. Even the prospects are picking up on it." I glance over at the group of prospects huddled near the pool tables, their usual cockiness replaced by nervous energy. "Speaking of, they finished cleaning the bikes?" "Yeah, made 'em do it twice just to keep 'em busy." Ivar grins. "Gerolf's idea. Said if they're gonna hang around, might as well make 'em useful." I chuckle, setting the cookie platter down on the bar. Smart man. Last thing we need is them getting in the way when Liam arrives. The mention of Liam's name sends a ripple of tension through the room. Conversation's quiet, and I can feel eyes on me, looking for reassurance. It's moments like these that remind me of the weight of being the Prez's son. The expectation to have answers, even when I'm as in the dark as everyone else. I clear my throat, raising my voice slightly. "All right, listen up. In about 30 minutes, we're going to have some important guests. I want this place spotless, and I want everyone on their best behavior. Got it?" A chorus of "yes, sir," and nods ripple through the room. The prospects scramble to start tidying up, while the patched members settle into a tense waiting game. I make my way over to where Starla's sitting, her eyes glued to her phone. "Everything okay?" I ask, curious about her unusual quietness. She looks up, startled. "Oh, yeah, just catching up with an old friend." Something in her tone catches my attention. "An old friend, huh? Anyone I know?" Starla hesitates, and in that moment, I know. My stomach drops as she confirms my suspicion. "It's Meg. We've been talking a bit lately." The name hits me like a physical blow. Megan. It's been 15 years since I've allowed myself to think about her, to say her name out loud. The wound of her pushing me away eventually scarred over, but hearing her name rips it wide open again. Starla's voice sounds distant, muffled by the sudden roaring in my ears. "Tor? You okay?" I force myself to nod, to breathe. Yeah, I'm fine." How is she?" Starla's eyes are full of sympathy, and I hate it. "She's doing all right, working all the time. You know how it is." That's good. Keeping busy is good," I manage to say, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "I'm glad she's doing well." Before Starla can say anything else, I turn away, needing to escape the flood of memories threatening to drown me. I make my way to the bar, signaling for a shot of whiskey. It's early, but fuck it. Some ghosts can only be kept at bay with a healthy dose of alcohol. As I down the burning liquid, I catch sight of my reflection in the mirror behind the bar. For a moment, I see the young man I was 15 years ago, full of hope and dreams of a future with Megan. Then I blink, and I'm back to the present. the hard lines of my face a testament to the years and battles since she left. I set the empty shot glass down with a sharp clink and straightened my shoulders. Fern's voice is raised in a mixture of concern and exasperation. "Rev, come on, open up the door," she's saying, her hand resting on the worn wood. I turn, and she's standing outside one of the club bathroom's doors. I scoot off my bar stool and head over. "Everything all right?" I ask, approaching cautiously. Dealing with my teenage sisters isn't exactly my strong suit, but for Fern I'll try. She turns to me, relief evident in her eyes. "Oh, Tor, thank goodness. Maybe you can talk some sense into your sister." I bite back a groan. Whatever's going on with Rev, I have a feeling I'm woefully unprepared to handle it. But as I look at Fern's worried face, I know I have to try. For her and for the family we've built together. "Rev," I call out, rapping my knuckles gently on the door. "It's Tor. Want to tell me what's going on?" A muffled sob comes from behind the door, followed by Rev's trembling voice. "No, Mom! I'm so freaking embarrassed." I'm about to respond when my other little sister, Dala, comes rushing up, a hoodie clutched in her hands. "Got it, Mom," she says breathlessly. I raise an eyebrow, looking between Fern and Dala. What the hell's going on? Dala giggles, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Rev just got her period and had a gusher. Now she needs a hoodie to cover up so we can go back to the house and get her some clean clothes." I shake my head, feeling a mixture of discomfort and amusement. God, doll, descriptive enough? Internally, I can't help but smirk. My little sisters love to get a rise out of me, and Dala's particularly skilled at it. I can practically see the glee in her eyes as she watches for my reaction. Turning to Fern, I clear my throat. "So, my assistance isn't needed?" She shakes her head, laughing softly. "I guess not, but thank you, Tor. We've got this handled." I nod, relieved to be excused from this particular woman problem. As I walk away, I can hear Fern coaxing Rev out of the bathroom, her voice soft and reassuring. My mind drifts back to the impending visit from Liam and Alexander, and I decide to check on the prospects. They're lounging at the bar, drinks in hand, laughing like they don't have a care in the world. These fuckers were supposed to be cleaning up the clubhouse. I sidle up to the end of the bar, joining in their laughter for a moment, before dropping my bombshell. "Oh, God, that's so funny," I say, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "But you know what's even funnier? All those smudge marks on the bikes in the garage, and the shitty cleaning job the lot of you have done." Their laughter dies instantly, replaced by looks of panic and guilt. Hakan, one of the prospects, speaks up. "But we just cleaned them up twice today." Did I stutter? "Get to fucking work," I order, my voice hard as steel. They scramble off their stools, practically falling over each other in their haste to get to the garage. As they disappear, Geralf appears at my side, cackling. "We're having too much fun with this lot of prospects," he says, clapping me on the shoulder. I nod, a smirk playing at the corners of my mouth. If they're tough enough, they'll end up staying instead of bowing out like the last pussies we had in here. As I watch them go, I can't help but think of my own prospect days. It feels like a lifetime ago. Before the shooting. Before Megan. I push the thought away, focusing on the present. Geralf leans against the bar, his expression turning serious. "So, we need to get any specific shit done today since Liam's showing up?" I shake my head, running a hand through my hair. "Nah, I asked my old man. He said no, but..." I pause, my green eyes scanning the room. I'm sure he'll want us around when they meet. Good. Geralf nods, relief evident in his voice. I'll be glad to see them. Maybe we can finally get some of this shit figured out on how to handle the Patriot. The mention of the Patriot sends a surge of anger through me. I clench my fist, feeling the familiar skull ring dig into my skin. Yeah, I growl. It's about fucking time. I turn away from Geralf, pacing the length of the bar. The clubhouse suddenly feels too small, too confining. My mind races with thoughts of the Patriot, that bastard who's been encroaching on our territory for far too long. 15 years, I mutter under my breath. 15 goddamn years he's been testing the waters. If it were me, I would have handled this ages ago. But there's a reason my father does things the way he does, and I have to trust that. Still, it pisses me off to no end. Images from last week flash through my mind. Geralf and I, out on a routine ride, spotting that kid with the baggie. The insignia wasn't Liam's Irish wolfhound. No, it was a fucking eagle. I slam my fist on the bar, my frustration coming out of me. They're getting bolder, I growl to Geralf, who's watching me with concern. We saw it ourselves. That eagle. The Patriots' men are pushing harder than ever before. Geralf nods grimly. I know, brother. But with Liam coming, maybe we can finally put an end to this shit. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the rage boiling inside me. We need to handle this, soon, before it's too late. The weight of the situation settles on my shoulders like a lead blanket. I can feel the eyes of the club on me, waiting to see how the president's son will react. But all I can think about is protecting what's ours, what we've built. Then it makes me think of her, the woman I let push me away, the woman I walked out on when shit got tough. I was young, and damn was I stupid. I'm so lost in my thoughts that I barely register the feel of a body pressing against mine. A sultry voice purrs in my ear. Why you looking so sad, sugar? Irritation flares through me as I recognize Lexi, one of the club's horas. I push her away, probably harder than necessary, and fix her with a steely glare. Lexi, I growl, my voice low and dangerous. Now isn't the fucking time. If you're that bored, go look for someone else. She recoils, hurt and surprise flashing across her face, before she masks it with indifference. Geez, someone's in a mood, she mutters, sauntering away. I turn back to the bar, my hands clenched into fists. The thought of Megan has opened up a floodgate of memories I've spent years trying to dam up. Her smile, the way her eyes crinkled when she laughed, the feel of her in my arms. Gods, what I'd do to have her there again.
Chapter 2. Megan. The scent of fresh cedar envelops me as I step onto the front porch of our new home. My fingers trail along the smooth wooden railing, still pristine and untouched. This is ours now, mine and Tindra's. A sanctuary, a fresh start. Tindra's excited voice carries from inside the house. Mom, come look at this view! I smile, my heart swelling with a mixture of pride and nervousness. Coming, sweetie! As I enter, my footsteps echo through the empty spaces. The living room stretches before me, sunlight pouring through floor-to-ceiling windows. Tindra stands there, her silhouette framed against the glass, gazing out at the expanse of our new backyard. It's beautiful, isn't it? I say, moving to stand beside her. She nods, her eyes wide with wonder. I can't believe this is really ours. I wrap an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. Believe it, kiddo. This is our new beginning. My mind races with all the possibilities and the potential this home represents. A safe haven away from the chaos and danger of my past. But even as I relish this moment of peace, a nagging worry tugs at the edges of my thoughts. How long can I keep the truth hidden? How long before my past catches up with us? I push those thoughts aside, focusing on Tindra's excited chatter about decorating her new room. This is what matters now. This moment. This fresh start. So, what do you think? I ask, giving her a gentle squeeze. Ready to make this place our home? Tindra's grin is answer enough, and for now, it's all I need. Heck yeah! When will all of our stuff be in here? I glance out to our long driveway and look at the white box truck. Looks like they're getting the last few things brought in now. The movers grunt as they haul our last couch through the front door, its weathered leather a stark contrast to the pristine cedar walls of our new home. I direct them toward the living room, trying to get everything as organized as possible. There's still so much more we have to do. Mom? Tindra's voice is hesitant, breaking through the craziness of moving day. Do you really have to work tomorrow? I sigh, running a hand through my ashy blonde hair. Yeah, sweetie, I do. We're opening Beans and Babes next week, and Dasha needs me to start training the new girls. Disappointment flashes across Tindra's face, and my heart clenches. I hate seeing her upset, but I can't neglect my responsibilities. Hey, I say, softening my tone. If you want, you can come with me and work in the kitchen. Maybe prep some sandwiches? Tindra's eyes light up, a smile tugging at her lips. Really? That'd be cool. Then her expression turns thoughtful. When can I help with the customers? I can't help but laugh, though there's an edge to it. Not until you're at least 18, kiddo. I'm not having grown-ass men sexualizing my barely teenage daughter. Mom! Tindra rolls her eyes. Not everyone will sexualize me. I ruffle her hair, my protective instincts flaring. There are some things you're a little too chill about, kiddo. I think to myself, if only you knew what I've seen, what I've been through, I'd give anything to keep you this innocent forever. But I push those dark thoughts aside, focusing on the present. Come on, I say, gesturing to the boxes scattered around us. Let's get this place set up. Our new life starts now. Tindra and I stay busy for the next hour until the movers come and tell us they're pretty much done. The front door clicks shut behind the last one as they exit, and I exhale deeply, surveying our new living room. Boxes are stacked randomly, creating a cardboard maze. I run my fingers through my ashy blonde hair, feeling the weight of exhaustion settling in. Mom? Tindra's voice breaks through my reverie. Can we order a pizza? I'm starving. I nod, a smile tugging at my lips. Sounds perfect, sweetheart. Why don't you find the box with the TV stuff while I call it in? As I dial the local pizza place, my mind wanders to Tor. I wonder if he knows I'm back in town. The thought sends a shiver down my spine, a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Hey, Mom! Tindra's excited voice pulls me back. I found the router. Can we set up the internet and watch a movie tonight? I finish placing our order and turn to her, warmth blooming in my chest at her enthusiasm. Absolutely. Let's get this place feeling like home. An hour later, we're sprawled on the couch, the smell of pepperoni and cheese filling the air. The TV flickers with the opening credits of some action movie Tindra picked. "This is nice," I murmur, pulling her close. She nestles against me, and I can't help but think how different this is from the life I left behind. No danger, no drama. At least, not for now. Just me and my girl. As the movie progresses, my eyelids grow heavy. I fight to stay awake, but the stress of the move and the comfort of this moment are too much. The last thing I remember is Tindra's steady breathing beside me as we both drift off, safe in our new home. The scent of freshly ground coffee beans fills my nostrils as I step into Beans and Babes, our newest location in Tallahassee. It's early morning, and the soft pink glow of the ambient lighting casts a warm hue over the rustic wooden furniture. I take a deep breath, steadying my nerves. "All right, ladies," I call out to Amber, Jasmine, and Chloe, the 3 girls Dasha and I hired. They're bustling around, adjusting their skimpy uniforms and checking the equipment. "How do you feel about a trial run today?" Amber, a perky redhead, grins. "Hell yeah, bring it on." I can't help but smile at their enthusiasm. "Great, we'll open from 9 to 11. I'll make a quick post online." As I update our social media, I hear Jasmine ask, "You think we'll be busy?" I look up, meeting her nervous gaze. "Honey, in this outfit, you'll be beating them off with a stick." The girls laugh, and I feel a swell of pride. They're capable, confident, and ready for this. I head to the back where Tindra's prepping in the kitchen. "Hey, kiddo," I say, ruffling her hair. "You good back here?" She nods, focused on arranging muffins. "Yeah, Mom, I've got this." I give her a quick rundown of what's happening out front, then return to the main area. As the clock strikes 9, I flip the open sign and brace myself. Within minutes, the bell above the door starts chiming incessantly. The sweet aroma of vanilla and caramel mixes with the earthy coffee scent as orders start flowing. I'm a whirlwind behind the counter, calling out drinks and flashing smiles. "Holy shit!" Chloe whispers as she passes me, her arms laden with empty cups. "Is it always like this?" I laugh, the sound slightly manic. "Welcome to Beans and Babes, sweetheart." As I ring up another order, I glance at the tip jar. It's overflowing, and we're barely 30 minutes in. A quick count confirms my suspicion. We've already raked in close to $400 in tips alone. My heart races, partly from the caffeine, partly from excitement. This is it. This is what I've been working toward. A fresh start, a successful business, a safe place for Tindra and me. I can only hope it stays safe, but I know it won't. My father found me in Atlanta, and I know it's only a matter of time until he figures out I'm back in Tallahassee. For a moment, I allow myself to bask in the small success of this trial run. But as I call out another order, a nagging thought creeps in. I need to reach out to Starla and go to the club. I need protection for me and my daughter. Fuck. I push my thoughts aside, focusing on the present. For the next hour, we're slammed, and we're close to closing for the day. Overall, I'm thrilled with how well our trial run has been going. I shout, my voice carrying over the buzz of conversation. Iced vanilla latte for Tor? The moment the name leaves my lips, my heart stutters. Time seems to slow as I look up, my eyes locking with a pair of familiar bottle green ones. Tor. He's standing there, his dark hair a little longer than I remember, his broad shoulders filling out a worn leather jacket. The skull tattoo peeks out from his collar, a stark reminder of our shared past. His eyebrows shoot up in surprise, mirroring my own shock. I can't breathe. My lungs refuse to cooperate as I stand there, frozen, the cold drink sweating in my hand. This isn't how it was supposed to happen. I had a plan. Settle in, reach out carefully, control the narrative. But now he's here, and all my carefully laid plans are crumbling around me. His deep voice carries a mix of disbelief and something else I can't quite place. Megan? I force myself to move, to speak. Hey, Tor, it's been a while. As I hand him the drink, our fingers brush, and I'm catapulted back 15 years, to stolen moments, passionate nights, and the gut-wrenching decision that tore us apart. Yeah, sure, he says, his eyes never leaving mine. But 15 years is more than a while. I swallow hard, acutely aware of the bustling cafe around us, of Tindra in the back, of all the secrets I'm still keeping. I was going to reach out to you and the club. I just needed some time to... To what? Tor interrupts, his voice low but intense. To disappear again? The accusation stings, but I can't deny its validity. No, I whisper. To figure out how to explain everything. Tor's eyes soften slightly, and he licks his lips before taking a sip of his latte. The familiar gesture makes my heart ache. I see. So, how have you been, Megan? He asks, his tone gentler now. I exhale, grateful for the shift in conversation. I've been okay. Busy, getting the cafe up and running, settling in. I trail off, not wanting to reveal too much too soon. He nods, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It looks good. The place, I mean. We fall into an easy rhythm of small talk, discussing the weather, the changes in Tallahassee over the years. It's surprisingly comfortable, and I find myself relaxing despite the circumstances. Listen, I say, seizing a moment of courage. I was wondering if I could stop by the clubhouse in the next couple of days to catch up properly. Tor chuckles, the sound warming me from the inside out. Meg, you don't need to ask permission. You're always welcome there. You know that. His words hit me right in the heart, a bittersweet reminder of what I left behind. I'm about to respond when the kitchen door swings open. Mom! Tindra's voice carries across the cafe. We're all out of yogurt for the parfaits. I prepped about 50 sausage, egg, and cheese burritos, but I don't know what you want me to do next. My stomach plummets as I watch Tor's eyes widen, his gaze darting between me and Tindra. The air suddenly feels thick, and my head is pounding. Oh, God, I think, my heart racing. This can't be happening. Not here, not now, not like this.
Chapter 3. Tor. My heart skips a beat as I take in the sight before me. Megan, the woman who's haunted my dreams for years, stands next to a teenage girl who could be her mirror image, except for one startling detail. Holy shit, I mutter under my breath, unable to tear my eyes away from the girl's hair. It's the same dark brown, almost black, as mine. I can't wrap my head around it. Megan, a mother. The thought hits me like a sucker punch to the gut. I always pictured her as the mother of my children, not someone else's. Yet here she is, with a daughter who looks to be in her early teens. The girl's eyes, though, those are all Megan. The same mesmerizing sage green that captured my heart all those years ago. Tor? Megan's voice snaps me out of my daze. Are you okay? I force a smile, trying to mask the turmoil of emotions churning inside me. Yeah, just surprised you have a kid. My gaze flicks between them, noting the similarities. The same delicate nose, the same full lips. The girl, Megan's daughter, looks between us curiously. I can see the wheels turning in her head, and I wonder what Megan's told her about me. About her ex-biker boyfriend from what feels like 1,000,000 years ago. I clear my throat, trying to regain my composure. So, who's this lovely young lady? Before Megan can respond, the girl extends her hand, a confident smile on her face. I'm Tindra, and you are? I take her hand, noting how her grip is firm, just like her mother's. I'm Tor, an old friend of your mom's from back in the day. Tindra's eyes light up with recognition. She cocks her head to the side, studying me intently. Wait a second. You're the guy in all the photos. Mom, didn't you say that he was... Megan's hand claps over Tindra's mouth so fast I almost miss it. She lets out a nervous laugh, her eyes darting to mine before focusing back on her daughter. Tindra's a real talker, this one. Never knows when to stop. I watch as Tindra rolls her eyes dramatically at her mom's interruption. The gesture is so familiar, so Megan-like, that it makes my chest ache. I'm not an idiot. The similarities between them are striking, but there's something else there, too. Something I can't quite put my finger on. Megan clears her throat, clearly trying to change the subject. So, Tor, can I get you something to eat? We've got some great pastries, sandwiches, or, if you're in the mood for something sweeter, our blueberry muffins are to die for. My stomach growls at the mention of food, reminding me that I haven't eaten since early this morning. A blueberry muffin sounds perfect, actually. Thanks, Meg. She nods, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. Coming right up. I'll go grab that for you. As Megan turns to head toward the counter, I can't help but wonder what Tindra was about to say before her mom cut her off. As soon as Megan's out of earshot, I turn my attention to Tindra. Time for a little reconnaissance. So, Tindra, how old are you? I keep my tone casual, friendly. Tindra's face lights up, clearly happy to chat. I'm 14, turning 15 soon. Her enthusiasm is infectious, reminding me of Megan when we were young. I nod and smile, my mind racing. 14, almost 15. The timing. It can't be a coincidence. Wow, soon you'll be 16 and driving, I say, probing for more information. Tindra laughs, a sound so eerily similar to Megan's that it sends a shiver down my spine. Actually, I've already done the research. In Florida, I can get my learner's permit at 15. I'll be on the road in no time. Before I can ask any more questions, Megan returns, a box of goodies in her hands. Here you go, Tor, she says, passing me the box. Our fingers brush, and I feel that old familiar spark. I take a moment to really look at her. Time has been kind to Megan. Her curves have filled out in all the right places, her breasts more luscious than I remember. Her skin is still flawless, glowing even under the cafe's soft lighting. My throat goes dry as I drink her in. "Thanks, Meg," I manage to say, my voice huskier than I intended. Our eyes lock, and for a moment, it's like no time has passed at all. I clear my throat, tearing my gaze away from Megan's intoxicating eyes. "I can't wait to get my eyes on these goodies," I say, letting my voice drop an octave lower. The double entendre isn't lost on Megan, whose cheeks flush a delightful shade of pink. We share another intense stare-down, the air between us crackling with unspoken tension. I notice Tindra looking between us, confusion etched on her young face. Good. The last thing I need is for her to pick up on the heat simmering between her mother and me. Licking my lips, I take a long sip of my latte, savoring the bitter taste that grounds me in the moment. "Well, ladies," I say, setting the cup down with a soft clink, "I've got to get going, but pop by the clubhouse sometime. Everyone would love to see you." Megan's eyes widen slightly, a mix of excitement and apprehension flashing across her face.
We'll stop by after we get settled,"
she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "I hope you do," I reply, my gaze never leaving hers. The intensity of our connection is almost palpable, and I find myself reluctant to break it. With a final nod to Tindra, I walk away from the pickup counter and head for the door. The cool air hits me as I step outside, clearing my head slightly. I climb into my truck, the leather seat creaking beneath me. As I drive back to the clubhouse, my mind races. Tindra's face swims before my eyes. That dark hair, those light sage-green eyes, just like her mother's, set in a face that's the perfect blend of Megan and me. The timeline fits. She's 14 going on 15. And if my math is right... I grip the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. Why wouldn't Megan tell me if Tindra was mine? The possibility gnaws at me, a constant ache in my chest. I try to push the thought aside, focusing on the road ahead, but it lingers, persistent and undeniable. The clubhouse looms into view, a familiar sight that usually brings comfort. Today, though, it only serves as a reminder of all the years I've missed. Years that might have included a daughter I never knew I had. I make it past the gate and park, walk into the clubhouse, my mind still reeling from the encounter at the coffee shop. The usual buzz of conversation fills the air, but I barely register it. My eyes scan the room, taking in the familiar sights. The long, curved bar with its intricate Knar carvings, the scattered tables, the pool tables in the corner. But everything feels off-kilter, like I'm seeing it all through a distorted lens. Kraken catches my eye from across the room, his brow furrowing as he takes in my uncharacteristic silence. He makes his way over, concern etched on his face. "Hey, brother," he says, clapping me on the shoulder. "You're awful quiet. What's going on? Ain't like you to miss out on the action." I meet his gaze, feeling the weight of my thoughts pressing down on me. "Well, Megan's back in town," I say, my voice low and tense. "And she's got a teenage daughter that looks an awful lot like me." Kraken's eyes widen, and then he lets out a bark of laughter that grates on my already frayed nerves. Before I can respond, Lexi saunters over, her hips swaying with each step. Her blonde hair catches the light, but her brown eyes are sharp with curiosity and something else. Jealousy, maybe? Her voice drips with disdain. "Who the hell is Megan?" I turn to face her, irritation rising in my chest. Megan was my old flame, I say, my tone clipped. She left 10 years before you even came to be part of the club. Lexi's lips curl into a smirk. Sounds like she's ancient history to me, she says, her voice sickly sweet. You shouldn't be wasting your time thinking about her, Tor. There are plenty of current options available. Her words, meant to be seductive, only serve to piss me off further. I clench my fists at my sides, fighting the urge to lash out. Who the hell does she think she is? You don't know shit about it, Lexi. I growl, my voice low and dangerous. So why don't you keep your opinions to your fucking self? As Lexi's eyes narrow, I feel the tension in the room ratchet up a notch. But I can't bring myself to care. All I can think about is Megan, Tindra, and the possibility that's been haunting me since I left that coffee shop. She could be my daughter. Fern's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. Lexi, shut the fuck up before you get yourself into even more trouble. Her tone is sharp, brooking no argument. Lexi's face contorts into a pout, but she knows better than to challenge the president's old lady. With a huff, she turns on her heel and struts away, her hips swaying exaggeratedly. I watch her go, feeling a mixture of relief and lingering frustration. The clubhouse suddenly feels too small, too crowded. I run a hand through my hair, exhaling slowly. You good? Fern asks, her voice softer now, concern evident in her eyes. I meet her gaze, considering my words carefully. The weight of everything, Megan's return, Tindra's existence, the possibilities, it all presses down on me. There's a lot of shit on my mind right now, I admit, my voice low. As the words leave my mouth, I realize just how true they are. My thoughts are a tangled mess of past and present, of what-ifs and maybes. And at the center of it all is a girl with my hair and Megan's eyes, a possibility I never dared to imagine. The heavy thud of boots on the wooden floor announces my father's approach before I even see him. His presence fills the space behind me, his voice gruff but understanding. I've been looking for you, he says, clapping a hand on my shoulder. We got some shit to look into for Liam and Alex. They'll be here in another week, and they'll be back next Friday for a club party. Just us, some allies. You know the situation. I turn to face him, pushing thoughts of Megan and Tindra to the back of my mind. The club comes first. It always has. What do you need me to do? I ask, straightening my shoulders. Rune's eyes narrow slightly, assessing me. I need you and Geralf to hit the streets again. See if you can find more of those drugs with the eagle emblem on the bag. My jaw clenches involuntarily. The eagle emblem. The Patriot. I'm on it, I nod, already mentally preparing for the task ahead. As I turn to find Geralf, my father's voice stops me. Tor, he says, his tone softer than usual. Whatever's on your mind, handle it. I need you focused now more than ever, son. I meet his gaze, seeing the mixture of concern and expectation there. I'm good, Dad, I promise, meaning it. As I stride across the clubhouse, weaving between patches and prospects, my mind races. The streets, the drugs, Megan, Tindra. My life is in complete chaos right now. I just need her to come here soon. 'Cause gods, there's a lot we need to talk about.
Chapter 4. Megan. The soft morning light filters through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the cedar wood floors of our new home. I stretch lazily in bed, savoring the rare, quiet moment before the day truly begins. It's been almost a week since Tindra and I arrived in Tallahassee, and I'm still getting used to the idea that this beautiful house is ours. Mine. A step up from the type of home I could ever afford back in Atlanta. I roll over and grab my phone from the nightstand, checking the time. 8:30 a.m. Later than I usually sleep, but it's my day off from Beans and Babes. The new girls are managing the coffee shop today, giving me a much-needed break. With a sigh, I swing my legs over the side of the bed and pad barefoot to the ensuite bathroom. The cool tile feels good against my feet as I splash some water on my face and study my reflection in the mirror. My ashy blonde hair is a tangled mess, and there are dark circles under my sage-green eyes. I look tired. I feel tired. But for the first time in years, I also feel hopeful. I throw on some yoga pants and an oversized t-shirt before heading downstairs. The house is quiet, which means Tindra is still asleep. That girl could sleep through a hurricane if you let her. As I round the corner into the kitchen, I nearly jump out of my skin when I see a figure standing at the counter. Jesus Christ! A yelp, my hand flying to my chest. Tindra turns, an amused smirk playing on her lips. "Morning, Mom! Jumpy much?" I let out a shaky breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "You scared the hell out of me, kid. What are you doing up so early?" She shrugs, turning back to whatever she's working on at the counter. "Couldn't sleep. Thought I'd make us some breakfast." As I move closer, I see she's chopping fruit for a smoothie bowl. My chest tightens with a mixture of pride and sadness. When did my little girl get so grown up? "You didn't have to do that," I say, reaching out to tuck a strand of her dark hair behind her ear. Tindra leans into my touch for just a moment before pulling away. "I wanted to. Besides, someone has to make sure you eat more than just coffee for breakfast." I snort, moving to the coffee maker to brew a fresh pot. "Hey now, coffee is a perfectly acceptable breakfast." "Maybe in your world," Tindra quips, dumping the chopped fruit into 2 bowls. "But some of us prefer actual nutrients." As the rich aroma of coffee fills the kitchen, I lean against the counter and watch my daughter work. She moves with a quiet grace, her pale skin a stark contrast to her nearly black hair. "So," I say casually, "any big plans for your day off?" Tindra shrugs, not looking up from the granola she's sprinkling over the fruit. "Not really. I thought I might explore the property a bit. Maybe set up my easel by that little creek we found yesterday?" I nod, a small smile tugging at my lips. "That sounds nice. Just stay close to the house, okay? And keep your phone on you." This time, Tindra does look up, her brow furrowing slightly. "Mom, we're in the middle of nowhere. What exactly do you think is going to happen?" I force a laugh, trying to keep my tone light. "Nothing, probably. I just worry, you know that." "Yeah, I know," she says softly, her expression softening. "But we're safe here, right? That's why we came to Tallahassee in the first place." The weight of everything I haven't told her settles heavily on my chest. She doesn't know about her grandfather, about the danger that lives here. She doesn't know about the club, about her father, about the past I've tried so hard to outrun. Right, I manage, plastering on a smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. We're safe here. Tindra studies me for a moment, and I can practically see the wheels turning in that brilliant mind of hers. Sometimes I think she sees right through me, picking up on all the things I try so hard to hide. But she doesn't push, just nods and slides a bowl across the counter to me. "Eat," she commands, "before your coffee gets cold." I roll my eyes but comply, grabbing a spoon and digging into the colorful concoction. It's delicious, of course. The kid has always had a knack for creating beautiful things, whether it's on canvas or in the kitchen. As we eat in silence, I can't help but marvel at how much Tindra has grown. "Hey, baby," I start, trying to keep my tone casual as I dig into my fruit bowl. "I was thinking, how would you feel about Odessa coming over later when I have to go out?" Tindra's excitement visibly deflates. She turns to me, her eyes narrowing. "Mom, seriously? I'm not a little kid anymore. I don't need a babysitter." I sigh. "I know, honey. It's just, things are still new here. I'd feel better if someone was with you." "But why?" she whines, crossing her arms. "I'm old enough to stay by myself. I did it all the time back in Atlanta." The mention of Atlanta sends a pang through my chest. I try to keep my voice steady. "This isn't Atlanta, Tindra. It's different here." "How?" she challenges. "Because you're scared of your past catching up with us?" Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. Sometimes I forget how perceptive she is. I take a deep breath, choosing my next words carefully. "It's complicated, sweetie. There are things you don't understand yet." Tindra scoffs. "Then explain them to me. I'm not a baby, Mom. I can handle it." I wish I could tell her everything. "I know you're not a baby," I say softly, "but there are some things I need to protect you from, just for now. Can you trust me on this?" She's quiet for a long moment as she chews her food. Finally, she sighs. "Fine, but I'm not happy about it." "I know." I reach over to squeeze her hand. "And I promise it won't be forever, just until we get settled here, okay?" Tindra nods reluctantly. "Okay, but Odessa better bring snacks and let me pick the movie." I can't help but smile. I'm sure she will. And hey, maybe you two can have a little girls' night. Paint each other's nails, do face masks, all that fun stuff. "Yeah, maybe," Tindra mumbles, but I can see the hint of a smile tugging at her lips. "But I still want to paint, too." I smile adoringly at my artistic little girl. "How about I walk down with you and we hang out while you paint, and then when Odessa gets here, I'll send her down." For the next couple of hours, I hang out with Tindra by her easel and watch her work. Watch the way she makes every brush stroke. Before long, I get a text from Odessa saying she'll be here in 5 minutes. I say my goodbyes to Tindra, and by the time I'm walking up to the house, Odessa is getting out of her car. "Hey, Tindra's back by the creek painting. I pinned her location, so I'm going to send it to you." Odessa slings her purse over her shoulder. "Okay, sounds good. Have fun tonight." Fun. Yeah, right. I'm more anxious than I've been in years. "You too," I say, heading for my car. The key turns in the ignition and my heart leaps into my throat. I grip the steering wheel, my knuckles turning white as I take a deep breath. The engine purrs to life, but I remain motionless, staring straight ahead at the long dirt road stretching before me. "Come on, Megan," I mutter to myself. "You can do this." My foot hovers over the gas pedal, hesitating. The trees lining our driveway seem to close in, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I shake my head, trying to dispel the ominous feeling creeping up my spine. As I finally ease onto the road, my mind races. The clubhouse is only 5 minutes away, but it feels like I'm driving into another world entirely. A world I thought I'd left behind. It's just a building, I remind myself, but the words ring hollow. It's so much more than that. It's where I found family, where I was hurt, where my life changed forever. The familiar landmarks fly by, the old oak with the twisted trunk, the rusted mailbox that's been there for as long as I can remember. Each one brings a flood of memories, both good and bad. Before I know it, I'm pulling up to the gate. My heart pounds as I spot the prospect standing guard. He's young, probably no older than I was when I first came here. His eyes narrow as he takes me in. "Bubba's is around the corner," he says dismissively, jerking his thumb to the right. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. With deliberate slowness, I remove my sunglasses, meeting his gaze directly. His name tag catches my eye. Ulf. "I'm not here for Bubba's," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. "I need to be let in." Ulf's expression shifts from bored to suspicious. "Yeah? And who the hell are you?" The old me would have torn into him, maybe even driven right through that gate to prove a point. But I'm not that person anymore. At least, I'm trying not to be. "Listen, kid," I say, fighting to keep my tone even. "I've got business here. Important business. So how about you do your job and let me through?" He scoffs, puffing out his chest. "Nice try, lady. But we don't just let anyone waltz in here. Why don't you turn that pretty little car around and—" My fingers tighten on the wheel. The urge to floor it, to show this punk exactly who he's dealing with, is almost overwhelming. But Tindra's face flashes in my mind, and I force myself to take a calming breath. "I'm not just anyone," I say quietly, meeting his eyes. "And I'm telling you, I belong here." Ulf hesitates, uncertainty flickering across his face. "Look, I can't just—" "Then call someone who can," I interrupt, "because I'm not leaving until I get in." He stares at me for a long moment, then grudgingly reaches for his radio. As he mutters into it, I close my eyes, trying to center myself. Ulf lowers his radio, his face twisted with smug satisfaction. "Sorry, sweetheart, no one's expecting you. Looks like you're not as important as you think." The condescension in his voice ignites something primal inside me. I feel my lips curve into a smirk, the old familiar rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. "I'm getting in one way or another," I say, my voice low and dangerous. Before he can react, I slam my foot on the gas. The car lurches forward, tires squealing against asphalt. Ulf's eyes widen in shock as I barrel toward the chain-link fence. The impact jolts through me, metal screeching as it gives way. My heart pounds, a mix of fear and exhilaration flooding my system. I don't stop, pushing through until I'm in the compound, driving straight up to the clubhouse doors. As I screech to a halt, the front door flies open. Ivar storms out, his face a mask of fury.
"What in the fuck is going on out here?"
He bellows, hands raised in disbelief. I take a deep breath, steeling myself as I climb out of the car. This is it. No turning back now. Ulf comes running up, face red with anger.
"This crazy bitch drove straight through the gate!"
He shouts, gesturing wildly at me. Ivar rounds my car, his eyes locking onto mine. For a heartbeat, I'm terrified I've made a horrible mistake. Then his face splits into a wide grin, and before I know it, I'm swept up in a bone-crushing hug.
"Gods, it's damn good to see you."
He laughs, spinning me around. Relief washes over me, and I can't help but laugh, too, the tension of the past few minutes melting away. Ulf sputters, his jaw practically on the ground.
"You know her?"
Ivar sets me down, keeping an arm around my shoulders as he turns to face the prospect.
"Know her? This is Megan. She's practically royalty around here."
I feel a warmth spread through my chest at his words, even as part of me wants to scoff. Royalty? More like the black sheep who ran away. But standing here, with Ivar's familiar presence beside me, I can almost believe it. I tried to tell him I belonged here, I say, unable to keep the satisfaction out of my voice. Ivar shakes his head, chuckling.
"Still causing trouble, I see. Come on, let's get you inside. The others are gonna flip when they see you."
Ivar pauses and glares down the prospect.
"Ulf, you better fix that fucking fence, and fast."
As we head toward the clubhouse, I can't help but glance back at Ulf. His face is a mix of confusion and dawning horror as he realizes just how badly he's fucked up. Part of me wants to gloat and rub it in his face, but I'm not that person anymore. I take a deep breath as we approach the door, steeling myself for whatever's about to happen. Ivar's arm is a comforting weight around my shoulders as we step into the clubhouse. The familiar sense of leather, whiskey, and the ever-lingering oil hits me like a punch to the gut, flooding me with memories both sweet and painful. I blink rapidly, fighting back the sudden sting of tears. Every head in the place turns our way, and for a moment, the only sound is the low hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. I force myself to stand tall, chin up, meeting their gazes head-on. I may have been gone for years, but I'll be damned if I let them see me cower.
"Well, I'll be damned."
A voice breaks the silence. Charm pushes through the crowd, her eyes wide with disbelief.
"Megan, as I live and breathe."
I manage a smile, though it feels brittle on my face. "Hey, Charm, long time no see." She pulls me into a tight hug, and I stiffen for a moment before letting myself relax into it. When she pulls back, her eyes are searching my face intently.
"It's been so long. Tell me, how are you?"
The concern in her voice is genuine, and it threatens to crack my carefully constructed facade. "I'm okay," I say, aiming for nonchalance, but the words feel hollow even to my own ears. Charm's eyes narrow, and she crosses her arms over her chest.
"Cut the shit, Meg. This is me you're talking to."
I swallow hard, fighting the urge to look away.
My mind races, trying to decide how much to reveal. How do I tell them that I'm terrified? That I'm running from ghosts, both old and new? That coming back here feels like ripping open a wound that never fully healed? I start, then shake my head. It's complicated, Charm. I'm dealing with some stuff, but I'll be fine. I always am, right? The words come out more bitter than I intended, and I see Charm and Ivar exchange a worried glance. Shit, I need to get a grip before I give too much away. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. Before I can say anything else, a flurry of movement catches my eye. Several of the other old ladies are making their way toward me, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern. But it's the sight of Starla that makes my heart clench. My best friend in the whole wide world, the one person who knows me better than I know myself sometimes. "Megan!" Starla calls out, pushing past the others to wrap me in a fierce hug. "God, I've missed you!" I cling to her, surprised by the sudden lump in my throat. "Missed you too, Star," I manage to choke out. As we pull apart, I can see the questions burning in her eyes. She doesn't know about my father causing all of this chaos, and I need to tell her. God, I've kept it bottled up for far too long. But now isn't the time or place. I need to pick my battles carefully. "We've got a lot to catch up on," I say softly, giving her a meaningful look. She nods, understanding, passing between us without words. The other women crowd around with tons of greetings and questions. I paste on a smile, answering as vaguely as I can. My mind is racing, trying to figure out how much to reveal, how to navigate this minefield of old relationships and new secrets. Suddenly, the crowd parts, and I feel my breath catch in my throat. Tor is striding toward us, his green eyes locked on mine. My heart does a little flip in my chest, and I silently curse my body's reaction to him. He comes to a stop in front of me, a smirk playing on his lips. "I didn't expect you'd be here so soon," he says, his deep voice sending a shiver down my spine. I try to play it cool, falling back on the flirtatious banter that's always come so easily between us. "What can I say? I could never stay away from you for too long," I reply, aiming for a light-hearted tone. But as soon as the words leave my mouth, I realize how they sound. My cheeks flush as I see Tor's eyebrows raise slightly, his smirk widening. Damn it. I didn't mean for it to come out so suggestive. Tor takes a step closer. "Is that so?" The air between us seems to crackle with tension. I swallow hard, suddenly very aware of all the eyes on us. I meant the club, of course," I stammer, trying to backpedal. "You know, the bond, the sense of family that the club has." Even as I say it, I know it's a weak excuse. The truth is, a big part of why I came back was standing right in front of me, all 6 feet of tattooed, muscled biker. But admitting that, even to myself, is terrifying. Starla clears her throat loudly, breaking the tension. "Ladies, why don't we give these two some space?" she says, her voice tinged with amusement. She begins herding the other women away, throwing me a knowing look over her shoulder. I'm grateful for the intervention, even as my heart races. This is it. The moment I've been dreading and longing for at the same time. I need to tell Tor everything, but the weight of my secrets feels like it's crushing me. Tor's green eyes lock onto mine, his expression softening. "Want to head somewhere more private?" he asks, jerking his head toward the hallway. I nod, not trusting my voice. As we walk, I can't help but notice the changes in the clubhouse. The main room seems larger, the wall with the Raiders of Valhalla logo even more imposing. Magnus's handiwork is evident everywhere, from the intricately carved bar to the wooden sculptures of Norse gods scattered around. Tor leads me to one of the private rooms, closing the door behind us with a soft click. The sound feels oddly final, like the period at the end of a sentence. We settle onto a worn leather couch, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. The scent of leather and whiskey clings to him, achingly familiar. "I meant it," Tor says, his voice genuine. "It really is great to see you, Megan." I force a smile, trying to ignore the butterflies in my stomach. "It's good to see you too, Tor," I reply softly. There's so much I want to say, so many words crowding my throat. But where do I even begin? How do I tell him about the years of running, about Tindra, about the constant fear that's become my companion? Tor leans in, his bottle green eyes searching my face. "Why have you come back to Tallahassee after all these years, Megan?" he asks, his voice a mix of curiosity and concern. I pause, my heart hammering against my ribs. The weight of my secrets feels almost crushing, and I struggle to find the right words. My fingers fidget with the hem of my shirt as I try to gather my thoughts. I start, then falter. How do I condense years of fear, running, and motherhood into a simple explanation? It's complicated, Tor. He doesn't push, just waits patiently, his presence both comforting and unnerving. I can feel the heat of his gaze on me, and it takes all my willpower not to fall back into old habits, to flirt and deflect. I needed a fresh start, I finally say, the words tumbling out. But also, I needed to come home. The admission feels raw, vulnerable. Tor nods slowly, his expression thoughtful. "Home can be a loaded word," he says softly. I let out a shaky breath. Yeah, it can be. My mind flashes to Tindra, to the life we've built, to the constant looking over my shoulder. Tor, there's more. So much more. He reaches out, his calloused hand covering mine. The gesture is so unexpectedly gentle that I almost break right there. "I'm listening, Megan. Whatever it is, you can tell me." I look into his eyes, seeing the man he's become. The boy I knew is still there, but there's a steadiness, a strength that wasn't there before. It gives me courage. "Tindra," I blurt out, the words hanging in the air between us. "She's amazing, Tor. Smart, funny, stubborn as hell." A small smile tugs at my lips despite the tension. "But she's also the reason I've stayed away for so long. I've been trying to keep her safe." Tor's brow furrows. "Safe from what? Or who?" I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what comes next. "From my father," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. He's been threatening us." Tor's hand tightens on mine, and I see a flash of that fierce protectiveness in his eyes. Tell me everything, he says, his voice low and intense. I need to unravel the tangled web of my past, hoping that I'm making the right choice by telling him everything, and praying he can forgive me.
Chapter 5. Tor. You could cut the tension between us with a knife. Megan sits beside me, her light sage-green eyes brimming with unshed tears, her ashy blonde hair framing her face like a halo. I can't help but drink in the sight of her, memorizing every curve and contour of her face, afraid she might disappear again if I blink. I know she's about to say something, but we need to talk, and I can't wait any longer. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the storm of emotions raging inside me. Is she mine, Meg? Is Tindra my daughter? Megan's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before she schools her features. She takes a shaky breath, and I can see the internal struggle playing out across her face.
Tor,
She starts, her voice barely above a whisper.
It's complicated.
I feel my jaw clench, frustration bubbling up inside me. Complicated? What the fuck does that mean, Meg? It's a simple yes or no question. She flinches at the harshness in my tone, and I immediately regret it. I've never been good at controlling my temper, but seeing her again after all these years has me on edge. I'm sorry, I say, softer this time. I need to know. Megan nods, wrapping her arms around herself as if trying to hold herself together.
I know you do, Tor, and you deserve the truth. It's just, there's so much you don't know.
I scoot closer to her, close enough to catch the faint scent of her perfume. It's the same one she used to wear, and the familiarity of it hits me like a punch to the gut. Then tell me, Meg. I'm right here, ready to listen. She looks up at me, her eyes searching mine for something. Trust? Understanding? I'm not sure what she's looking for, but I hope she finds it.
Yes,
she finally says, her voice barely audible.
Tindra is your daughter.
The world seems to tilt on its axis as her words sink in. I have a daughter. A beautiful, spirited little girl with my hair and Megan's eyes. A surge of emotions washes over me. Joy, anger, confusion, love, all battling for dominance. Why? I managed to choke out. Why didn't you tell me? Megan's eyes fill with tears, and this time she doesn't try to hold them back. They spill down her cheeks, leaving glistening trails in their wake.
I wanted to, Tor. God, I wanted to tell you so badly. But I was scared.
I run a hand through my hair, tugging at the strands in frustration. Scared of what? Of me? Did you think I wouldn't step up? That I wouldn't want her? No! Megan exclaims, reaching out to grasp my arm. Her touch sends a jolt through my system, and I have to resist the urge to pull her closer.
I knew you'd be an amazing father, Tor. That was never in question.
I search her face, trying to understand. Then what? What could possibly make you keep my own daughter from me for all these fucking years? Megan takes a deep breath, her hand still on my arm.
It's a long story, Tor, and not an easy one to tell.
I gesture around us, at the empty room. We've got time, Meg, and I think I deserve to hear it, don't you? She nods, dropping her hand from my arm. The loss of contact leaves me feeling cold.
You're right. You do deserve to know everything. But maybe we should sit down for this?
Our knees brush, and even that small contact sends sparks through my body. 15 years apart, and she still affects me like no one else ever has. Start at the beginning, I say, my voice gentler now. Why did you do it, Meg? One day everything was fine in Atlanta, and the next, you were pushing me away.
I know.
Her voice is hollow.
I didn't want to do it, Tor. You have to believe that. But I didn't have a choice.
I frown, not understanding. What do you mean you didn't have a choice? Did someone threaten you? Megan nods, her eyes distant as if reliving a painful memory.
My father,
she whispers.
He found me.
The pieces start to fall into place, and I feel a cold fury building inside me. I remember the few times Megan had mentioned her father, always with fear in her eyes. I had assumed he was just a shitty parent, maybe an alcoholic or abusive. But now, seeing the raw terror on Megan's face, I realize it was so much worse than that. Fury takes over me. What did he do? If that bastard hurt her. Megan shakes her head, tears falling freely now.
He's the one who hurt me when I was here. That's why I wanted to go to Atlanta. But he found me there, too.
I clench my fists, anger coursing through my veins. We could have protected you, Meg. The club. We're family. We look out for our own. She gives me a sad smile.
I know that now. But back then, I was young and scared. I thought I was protecting you by leaving.
I reach out, cupping her face in my hands. You should have told me, Meg. We could have faced it together. She leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed for a moment.
I know. I'm sorry, Tor. I've regretted that decision every day for the past 15 years.
I stroke her cheek with my thumb, marveling at how soft her skin still is. So why now? Why come back after all this time? Megan opens her eyes, meeting my gaze.
Because he found me in Atlanta, beat the shit out of me. I realized I made a mistake, that he'd find me no matter where I was. And now I have a daughter. Bringing her home to her father is the safest place she can be. Not only does Tindra deserve to know you, it's partially because...
She pauses, taking a deep breath.
Because I never stopped loving you, Tor.
Her words hit me like a freight train, stealing the breath from my lungs. I pull her closer until our foreheads are touching. I've never stopped loving you either, Meg. Not for a single fucking day. And then I'm kissing her, pouring years of longing and heartache into it. She responds immediately, her hands fisting in my shirt as she presses herself closer. It's like coming home, like finding a piece of myself I didn't even know was missing. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing heavily. I rest my forehead against hers, not willing to let her go just yet. We've got a lot to figure out, I say softly. Megan nods, her fingers tracing patterns on my chest.
I know, but we'll do it together this time, right?
I pull back slightly, looking into her eyes. Together, I promise. You, me, and our daughter. We're a family now, Meg, and I'm not letting either of you go again. She smiles a real, genuine smile that lights up her whole face.
I like the sound of that,
she whispers. As I pull her in for another kiss, I can't help but think about how much has changed in the span of a few hours. This morning, I was alone, carrying the weight of a broken heart. Now I have a family, a woman I love more than life itself, and a daughter I can't wait to get to know. It won't be easy, We have years of hurt and misunderstandings to work through. But as I hold Megan in my arms, feeling her heartbeat against my chest, I know we'll make it work. Because some things are worth fighting for, and this, us, is definitely one of them. Tell me about her, I say softly, running my fingers through Megan's hair. Tell me about our daughter. Megan's face lights up, and she launches into stories about Tindra. Her first steps, her first words, her love of drawing, and her stubborn streak that's all you, Tor. As I listen, I can feel my heart swelling with a mixture of pride and regret for all the moments I've missed. But Megan's words trail off, and her expression darkens. I know we're about to dive into the heavy stuff. Tor, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I need to tell you something. My brow furrows. Okay, what is it? Megan inhales deeply, and I can see her struggling to keep her voice steady. The attack. The one you thought was a robbery? It wasn't. My stomach drops. What do you mean, it wasn't? Her hands start to tremble. It was my father, Tor. He found me after years of hiding in the shadows. He never knew I was with the club because I ran away. Your father? What the fuck? The words tumble out of my mouth before I can stop them. My mind is reeling, trying to process this information. Megan swallows hard, her eyes glazing over with unshed tears. Remember when we had food at the diner? We ran into my cousin Lily, and she mentioned my family was in town? I nod, the memory flooding back. I'd thought nothing of it at the time. My father? He's not a good man, Tor. Her voice cracks, and I instinctively pull her closer. He made me do horrible things when I was a child. She doesn't go into detail, but she doesn't need to. The pain in her eyes, the tremor in her voice, they paint a picture I understand all too well. It was more than just abuse. My jaw clenches as rage builds inside me. I've seen enough shit in this life to know what she's implying, and it makes me want to tear her father limb from limb. Jesus, Meg, I breathe, running a hand through my hair. Why didn't you tell me? She shakes her head, more tears escaping and trailing down her cheek. I was scared, ashamed. I thought I could handle it on my own. I cup her face in my hands, my thumbs wiping away her tears. You don't have to handle anything alone anymore, you hear me? I'm here. We'll face this together. Megan leans into my touch, closing her eyes. I should have trusted you back then. I'm sorry, Tor. Hey, look at me, I say softly, waiting until she meets my gaze. We can't change the past, but we can damn well make sure he never hurts you again or our daughter. I promise you that. She nods, a small smile tugging at her lips despite the heaviness of the moment. I believe you. As I hold her close, my mind is already racing, plotting how to keep my family safe. One thing's for certain. Her father's going to regret the day he ever laid a hand on Megan. The Raiders of Valhalla protect their own, and Megan and Tindra, they're my family, and no one fucks with them. I hold Megan close, feeling her warmth against my chest, her scent filling my senses. It's been so long, yet she still fits perfectly in my arms. My mind races, trying to process everything she's told me. The pieces are falling into place, but there's still so much I need to know. I breathe out, my emotions a tangled mess. I have to ask, why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have protected you both. I would have moved heaven and earth to keep you safe. Megan's voice trembles as she speaks, her eyes glistening with unshed tears.
I know, and the only reason I didn't tell you is because I thought it was for the best, that it would keep us safer.
The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I clench my fists, battling the urge to hit something. How could she think keeping me in the dark was the right choice? I take a deep breath, trying to rein in my anger. You would have been safer with me, Megan. You damn well know that. I lock eyes with her, my gaze intense. I can see the guilt and regret written all over her face, but it doesn't ease the ache in my chest. She bites her lip, a habit I remember from years ago when she was nervous.
Maybe so, but I can't go and change the past now. I'm here because I saw the error of my ways, and I'm trying to fix things.
Her voice drops to a whisper.
If you can forgive me.
The vulnerability in her tone tugs at something deep inside me. I want to be angry, to lash out at her for the years we've lost. But seeing her here, admitting her mistakes, willing to face the consequences, it's the Megan I fell in love with all those years ago. I run a hand over my face, feeling the rough stubble beneath my fingers. Gods, Megan, you should have trusted me. We could have faced this together. We could have been a family for years now. My mind races, thinking of all the milestones I've missed with Tindra. Her first steps, her first words, her first day of school. A lifetime of memories I can never get back. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. Megan shakes her head, more tears spilling down her cheeks.
I fucked up, Tor. I fucked up bad.
She chokes out, her usual tough exterior crumbling before my eyes. I drop my hands to her shoulders, giving them a gentle squeeze. Yeah, you did, I admit, unable to sugarcoat it. I'm frustrated as hell, Megan. Pissed that I missed out on so many years with my daughter. I pause, swallowing hard against the lump in my throat. But I'd go through all this shit again to have another chance with her. With you, if that's what this is. A small, watery laugh escapes her lips, catching us both by surprise.
I didn't even think it was a possibility,
she admits, her voice barely above a whisper. I feel a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth, despite the heaviness of the moment. It is, I assure her, my grip on her shoulders tightening slightly. I'm gonna keep our family together, Megan. We'll navigate this mess together, you hear me? She nods, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. But we can talk about any other intense shit later, I add, suddenly aware of how emotionally drained we both are. Right now, I just want to hold you and know you're really here. I pull Megan against me, wrapping my arms around her so tightly it's like I'm afraid she'll vanish if I let go. Her body molds to mine, familiar yet new, and I inhale deeply, drinking in the scent of her hair. My lips find the side of her neck, and I place a soft kiss there, feeling her pulse quicken beneath my touch. Gods, I've missed you, I murmur against her skin. Megan's hands slide up my back, her fingers digging into my shoulders.
Tor,
she breathes, my name a prayer on her lips. I pull back just enough to look into her eyes, those light sage green eyes that have haunted my dreams for years. Without thinking, I capture her lips with mine, pouring years of longing and regret into the kiss. It starts soft, almost tentative, but quickly ignites into something more urgent, more passionate. My hands tangle in her ashy blonde hair as I deepen the kiss, and I feel her respond with as much need as me. It's like no time has passed at all, like we're those same kids who fell in love all those years ago. Is this okay? I manage to ask between kisses, not wanting to push too far too fast. Megan nods, her breath coming in short gasps. More than okay, she assures me, her hands already working at sliding off my cut. I don't need any more encouragement. My fingers find the hem of her top, and in one swift motion, I pull it over her head. She does the same with my shirt, and soon we're a tangle of limbs and discarded clothing. As I lay her down on the couch, I can't help but marvel at how beautiful she is. You're even more gorgeous than I remember, I tell her, my voice husky with desire. Megan's cheeks flush, and for a moment, I see a flash of the shy girl she used to be. You're not so bad yourself, she quips, her hands tracing the tattoos on my chest. I lean down to kiss her again, slower this time, savoring every moment. When I finally enter her, it's like coming home after a long, hard journey. We move together, finding our rhythm easily, as if we'd never been apart. It's rough and passionate, years of pent-up emotion pouring out in every touch, every kiss, every thrust. But underneath the urgency, there's a tenderness that takes my breath away. Megan's fingers find mine, lacing them together as I continue to move within her. Her eyes bore into mine, no longer filled with fear or uncertainty, but rather a deep, consuming love that sends a shiver down my spine. Tor, she gasps, clutching me tighter as her body tenses beneath me. I can feel her climax building, and it stirs something primal within me. My strokes become more frantic, more desperate. I've been starving for her for years, and now that I have her beneath me, in my arms again, I want to devour every inch of her. My teeth graze the delicate skin on her neck, marking her with my passion, drawing the most beautiful sounds from her lips, my name being chanted like a mantra. Every stroke of my hips against hers sends waves of pleasure through both our bodies, and before long, we're tumbling over the edge of our releases. I'm never going to let this woman go ever again.
Chapter 6. Megan. My fingers tremble as I set down the phone, Tor's deep voice still echoing in my ears. The past few days have been a whirlwind of emotions, each one threatening to sweep me off my feet. I take a deep breath, steadying myself against the kitchen counter.
Mom?
Tindra's voice floats down from upstairs.
Who was that on the phone?
I swallow hard, my throat suddenly dry. It was Tor, I call back, trying to keep my voice steady. He's coming over for dinner tonight. There's a moment of silence, then the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Tindra appears in the doorway, her eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and apprehension.
Tor? As in my father?
She asks, her voice barely above a whisper.
I told her the other night that he was her father, but left out all the nitty-gritty details of why I left. Before I told her, I spoke to him and made sure he didn't mind me talking to her about it alone. The last thing I wanted to do was overwhelm her all at once, and I'm glad I told her privately because there were a lot of emotions. I nod, forcing a smile. Yeah, honey, he's really looking forward to seeing you. Tindra bites her lip, a habit she's picked up from me. Is he happy I'm here? The question catches me off guard, and for a moment, I'm transported back to that night at the clubhouse. The raw emotion in Tor's eyes when he realized Tindra was his daughter,
the way his voice cracked when he asked if it was true. I blink, bringing myself back to the present. He's thrilled, sweetheart, I assure her, crossing the kitchen to pull her into a hug. He can't wait to get to know you better. Tindra relaxes slightly in my arms, but I can still feel the tension in her shoulders. What if he doesn't like me? I pull back, cupping her face in my hands. Oh, honey, that's impossible. He already loves you so much. You're his daughter. A small smile tugs at the corners of Tindra's mouth. Really? Really, I confirm, tucking a strand of her dark hair behind her ear. Now, how about we head to the grocery store and pick up some stuff for dinner? We can make something special. Tindra's eyes light up. Can we make lasagna? And maybe tiramisu for dessert? I laugh, the sound easing some of the tension in my chest. Ambitious, aren't we? But I think we can manage that. Let's go. As we drive to the store, I can't help but steal glances at Tindra. She's fidgeting with the radio, humming along to a pop song I don't recognize. It's moments like these that make my heart ache with how much I love her, how fiercely I want to protect her. Mom? Tindra's voice breaks through my thoughts. What's he like? Tor, I mean. Dad, I guess. Should I call him Dad? I swallow hard, not sure what the right thing to say is. Well, that's up to you, sweetie. She sucks in her bottom lip. Do you think he'd like that? I mean, I don't know a lot about him. What is he like? I grip the steering wheel a little tighter, choosing my words carefully. He's intense, but in a good way. He's passionate about the things and people he cares about. He's loyal and brave and... I trail off, memories of Tor flooding my mind. And? Tindra prompts, her curiosity piqued. I smile softly. And he has a gentleness that might surprise you, especially when it comes to you. By the way, I think he would love it if you called him Dad. We pull into the parking lot of the grocery store, and I watch as Tindra processes this information. She's quiet as we grab a cart and head inside, but I can almost see the gears turning in her head. Do you think... She starts, then stops, shaking her head. What is it, honey? I ask, pausing in the produce section. Tindra takes a deep breath. Do you think he'll want to be part of my life? Like, really part of it? Like as big of a part of it as you are? My heart clenches at the vulnerability in her voice. Oh, Tindra, he wants nothing more than that, I promise you. I know he's missed out on so much, and the last thing he wants is to miss out on more. She nods, seeming to gather strength from my words. Okay, I'm excited, I guess. But I'm nervous, too. Let's get the stuff for lasagna. We navigate the aisles, picking up ingredients. Tindra's been on a big, all-natural, organic sort of kick lately. Apparently, schools are teaching kids now about all the fertilizers and chemicals that certain farmers put on the crops. I explained to her that they're pesticides to keep bugs away, preserve the food, but she still pointed out their chemicals. It's crazy how my little girl, who only wanted to eat chicken nuggets and apple slices, is now arguing with me about the food we put in our bodies. She's turning into a woman, and I'm not ready for it. She picks up the marinara sauce.
I used to love Prego, but now I like Rayo's more. Mom, is that okay?
I wave my hand in dismissal. You get whichever sauce you want more. After all, it's your first time cooking for your dad, so this is your show, baby girl. She mulls over the few flavor options and picks out a couple, grabs some noodles, and we already have the beef. I think we'll be out of here in no time as we're in the spice aisle. I can't help but marvel at how surreal this all is. A week ago, I was terrified of Tor finding out about Tindra. Now we are shopping for a family dinner with him. Mom? Tindra's voice pulls me from my thoughts once again.
Can we get some of those fancy Italian sodas, the ones in the glass bottles?
I smile, nodding. Sure, honey, pick out a few flavors. As Tindra excitedly examines the different varieties, I find myself lost in thought again. The past few days have been a roller coaster of emotions. That night at the clubhouse, when I finally told Tor the truth, I thought my world was going to end as I knew it. Instead of ending, it felt like it was finally beginning.
I think I want to try the blood orange one,
Tindra announces, holding up a bottle.
And maybe the lemon for you? You like lemon, right?
I nod, touched by her thoughtfulness. That sounds perfect, sweetheart. She looks at the other options, narrowing her eyes. Which one do you think Dad will like? I head over to the sodas and look over the options. Your father always liked pomegranate, so I'd say that's a safe bet. She smiles and grabs the pomegranate soda, placing it in our basket.
Okay, cool.
As we finish our shopping and head to the checkout, I can't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness bubbling up inside me. Tonight is going to change everything. I can feel it. We're going to be one big, happy family. Still, I keep thinking about how different things could be, but none of it matters now. All I can do is make sure I'm present and we make changes for the future. In no time, we've checked out at the store, fueled the car up with gas, and we're back home unloading groceries. We fall into an easy rhythm in the kitchen. I'm in charge of the sauce, while she works on the pasta and meat. I've taught Tindra a lot about cooking, and I do have to say she's a very good cook. I think Tor is going to be pleasantly surprised with how well his daughter can cook. The familiar scents of garlic and herbs fill the air, and for a moment, I can almost pretend this is just another normal family dinner.
Mom?
Tindra asks, coming over to check on the sauce.
Are we staying here? Like, for real? I don't want to get attached if we're going to leave like we did in Atlanta.
The question catches me off guard, and I nearly drop the pan I'm holding. Oh, honey, we're not going anywhere, okay? This is home now. This, I wave my hand around the room, is our home. Tindra nods, her brow furrowed in concentration.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to get attached if we're going to end up leaving.
We're not leaving, I assure her, giving her shoulder a squeeze. So smile and enjoy yourself, because we're not going anywhere. As we layer the lasagna and slide it into the oven, I can't help but feel a swell of pride. My daughter is so strong and resilient. She's handling all of this so much better than I could have hoped.
Now for the tiramisu,
Tindra announces, already pulling out ingredients. I laugh, shaking my head. You're unstoppable, aren't you? She grins, a mischievous glint in her eye.
Well, we want to impress him, right?
Trust me, honey, I say softly. He's already impressed. He's already so proud of you. Tindra blushes, ducking her head.
You really think so?
I know so, I assure her, pulling her into a hug. Now let's tackle this tiramisu before your father gets here. As we work on the dessert, I find myself lost in thought again. The past few days have been a whirlwind. We're finally home, in the place we were always meant to be. It's been chaotic telling Tindra about Tor, explaining our complicated history, answering her countless questions. It's been exhausting, but also strangely freeing. Over the next few hours, we get everything ready, and I whip up a fresh Caesar salad when the doorbell rings.
I'll get it,
I holler to Tindra. I head over to the door and swing it open. Hey, come on in. Tor is all smiles as he heads inside. Man, it smells great in here. I shut the door behind him and he kicks off his boots. Well, your daughter has been whipping you up quite the meal. He throws his head back and laughs. She's not going to poison me, right? I don't really remember you being a good cook. I poke him in the chest. I will have you know that I've grown a lot in the last 15 years. Tor chuckles as we head into the kitchen, and Tindra's pulling out the dish from the oven, the cheese bubbling and golden brown. This smells amazing, Tor says, his deep voice warm with appreciation. I glance up, catching his gaze. I know, Tindra did a great job. Why don't we get our plates ready and head into the dining room?
Sounds good,
Tindra says. As we settle around the table, I can't help but notice how Tor's bottle green eyes flick between Tindra and me. There's a softness there I've rarely seen, a vulnerability that makes my heart ache. So, Tindra, Tor begins, his tone gentle as he turns to our daughter. Tell me about school. What subjects do you like best? Tindra's face lights up.
I love science. We're studying marine biology right now, and it's fascinating.
Tor leans in, genuinely interested. Marine biology, huh? That's impressive. What got you interested in that? As Tindra launches into an animated explanation about her passion for ocean conservation, I find myself watching Tor. His full attention is on our daughter, hanging on her every word. It's a side of him I've never seen before, the doting father, eager to know every detail of his child's life. You know, Tor says, a hint of pride in his voice. I used to go fishing a lot when I was younger. Maybe we could take a trip to the coast sometime, all of us together. Tindra's eyes widen with excitement.
Really? That would be amazing!
I can't help but smile, warmth spreading through my chest. That sounds like a great idea, I chime in, catching Tor's eye. He returns my smile, and for a moment, it feels like we're truly a family. As we finish our meal, Tindra shifts in her seat, a hopeful look on her face.
Dad?
She asks, the word still new on her tongue.
Would you maybe want to stay and watch a movie with us?
I glance at Tor, trying to silently tell him that he doesn't have to if it's too much. We've already made so much progress tonight, and I don't want to overwhelm him. Baby steps are completely fine. But Tor's face breaks into a wide grin. I'd love to, he says, then adds with a wink. But only if there's popcorn and candy involved. Can't have a proper movie night without snacks, right? Tindra lets out a delighted squeal and jumps up from her chair. Before I can even process what's happening, she's thrown her arms around Tor in a tight hug. "Thank you! Thank you!" she exclaims. I watch as Tor hesitates for just a moment before wrapping his arms around our daughter, his eyes meeting mine over her head. The emotion I see there, a mix of joy, wonder, and a hint of fear, mirrors exactly how I'm feeling. Tindra pulls back, practically vibrating with excitement. She grabs Tor's hand, tugging him toward the living room. "Come on, I know exactly what movie we should watch." As they disappear around the corner, I take a deep breath, steadying myself against the kitchen counter. This evening has gone better than I could have ever imagined. Watching Tor and Tindra together, seeing them start to form a bond, it's everything I've ever wanted for them. But as I start to follow them, a nagging voice in the back of my mind whispers a warning. Things are going so well, almost too well. In my experience, that usually means something's about to go wrong. I enter the living room to find Tindra excitedly showing Tor our movie options, pressing the remote as she goes over them until she stops on one. Tor's listening intently, a soft smile playing on his lips. It's a sight that warms my heart and simultaneously tightens my chest with an inexplicable anxiety. "Mom!" Tindra calls out. "Dad says he's never seen The Princess Bride. Can you believe it?" I can't help but chuckle. "Well, I guess we know what we're watching then. Was that your original choice?" Tindra laughs. "No, but it's okay." As Tindra sets up the movie, I settle onto the couch, Tor taking a seat next to me. His presence is comforting, and I didn't realize how much I missed it. "You okay?" he asks quietly, his eyes searching mine. I nod, offering a smile that I hope looks more convincing than it feels. "Yeah, just taking it all in." Tor's hand finds mine, giving it a gentle squeeze. The gesture is so natural, so right, that for a moment I forget all my worries. But as Tindra bounces over to join us, plopping down on Tor's other side with a bowl of popcorn, that niggling feeling of unease creeps back in. The movie starts, and I try to lose myself in the familiar story. Tor's gaze lingers on me, concern evident in his eyes. I know he can sense something's off, but now isn't the time to discuss it. Instead, I lean into him slightly, drawing comfort from his solid presence. As the movie progresses, I find myself relaxing despite my earlier misgivings. Tindra's laughter fills the room, and Tor's deep chuckles join in. Never in my entire life did I think I'd hear the two of them laughing together. And God, is it joyous.
Chapter 7. Tor. I stare at the photo on my phone, unable to look away from Tindra's smile. My daughter. The words still feel strange, even after a week of getting to know her. I'm sitting alone in my room at the clubhouse, the familiar scents of cedar and sandalwood drifting in from the hallway, but my mind is miles away. Aziza told us that the clubhouse stunk and put in these scent warmers all through the place. Izir has been going around unplugging them just to fuck with her, and she found him out last night. The girl whacked the hell out of him with a rolling pin, which was quite a sight. A knock at the door startles me. I quickly lock my phone screen and shove it in my pocket. "Yeah?" I call out, my voice gruffer than intended. Ulf pokes his head in. "Prez wants to see you in the main room." I nod, standing up from my bed. "Be right there." As Ulf disappears, I take a deep breath, steeling myself. I've managed to keep Tindra a secret from everyone at the clubhouse for the past week, even my old man. It's not that I'm ashamed, far from it. This is all so new, so fragile. I need some time to wrap my head around it before bringing the club into the mix. I make my way down the hallway, my boots echoing on the worn wooden floors. The main room of the clubhouse is bustling with activity as usual. A couple of prospects are shooting pool, while Lexi drapes herself over one of the leather couches, chatting up Emil. Olivia, one of the other Horas, sits over on the side and watches, assessing the situation in the club. The massive Raiders of Valhalla logo painted on the far wall looms over everything, a constant reminder of who we are and what we stand for. My father, Runes, is behind the long, curved bar that Magnus crafted. His weathered hands are wrapped around a glass of whiskey, his piercing gaze fixed on me as I approach. I slide onto a bar stool. "You wanted to see me?" He nods, pushing a glass toward me. "Have a drink with your old man." I eye the amber liquid, debating. It's been a few days since I've had a drop of alcohol, wanting to keep a clear head for my talks with Tindra. But refusing would raise suspicions, so I take a small sip, letting the burn settle in my throat. "You've been scarce lately," he observes, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. "Everything all right with you?" I force myself to meet his gaze steadily. "Yeah, just been thinking about some things. Needed a bit of space to clear my head." He grunts, not entirely convinced. "Club business or personal?" "Personal," I admit. It's not a lie, not really. Runes leans in closer, lowering his voice. "Megan?" I can't help the way my body tenses at her name. My father doesn't miss it, his eyebrows raising slightly. "It's complicated," I say finally, taking another sip of whiskey to buy myself time. "Son, when it comes to women, it's always complicated." Runes chuckles. "But you've been different since she came back to town. I'm not blind." I run a hand through my hair, feeling the weight of my secret pressing down on me. Part of me wants to tell him everything. About Tindra, about the dinners we've shared, about the way my heart feels like it might burst every time I look at her. But another part of me wants to keep this precious new thing to myself for just a little longer. I'm just figuring some things out, I say finally. With Megan, with myself. It's a lot to process. Runes nods slowly, studying my face. "You know you can talk to me about anything, right? Not just as your president, but as your father." The sincerity in his voice nearly breaks me. I swallow hard, fighting back the urge to spill everything. "I know, Pops, and I appreciate that. I just need a little more time to sort through it all myself first." He claps a hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently. "All right, son. Just don't let it interfere with club business. We've got that situation brewing with the cartel, and I need your head in the game." I nod, grateful for the change of subject. "Of course. Any new developments?" As he fills me in on the latest intel, my mind drifts back to Tindra. I think about her laugh, so similar to Megan's, and the way her eyes light up when she talks about her favorite books. I think about how much I've missed, and how desperately I want to make up for lost time. But I also think about the dangers that come with this life. The violence, the constant threat. Is it fair to drag Tindra into this world? Then again, danger lurked around the corner when they were hours away. The fact of the matter is this world isn't safe anymore. His voice cuts through my thoughts. "Tor, you with me?" I blink, focusing back on him. "Yeah, sorry. Just processing." He gives me a look that says he doesn't quite buy it, but he doesn't push. All right, we'll talk more about the cartel situation later. For now, why don't you go help Magnus with that new shipment of parts? Might do you good to get your hands dirty. I nod, grateful for the excuse to escape. As I head toward the garage, my phone buzzes in my pocket. It's a text from Megan.
Tindra wants to know if you're free for dinner tonight.
A smile tugs at my lips before I can stop it. I glance around to make sure no one's watching before quickly typing out a reply. Wouldn't miss it for the world. As I pocket my phone and push open the garage door, the scent of diesel and grease fills my nostrils. It's familiar, comforting. But for the first time in my life, it doesn't feel like enough. There's a whole other world waiting for me now, one filled with homework help and family dinners and a daughter's laughter. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the work ahead. Magnus looks up from the engine he's been working on as I approach. There you are, brother. Thought you might have forgotten about us little people, he jokes. I force a laugh, grabbing a wrench. Never. Just been busy. Uh-huh, Magnus says, giving me a knowing look. Busy with a certain blonde, maybe? I feel my face heat up, but I keep my expression neutral. Maybe, I say non-committally. Now what do you need help with? As Magnus explains the project, I try to focus on the task. But my mind keeps drifting to Tindra, to Megan, to the life I never knew I wanted but now can't imagine living without. I've faced down rival gangs, stared down the barrel of a gun, and survived a bullet to the chest. But nothing has ever terrified me as much as the thought of screwing this up, of losing my daughter before I've really had the chance to know her. As I work alongside Magnus, my hands moving almost on autopilot, I make a silent promise to myself. I will find a way to balance this new life with my old one. I will be the father Tindra deserves and the man Megan needs. And somehow, some way, I'll keep them safe from the dangers of this world. It won't be easy. Nothing worth having ever is. But as I think about Tindra's smile, about the way Megan's eyes soften when she looks at me, I know it'll be worth it. The hours pass in a blur with half-hearted conversations. I do my best to stay present, to engage with Magnus and the other brothers who drift in and out of the garage. But I'd be lying if I said a part of me wasn't elsewhere, counting down the minutes until I can see my girls again. Finally, as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, I wipe my hands on a rag and step outside. The evening air is cool against my skin, a welcome relief over the stuffy heat of the garage. I pull out my phone, seeing a new text from Megan. We're making lasagna. Don't be late. 6 p.m. A warmth spreads through my chest that has nothing to do with the weather. I type out a quick reply. I'll be there at 6, promise. I'm about to head out when I hear the garage door slam shut behind me. Turning, I see my old man. The look on his face tells me he wants answers and he wants them now. Magnus clears his throat and reads the room. I'm gonna head inside for a bit. The second Magnus is gone, my father is grilling me. I thought I was good with not knowing shit, but I'm not. What the fuck is going on with Megan? He demands, not bothering with pleasantries as he strides toward me. My heart races, but I force myself to stay calm. I've been dreading this conversation, but I knew it was coming. I take a deep breath, meeting his gaze steadily. Megan was pregnant when we broke up all those years ago, I say, the words tumbling out before I can second-guess myself. She had a baby girl. I have a daughter. His eyes widen, his weathered face a mix of shock and disbelief. For a long moment, he just stares at me, and I can almost see the gears turning in his head. Jesus Christ, Tor, he finally mutters, running a hand through his graying hair. How long have you known? About a week, I admit. I wanted some time to process it, to get to know Tindra before I told anyone. As I say this, my mind drifts to Eric, my little brother, who's actually my biological son. The irony of the situation isn't lost on me. I was just a kid myself when Eric was born, too young and too wild to be a father. Fern and my father stepped up, adopting him as their own. Now, here I am, faced with another chance at fatherhood, and this time, I'm determined to get it right. His voice pulls me back to the present. How do you feel about all this? He asks, his tone softening slightly. I pause, considering my answer. I'm shocked, yeah, but I'm not mad. Tindra, she's incredible, Dad. Smart as a whip, perceptive as hell. She's got Megan's eyes and my stubborn chin. A ghost of a smile flickers across his face. Sounds like trouble. I can't help but chuckle. You have no idea. Last week she grilled me about the inner workings of a Harley engine for a solid hour. I swear she absorbed more in that conversation than some of our prospects do in a month. As I speak, I feel a swell of pride in my chest. It's a new feeling, this fierce love for a child I've only just met. But it's there, undeniable and all-consuming. He studies me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. You want to be involved in her life, he says. It's not a question. I nod, meeting his gaze. More than anything. Runes runs his hand along his face, the rough scrape of his calloused palm against his beard audible in the quiet of the garage. That's a lot to take in, son, he says, his voice gruff but tinged with concern. I nod, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on me. It is, I agree, leaning back against the worn leather of the couch, but I think it's going to be well worth it. My father's eyes narrow slightly, a question forming behind them. Why didn't she tell you before now? He asks, his tone carefully neutral. I take a deep breath, the memory of Megan's terrified face flashing through my mind. After she was in a coma, she felt like the club life was dangerous, I explain, keeping it simple. Then she was attacked by her father here in Tallahassee, and she wanted to run. I can't blame her for it. She was terrified. As I speak, I can feel the familiar anger rising in my chest at the thought of what Megan went through. My fists clench, and I have to force myself to relax. He watches me closely, his eyes softening with understanding. You love her, he says quietly, more of a statement than a question. I meet his gaze, unflinching. I always have, I admit, the words carrying the weight of years of unspoken emotion. My father leans back, considering this. Most men would have been upset with the fact a woman hid their child from them, he observes, his tone neutral. I run a hand through my hair, feeling the conflicting emotions churning inside me. It's not like I'm not upset, I confess, my voice low. I am. But I'm not going to let my frustration overrule the happiness I'm feeling right now. I pause, trying to find the right words to express the tumult of emotions I'm experiencing. Megan and we've got a lot of shit to sort out, time to make up for. But it'll happen. We'll figure it out. As I speak, I can't help but picture Megan's face, the way her eyes light up when she laughs, the determined set of her jaw when she's focused. Despite everything, the thought of her still makes my heart race. He nods slowly, his weathered face softening as he regards me. You've grown up a lot over these years, son, he says, a hint of pride in his gravelly voice. I can't help but chuckle, feeling a warmth spread through my chest at his words. Well, that's usually what happens. It's a rare moment of levity between us, and I savor it, knowing how quickly things can change. As if on cue, my father's expression shifts, his features hardening into the mask of the MC president. I need you and Emil to go out for a while, he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. My brow furrows at the sudden change of topic. Emil? Fenrir's oldest son? It's an odd pairing, and I can't help but wonder about the reasoning behind it. Why Emil? I ask, curiosity getting the better of me. Why not one of the prospects? He fixes me with a stern look, his blue eyes as unyielding as steel. Because I said so, he growls, his voice low and authoritative. I feel a familiar tension creep into my shoulders, a reflexive response to that tone. But I push it down, reminding myself that I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a man now, with a daughter of my own. The thought of Tindra brings a small smile to my face, even as I nod at my father. Fair enough, I say with a light chuckle, hoping to ease the sudden tension in the air. Inside, though, my mind is racing. What's so important about this job that it requires Emil specifically? And why the secrecy? He leans in close, his voice dropping to a low rumble. I need you deep in the bad side of the city tonight. No cuts, nothing identifying. Take one of the beater cars and rough yourself up a bit. We need more of those drugs with the eagle on them. My stomach tightens. This isn't our usual territory, and shit could go sideways if we're made. We're stepping into dangerous waters. Got it. I nod, already mentally preparing for the role I'll need to play. I'll make sure we look the part. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a wad of cash. Here's 300. Get it done tonight. His eyes bore into mine, conveying the gravity of the situation. I pocket the money, my mind already racing through the logistics. Consider it handled, I assure him, turning to leave. The main room of the club is filled with laughter and clinking bottles as I scan for Emil. I spot him by the bar, Lexi still draped over him like a second skin. God, I hope he's not fucking plastered. Her long, manicured nail traces a path down his chest as she purrs, "Why don't we take this upstairs, handsome?" I roll my eyes. We don't have time for this shit. I interject, stepping between them. Emil's coming with me. Emil's face falls, a grunt of annoyance escaping him. Sorry, sweet cheeks, he mutters to Lexi, who pouts dramatically. As we round the corner, I fill Emil in on the basics. We're going fishing for eagles, I explain, keeping my voice low. No cuts, no colors. We're playing addicts tonight. Emil nods, his earlier disappointment replaced by focus. Meet me down here in 10 minutes. Look the part. We head to our rooms, stripping off our cuts and finding something more appropriate to wear. This is the part of the job that requires a different kind of strength, the ability to become someone else entirely. I run a hand through my hair, mussing it up. With one look in the mirror, I think I look the part, and I head downstairs. Emil's already there, waiting for me. Ready? I ask Emil, my voice already taking on a rougher edge. He nods, his own transformation complete. Let's do this. As we head out to the beater car, I can't help but think of Tindra, safe at home with Megan. I need to knock this out and fast. I have to be at Megan's by 6 tonight for dinner. The beater car rumbles to life as I turn the key, the engine sputtering like it's on its last legs. Perfect for our cover. We peel out of the clubhouse lot, leaving behind the safety of our world and heading straight into the belly of the beast. As we cruise through Tallahassee, the scenery changes drastically. Clean streets give way to litter-strewn sidewalks, well-maintained buildings morphing into dilapidated structures with boarded-up windows. This is the part of town that tourists never see, the underbelly that keeps the city's darker appetites satisfied. "There," Emil mutters, nodding toward a shifty-looking character loitering near an alleyway. I pull over, my heart rate picking up. This is it. I take a deep breath, channeling the desperation of a man in need of a fix. "Stay alert," I mumble to Emil before stepping out of the car. As we approach the dealer, I can feel the weight of my responsibility pressing down on me. This isn't just about scoring drugs. It's about protecting our territory, our family. "Look, man," I say, my voice rough and urgent as we reach the dealer. "Can you help a boy out? I need a bundle of smack, man." The dealer looks up, his eyes narrow and calculating. He sizes us up, probably trying to determine if we're worth the risk. "Best I can do is $150, man," he finally says. I start digging in my pockets, my hands shaking slightly for effect. As I pull out the cash, I intentionally fumble, dropping bills onto the grimy sidewalk. "Fuck," the dealer mutters in annoyance, eyeing the scattered money warily. I crouch down, hastily gathering the bills. Sorry, I mumble, playing up the addict act. Inside, I'm hyper-aware of our surroundings, watching for any signs of trouble. Standing back up, I hand over the money to the dealer. He counts it quickly, then pulls out a small package from his jacket. As he passes it to me, I ask, "Yo, what's your name for next time?" The dealer hesitates for a moment, then shrugs. "Rio," he says simply. I nod, pocketing the drugs. "Cool, man. I'll be back when I'm out." Rio gives a half smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "All good, brother. Stay safe out there." As Emil and I turn to leave, I can't help but feel a mixture of relief and tension. Walking back to the car, I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. "That went smooth?" Emil mutters under his breath. I nod, my mind already racing ahead to what comes next. "Yeah, but let's not celebrate yet. We've still got a long night ahead of us." As we climb back into the beater, I can't shake the feeling that something big is going on. The beater car rumbles to life as I turn the key, the engine coughing like it's on its last legs. Emil and I exchange a look, both of us eager to get back to familiar territory. As we pull away from the curb, my eyes dart to the rearview mirror, making sure we're not being followed. "Let's take a look at what we've got," I say, keeping my voice low even though we're alone in the car. Emil nods, fishing the small baggie out of his pocket. Under the dim glow of passing streetlights, we examine the package. There, stamped clearly on the side, is the unmistakable silhouette of an eagle. "Shit," I mutter, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. "It's the same as before." Emil lets out a low whistle. "Your old man's not gonna like this, Tor." I grunt in agreement, my mind already racing ahead. As we approach the clubhouse, I can see Ulf's silhouette by the gate. He buzzes us in without hesitation, but I catch the questioning look in his eyes as we pass. He knows something's up. I park the car and turn to Emil. "You good to debrief with the others?" I ask, already reaching for the baggie. He nods, understanding my unspoken request. "Yeah, I got it. Go do what you gotta do." Pocketing the drugs, I head into the clubhouse, my eyes scanning for my father. The main room is bustling with activity, but I spot him quickly, standing with Fenrir and Kraken near the bar. As I approach, I can feel the weight of their gazes. My father's eyes narrow slightly, reading the tension in my shoulders. "Well?" he asks, his voice low and expectant. I pull out the baggie, holding it up so they can see the eagle insignia clearly. It's everywhere, I say, keeping my voice steady despite the churning in my gut. Same stamp as before. Whoever this is, they're trying to take our territory. Fenrir curses under his breath, while Kraken's face hardens into a mask of barely contained rage. But it's my father's reaction that really gets to me. His eyes darken, a storm brewing behind them that I haven't seen in years. "Tell me everything," he commands, and I launch into a detailed account of our night, from the dealer we met to the exact words exchanged. As I finish, my father runs a hand over his face, the lines around his eyes seeming deeper than ever. "This changes things," he says, his voice carrying a weight that sends a chill down my spine. "Shit's gonna change, and it's gonna change fast." I nod, feeling a mix of anticipation and dread coiling in my chest. "What's our next move?" My father exchanges a look with Fenrir and Kraken, a silent communication born from years of trust and shared battles. "We're gonna hit back," he says finally, his voice low and dangerous. "Hard. But first, we need to know exactly what we're dealing with." As they start discussing strategy, my mind drifts momentarily to Megan and Tindra. I need to be there by 6, and I hope my father lets me out of here before then.
Chapter 8. Megan. I stare at the clubhouse door, my heart pounding in my chest. The familiar Viking logo painted on the worn wood seems to mock me, daring me to step inside. Here I am, Tindra by my side, about to plunge back into a world I thought I'd left behind forever. "Mom?" Tindra's voice pulls me from my thoughts. "Are you okay?" I force a smile, trying to hide the turmoil churning inside me. "Yeah, sweetie, just remembering." Her brow furrows with concern. "We don't have to go in if you don't want to." For a moment, I'm tempted to take her up on that offer. To turn around, head back to our peaceful home tucked away in the woods, and pretend this invitation never happened. But I can see the excitement dancing in Tindra's eyes, barely contained beneath her worry for me. I can't deny her this chance to connect with her father's world, no matter how much it scares me. "No, it's fine," I say, squeezing her hand. "Let's go in." Taking a deep breath, I push open the door. The familiar scent of leather, beer, and cigarette smoke washes over me, and suddenly it's like I never left. The main room is packed, bodies pressed together as music thrums through the air. Laughter and shouts mingle with the clinking of bottles and the sharp crack of pool balls colliding. Tindra's eyes go wide as she takes it all in. "Wow," she breathes. "This is so cool." I can't help but smile at her enthusiasm, even as my anxiety gnaws at my gut. Yeah, it's something, all right. We make our way through the crowd, and I can feel eyes on us. Some faces I recognize, weathered by time, but still familiar. Others are new, young prospects eyeing us with curiosity. I keep Tindra close, my protective instincts on high alert. "Megan!" A familiar voice cuts through the noise, and I turn to see Starla pushing her way toward us. "Holy shit, you actually came!" She wraps me in a tight hug, and for a moment, I let myself relax into the embrace of my old friend. When we part, she turns to Tindra with a wide grin. "And look at you, all grown up!" She ruffles Tindra's hair affectionately.
Last time I saw you, you were knee-high to a grasshopper.
Tindra laughs, ducking away from Starla's hand.
I'm not that little anymore.
No, you sure aren't. Starla agrees, her eyes flickering to me. I turn to see Tor making his way towards us, the crowd parting before him like the Red Sea. My breath catches in my throat at the sight of him. Seeing him here, in the club, with the brothers around him, brings back a mountain of memories. But his presence is as commanding as ever, filling the room with an almost tangible energy. His eyes lock on mine, and for a moment, the world falls away. All the years between us, all the pain and anger and regret, seem to condense into this single charged moment. Then his gaze shifts to Tindra, and his face softens into a smile that makes my heart ache. "There's my girl," he says, his voice gruff with emotion. Tindra hesitates for just a second before throwing herself into his arms.
"Dad!"
I watch as Tor lifts her off her feet, holding her close. The love between them is obvious, and I feel a pang of guilt for keeping them apart for so long. But I push it aside, reminding myself that I did what I thought was best at the time. When Tor sets Tindra down, he turns to me. "Meg," he says, his voice low. "You have no idea how much you've been on my mind these last few days." I nod, not trusting myself to speak. There's so much I want to say, so many questions I need answered. But this isn't the time or place for that conversation. "Come on," Tor says, placing a hand on Tindra's shoulder. "There are some people I want you to meet." As we follow him through the crowd, I can't help but marvel at how easily Tindra fits into this world. She moves with a confidence that surprises me, chatting easily with the people Tor introduces her to. I hang back, watching, caught between pride and a gnawing fear. We reach a table where several familiar faces are gathered. Runes, the club president and Tor's father, sits at the head, his weathered face breaking into a rare smile as we approach. Beside him is his wife, Fern, her sharp eyes taking in every detail of our arrival. "Well, well," Runes says, his voice a low rumble. "Look who finally decided to grace us with their presence." I stiffen at his words, but Tor places a calming hand on my back. "Dad," he says, a warning in his tone. "Be nice." Runes chuckles, holding up his hands in surrender. "Just teasing, son. It's good to see you both." He turns to Tindra, his expression softening. "And you must be my granddaughter. I'm your Varin, your grandfather." Tindra's eyes light up.
"Really? I have a grandfather?"
The excitement in her voice makes my chest tighten. How much has she missed out on because of my choices? As Tor continues the introductions, I find myself drifting, lost in memories and doubts. The noise of the party fades into the background as I struggle with the weight of my decisions.
"Hey!"
Fern's voice cuts through my thoughts. I blink, realizing she's moved to stand beside me.
"You look like you could use a drink."
I laugh, the sound a bit hollow even to my own ears. "That obvious, huh?" She shrugs, a knowing look in her eyes.
"Let's just say I recognize that deer-in-headlights look. Come on, I'll get you a beer."
As we make our way to the bar, I cast a glance back at Tindra. She's deep in conversation with Tor and Runes, her face animated as she listens to whatever story they're telling. She looks happy, at home.
"She'll be fine," Vern says, following my gaze. "Tor won't let anything happen to her."
I nod, accepting the beer she hands me. I know, it's just a lot to take in. Fern leans against the bar, studying me over the rim of her glass.
"You want to talk about it?"
For a moment, I consider brushing her off. But the concern in her eyes is genuine, and suddenly, I find myself longing for a friendly ear. I don't know if I made the right choice, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. Keeping her away for so long, she seems happy here, and I robbed her of that. Fern's expression softens.
"You did what you thought was best," she says. "We all make choices we regret sometimes. The important thing is, you're here now."
I take a long swig of my beer, letting the cold liquid soothe my nerves. Yeah, but how long until shit hits the fan? This world, it's dangerous. I left for a reason.
"Things have changed,"
Fern says, her voice low.
"It's not perfect, but it's better than it was."
I want to believe her, but years of fear and suspicion are hard to shake. Before I can respond, a commotion near the door catches my attention. 2 men in suits have entered, their presence immediately setting the room on edge. These aren't the kind of men who normally hang out around the club, at least not when I was around. Who are they? Fern's expression turns grim.
"Business associates," she says,
her tone making it clear that's all the explanation I'm going to get.
"Don't worry about it."
But I can't help but worry. This is exactly the kind of thing I was afraid of, the darkness that always seemed to linger at the edges of club life. I scan the room for Tindra, relaxing slightly when I spot her still at the table with Tor and Runes, seemingly oblivious to the new arrivals. Fern and I chat for a while, but eventually we break apart when Tor flags me over. I stick with Tindra while Tor and his father go to speak with the 2 men in suits. Her light green eyes wide as saucers.
"This place is intense."
I can't help but smile at her reaction, remembering my own first time stepping into this world. Tindra looks more excited than nervous, in her Rolling Stones t-shirt and jean shorts, her dark hair falling in soft curls around her face. The natural makeup we applied earlier makes her look older, more mature, and for a moment I feel a pang of nostalgia for my little girl. "Yeah, it is," I say, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. My own leather jacket creaks as I move, the metal buttons catching the light. "How did the conversation go with your father and grandfather?" Tindra shrugs, her gaze darting around the room, taking in the crowded tables, the long bar with its intricate carvings, and the massive club logo painted on the far wall. "Good. I like it here," she says, her voice hushed with awe. "But is it always this busy?" I shake my head, guiding her further into the room. "Not normally. They're having a party tonight." Her face lights up. "A party? Are they celebrating us coming home?" I can't help but laugh at her enthusiasm. "Maybe," I say, though I'm not entirely sure myself. But I wouldn't count on it. "That's still awesome," Tindra says, practically bouncing on her toes. "I can't wait to meet everyone." As we make our way through the crowd, I can't shake the feeling of unease that's settled in my stomach. It's been years since I've been here, and while some things are achingly familiar, others feel completely foreign. I spot a few new faces among the patched members, their cuts pristine and lacking the wear of the older guys. "Stay close," I murmur to Tindra, more out of habit than any real concern. The club may be rough around the edges, but I know they'd never let anything happen to her. Still, old habits die hard. Tor comes back over to us, brushing his lips against my cheek, sending a shiver down my spine. "I'm so glad you're both here tonight," he murmurs before smirking down at our not-so-little girl. My heart constricts as I watch him adore her. Tindra's face is alight with joy, and the guilt crashes over me like a tidal wave. I should have done this sooner. Tor shifts Tindra in his arms, his bottle-green eyes twinkling with excitement. "Hey, princess, I introduced you to your Varen, but not your Mumo." Tindra's brows furrow in confusion.
What's a Mumo?
Tor laughs. "Your grandmother. You also have an uncle and 2 aunts to meet tonight as well." I follow as Tor walks Tindra toward a nearby table, my heart racing. This is it. The moment Tindra meets her extended family. I take a deep breath, calming my nerves. "Tindra," he says, his voice filled with pride, "I'd like you to meet some more very special people." He gestures to a weathered man with a commanding presence. "This lovely lady is your Mumo." I watch Tindra closely, noting how she unconsciously leans into Tor, seeking comfort in this unfamiliar situation. Tor's introductions continue. "That's Eric, your uncle," he says, pointing to a lanky teenager slouched in his chair. "And these 2 are Rev and Dala, your aunts." Tindra's brow furrows adorably as she processes this information.
I have an uncle and 2 aunts that are like my age?
She asks, her voice a mix of confusion and excitement. Fern's warm laugh rings out, breaking the tension.
"Well, not quite, sweetie. Eric here is 17, a couple years older than you. But Rev and Dala are your age. You'll probably be going to school together. You might even be in the same classes."
Rev pipes up, grinning at Tindra.
"It's pretty rad, right?"
Runes chuckles, shaking his head.
"Rad? Who knows when the slang goes and comes these days?"
I can't help but smile at the easy banter, feeling some of my anxiety dissipate. Tindra seems to be holding her own, her natural curiosity taking over as she looks around the crowded clubhouse.
"What about all those people wearing the leather vests?"
she asks, her observant nature shining through. Runes leans forward, his voice taking on a hint of pride.
"Those are called cuts, little one. They represent the people within our club."
Tindra nods, processing this new information. Her gaze continues to roam the room.
"And what about all the other ladies and kids?"
Before Runes can answer, Eric jumps in.
"Some of the ladies are old ladies or wives of the bikers. Some are their kids. And then some are horas."
I tense, knowing where this is going. Tindra's brow furrows again.
"What's a hora?"
Fern shoots a glare at Eric that could melt steel, but it's Dala who pipes up.
"They're like women who don't have anyone that actually loves them, so they stay at the clubhouse and stir up a lot of trouble."
I can't help but laugh at the blunt explanation, and Fern joins in. Runes runs a hand down his face, looking exasperated. Those two definitely have your personality, I say to Fern, nudging her with my elbow. She grins, unapologetic.
Oh, don't I know it?
Runes groans, his voice a mix of frustration and fondness.
Yeah, doesn't everyone know it?
As the conversation flows around me, I watch Tindra. She's soaking it all in, her eyes bright with curiosity and excitement. For the first time since we arrived, I feel a sense of peace settling over me. Rev and Dala exchange a mischievous glance before turning to Fern.
Mom, can we show Tindra around?
Rev asks, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Fern nods, a knowing smile playing on her lips.
Go ahead, but behave yourselves.
The girls squeal with delight, and before I can blink, they're whisking Tindra away, their chatter fading as they disappear into the crowded clubhouse. I watch them go, a mix of emotions swirling in my chest, pride, joy, and a twinge of anxiety. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch Eric slipping away from the table. Tor notices too, his brow furrowing.
Where's he running off to?
He asks, his voice low and tinged with suspicion. Runes gives Tor a stern look, his weathered face creasing with disapproval.
Probably to smoke some fucking weed,
he growls, shaking his head. I can't help but snort, remembering my own rebellious teenage years. As the conversation lulls, I feel like there are so many questions lingering in the air. Fern, never one to beat around the bush, leans forward, her eyes darting between Tor and me.
So?
She starts, her voice casual but laced with curiosity.
What's going on between you two? Obviously, you're trying to make things work with Tindra, but what does it mean for y'all?
I freeze, my heart hammering in my chest. We haven't really discussed this, not in concrete terms. I look at Tor, unsure of what he'll say. But Tor doesn't hesitate. His hand finds mine under the table, giving it a reassuring squeeze.
We're together,
he states, his voice firm and unwavering.
Plain and simple.
The words wash over me, and I feel a warmth blooming in my chest. It's like a weight I didn't even know I was carrying has been lifted. I squeeze Tor's hand back, a smile tugging at my lips. Yeah, I add, my voice soft but sure. We are. Internally, I'm marveling at how right this feels. It's like there wasn't even a decision that needed to be made. It's just natural. As if all the years apart, all the pain and uncertainty were leading us back to this moment. Fern's face breaks into a wide grin.
Well, it's about damn time, she says, reaching across the table to pat my arm. You two have been dancing around each other for far too long. It's nice to see you together, even after all these years.
I laugh, feeling lighter than I have in years. Yeah, I guess we have, I admit, leaning into Tor's solid presence beside me. As the conversation shifts to catching up on lost time, I find myself lost in thought. This clubhouse, once a source of so much pain and fear, now feels different. Not entirely comfortable, not yet, but possible. Like maybe, just maybe, I can push all of my bad memories aside to make new ones with my daughter and man. The laughter, the clink of bottles, the low rumble of conversation, it's all so achingly familiar, yet somehow different. Changed, just like everything has changed in these last 15 years. That's when I spot them again. Now the two men are at the bar, out of place in their crisp suits amidst the sea of leather and denim. One nurses a whiskey, his posture rigid and alert despite his seemingly relaxed position. The other leans in close, speaking in low tones. I nudge Tor, keeping my voice low. Who are they? Tor follows my gaze, his expression darkening slightly. The Irish, he says, his voice gruff. Liam Mackenzie and his brother-in-law Alexander Volkov. My brow furrows. Irish? What are they doing here? Tor takes a long pull from his beer before answering. Club runs drugs for them now. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Drugs? The club I remember steered clear of that shit. But then again, the club I remember is long gone. A lot's changed in the last few years, I murmur, more to myself than anyone else. Tor's hand finds mine under the table, giving it a reassuring squeeze. We do what we have to, he says softly. To survive, to thrive. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. Part of me wants to rail against it, to demand answers, explanations. But another part understands. This world, it's never been black and white. And survival? Well, sometimes survival means making hard choices. Before I can dwell on it further, a whirlwind of excited energy descends upon our table. Tindra, Rev, and Dala, their faces flushed with excitement. Mom! Mom! Tindra exclaims, practically bouncing on her toes. Can I stay over at Rev and Dala's tonight? Please? They want to have a sleepover. I blink, momentarily thrown by the sudden shift. Fern chuckles. It's fine with me, as long as Megan's okay with it. 3 pairs of hopeful eyes turn to me. I hesitate for a moment, old instincts warring with the new reality I'm trying to embrace. Please, Mom? Tindra pleads, her eyes wide and earnest. It'll be so much fun. I look at her, really look at her. She's so happy, so alive. This is the childhood she deserves, the one I've always wanted for her. Friends, family, a sense of belonging. Okay, I say finally, a smile breaking through. Yeah, that's fine. The girls erupt in squeals of delight, hugging each other and chattering excitedly about their plans. I can't help but laugh at their enthusiasm. Just behave, okay? I add, trying to sound stern but failing miserably. Tindra rolls her eyes good-naturedly. We will, Mom. Promise. As I watch Tindra's retreating form, her laughter mingling with Rev and Dala's, a wave of guilt washes over me. My smile falters, and I feel a heaviness settle in my chest. You okay there, sweetheart? Tor's deep voice rumbles beside me, his hand coming to rest on the small of my back. I turn to him, struggling to find the right words. I can't help thinking about all the time we've lost. All the moments like this that Tindra missed out on. Tor's eyes soften, and he pulls me closer. Hey, don't do that to yourself. You did what you thought was best. Did I? I whisper, my voice barely audible over the noise of the clubhouse. Look at her, Tor. She's thriving here. She has family, friends her own age. I kept her from all of this for so long. I watch as Tindra animatedly talks with Eric, her face lit up with excitement. It's a stark contrast to the quiet, reserved girl I've known for years. You protected her, Tor says firmly. And now you're giving her this. That's what matters. I shake my head, unconvinced. But all those years... Megan, Tor interrupts, turning me to face him fully. You can't change the past, but you're here now. I'm here now. That's what counts. I nod, trying to let his words sink in. But the guilt still gnaws at me, a persistent ache that won't quite let go. I just wish... I start, then trail off, unsure how to finish the thought. Tor waits patiently, his presence a steady anchor amid my swirling emotions. I wish I'd been brave enough to come back sooner. I finally admit, the words feeling like a confession. To give her all of this earlier.
Chapter 9. Tor. The clubhouse is alive tonight, pulsing with energy and laughter. I lean back in my chair, taking in the scene before me. My girls, Megan and Tindra, are at the center of it all, their smiles lighting up the room. Pride swells in my chest as I watch them interact with the other members and their families. Megan throws her head back, laughing at something Fern just said. The sound of her joy cuts through the noise of the clubhouse, drawing my attention like a moth to a flame. Her ashy blonde hair catches the light, and for a moment, I'm mesmerized by the way it shimmers. Tindra, my little firecracker, is perched on a bar stool next to my father, regaling him with some wild tale. Her hands fly through the air, punctuating each word with dramatic flair. Dad's eyebrows are raised so high they're practically touching his hairline, but the grin on his face tells me he's enjoying every second of it. I can't help but smile, my heart full to bursting. This is what I've always wanted. My family, my club, all together. Safe. Happy. It's a moment I want to bottle up and keep forever. As I watch, Megan's eyes find mine across the room. The connection is instant, electric. She gives me a little wink, and I feel a surge of heat course through my body. Christ, the effect this woman has on me is unreal. I beckon her over with a tilt of my head, and she excuses herself from her conversation. As she makes her way toward me, I can't help but admire the way she moves. There's a newfound confidence in her stride, a sureness that wasn't there before. It's sexy as hell. "Hey, handsome," she purrs as she reaches me, sliding onto my lap without hesitation. "You looked a little lonely over here." I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her close. "Not anymore," I murmur, nuzzling into her neck. She smells like vanilla and something uniquely Megan, a scent that never fails to drive me wild. "You two are gross," Tindra's voice pipes up, and I look over to see her standing in front of us, hands on her hips in a perfect imitation of her mother. Megan laughs, the sound vibrating through her body and into mine. "And you, little miss, are supposed to be getting ready to go to Grandma and Grandpa's." "Oh, yeah. Do we need to go home and grab a couple of things? I have some stuff I'd like to take if that's okay." "Of course it is," I tell her, reaching out to ruffle her hair. "Now go tell them we're going to run back to your house to get some of your things." As Tindra races off, I turn my attention back to Megan. The realization that we'll have the night to ourselves hits me like a freight train. It's been too long since we've had any real alone time. I lean in close, my lips brushing against the shell of her ear. "Kid-free tonight," I whisper, my voice low and husky. "So I guess that means you can get a little wild, huh?" A shiver runs through Megan's body, and I feel a sense of masculine pride at her reaction. She turns her head, her sage green eyes meeting mine. There's a glint of mischief in them that makes my heart race. Maybe, she teases, her fingers tracing patterns on my chest. Depends on how good you are. I growl playfully, tightening my grip on her waist. Oh, I can be very good, darling. You know that. Megan's laugh is cut short as Magnus approaches, his imposing figure casting a shadow over us. Sorry to interrupt, he rumbles, his voice as deep and solid as the wood he works with. Tor, we've got a situation that needs your attention. I suppress a sigh, already feeling the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. This is the downside of being in the club. You can never just clock out. Can it wait? I ask, even though I already know the answer. Magnus shakes his head, his expression grim. Afraid not, brother. It's about the shipment coming in tonight. Fuck. I'd almost forgotten about that. I look at Megan apologetically, but she's already sliding off my lap. Go, she says, understanding in her eyes. I'll make sure Tindra gets to your parents safely. I stand up, cupping Megan's face in my hands. I'll make it up to you later, I promise, pressing a quick kiss to her lips. She smiles against my mouth. You better. As I follow Magnus toward the room where we hold Kirkja, I can't help but throw one last glance over my shoulder. Megan's watching me go, a mixture of love and concern on her face. It hits me how lucky I am to have her by my side through all of this. Kirkja is already filled with the officers and full patches when Magnus and I enter. The air is thick with tension, and I can see the worry etched on every face. What's the situation? I ask, taking my place at the table. Logie, our sergeant-at-arms, speaks up first. Got word from our contact at the docks. There's been a change in security personnel tonight. New guys, not on our payroll. Shit, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. This complicates things. The club has spent months setting up this shipment, greasing all the right palms to ensure smooth sailing. A last-minute change could blow the whole operation. That's not all, Ivar, our road captain, chimes in. There's been chatter about the increased police presence in the area. Could be routine, but it could also mean someone's tipped them off, I finish for him. Now that is too dangerous to ignore. I take a moment to survey the room, meeting each member's eyes in turn. These are my brothers, my family. We all count on my father to make the right call, to keep us all safe. All right. My father finally speaks up, his voice steady. Here's what we're going to do. Logie, I want you to take a team down to the docks, scope out the situation, see if you can get eyes on these new security guys. Logie nods, already prepared to jump at a moment's notice. Ivar, dig deeper into the police chatter. Find out if it's just a coincidence or if we've got a leak somewhere. On it, Ivar says, pulling out his phone. The rest of you I want on standby. If this goes sideways, we might need to move fast. As the others file out of the room, each with their assigned tasks, my father hangs back. I can see the question in his eyes before he even opens his mouth. What about you? He asks. Where do you want to be? I hesitate, torn between my duty to the club and my promise to Megan. The responsible thing would be to oversee the operation personally, to be there if shit hits the fan. But the thought of missing out on a night alone with Megan... I'll be a call away, I decide finally. If you need me, I'll ride out. He nods, understanding in his eyes. He knows what tonight means to me, to Megan. We've got this, son, he assures. Go be with your family. As I watch him leave, I'm struck by a wave of gratitude for my club. A lot of prezes wouldn't just let one of the full patches hang back like this. They're not just my brothers. They're the support system that allows me to have a life outside of all this. I make my way back to the main room, my eyes immediately seeking out Megan. She's by the bar, chatting with one of the prospects. As if sensing my gaze, she looks up, a question in her eyes. I nod, letting her know everything's okay, and her shoulders visibly relax. God, I love how in tune we are, how she can read me with just a look. As I approach, the prospect, Hakan, scurries off. Smart kid. He knows better than to hang around this full patches old lady for too long. Everything okay? Megan asks as I slide onto the bar stool next to her. I nod, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her close. Nothing we can't handle, I assure her. Where's Tindra?
I'd imagine she's on her way to our place to get a couple of things. Fern offered to take her while you were in Kirkia, and I didn't say no.
I raise an eyebrow at that. I'm surprised you didn't go with them. Megan shrugs, a coy smile playing on her lips.
No, I'm not going to be a helicopter mom tonight. This mom needs a break. You know, to stick around and see if my man needs anything. Anything at all.
The suggestive tone in her voice sends a shiver down my spine. I lean in close, my lips brushing her ear. Oh, I definitely need something, I murmur, my hand sliding lower on her waist. Megan playfully smacks my leg, her light sage-green eyes sparkling with mischief.
Behave yourself, mister,
she teases, but I can see the flush creeping up her neck. I chuckle, loving how she can be both fierce and playful in the same breath. It's one of the many things that draw me to her like a moth to a flame. All right, I concede, holding up my hands in mock surrender. How about a drink instead? You want one?
I'd love one,
she says, tucking a strand of her ashy blonde hair behind her ear. I nod, catching Hakon's eye as he passes by. Hey, prospect, I call out. Get me a beer and a wine cooler for the lady. Yes, sir, Hakon replies, practically tripping over himself to comply. It's almost comical how eager these prospects are to please. As Hakon heads to the bar, I turn back to Megan, drinking in the sight of her. The clubhouse's dim lighting casts a warm glow on her skin, accentuating the curves that motherhood has given her. I'm about to pull her in for a kiss when she puts a finger against my lips.
I'll be right back. I need to go use the bathroom.
My lips curl into a smirk. All right, but hurry up. She laughs and rolls her eyes as she walks off. A couple of minutes pass when Hakon is bringing me a beer and a wine cooler for Megan. Suddenly, there's pressure against the small of my back. I turn, expecting to see Megan's hand, but instead, I'm face to face with Lexi. My smirk fades instantly. What the hell, I think, caught off guard by her sudden appearance. The last thing I need right now is drama, especially with Megan here. What the fuck are you doing? I growl, my voice low and dangerous. Lexi's lips curl into a coy smile, her blonde hair catching the dim light as she tilts her head.
Just coming to see if you need any company, Tor,
she purrs, her hand still resting on my back. I can't help but laugh, the sound harsh and humorless. This girl's being a complete idiot, and I'm not in the mood to play games. The last thing I need is any sort of company from you, I tell her point blank, my green eyes boring into hers. Lexi reels back, feigning hurt.
Gosh, Tor, how cruel can you be?
She pouts, but I can see the calculation behind her doe-eyed act. I feel my jaw clench, irritation coursing through me. Megan will be back any moment, and the last thing I want is for her to feel uncomfortable in our home. My home. Cut the crap, Lexi, I say, my voice steely. You damn well know I have an old lady. You need to respect that, or I swear I'll bring it up at the next Kirkja that we should vote you out." The threat hangs in the air between us, heavy and real. I mean every word of it, and from the flicker of uncertainty in Lexi's eyes, I can tell she knows it. But then her expression shifts, a sultry smile replacing the pout.
"Oh, I like it when you get all spicy and dominant,"
she purrs, stepping closer. Her hand trails down my chest, and I resist the urge to physically push her away. I grab her wrist, removing her hand from my body. "This isn't a game, Lexi," I warn, my voice low. "Back off, now." As I stare her down, I can't help but think about how different she is from Megan. Where Megan is genuine and warm, Lexi is all fake and cold calculation. It only solidifies what I already know. Megan is the only woman for me, and no amount of flirting or manipulation from Lexi is going to change that. I hear the familiar sound of footsteps approaching, and my heart rate picks up. I know those steps anywhere. Megan. She comes into view, her ashy blonde hair swinging as she pulls it up into a ponytail. Her light sage-green eyes narrow as they lock onto Lexi, who's still standing far too close to me. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Megan's voice is sharp, cutting through the tension in the air. Lexi turns, a smirk playing on her lips. She chuckles, the sound grating on my nerves.
"Whatever I damn well want to, sweetheart. After all, I'm the one who kept his bed warm while you were away."
My blood boils at her words. I can't let Megan think that's true. No, I interject, my voice firm. Any Hora did that I wanted, not just your ass. I watch Megan's face carefully, worried about how she'll react. But to my surprise, she looks right at Lexi, her expression cool and collected.
"If you're trying to make me jealous, it's not going to work," Megan states, her voice steady. "We weren't together, so anything that happened in the time we were apart doesn't matter."
I feel a surge of pride at her words. That's my girl, standing her ground. But Lexi isn't backing down. She runs her hand over my chest, her touch making my skin crawl. I want to push her away, but I'm curious to see how Megan will handle this.
"You're gonna want to stop doing that,"
Megan warns, her voice low and dangerous. Lexi, oblivious to the storm brewing in Megan's eyes, laughs.
"Oh, and why would I want to do something like that?"
I can see the shift in Megan's stance, the way her muscles tense. I know what's coming, and a part of me is eager to see it. Megan's lips curl into a cold smile.
"Because of this."
In a flash, Megan's hand shoots out, grabbing a fistful of Lexi's hair. With a strength that surprises even me, she slams Lexi's head into the ground. The sound echoes through the clubhouse, drawing attention from everyone around us. I watch, a mix of shock and admiration coursing through me, as Megan straddles Lexi, raining down punch after punch. Her fists connect with satisfying thuds, and I can see the fury in her eyes, the primal need to protect what's hers. Fuck, I mutter under my breath, torn between stepping in or letting Megan finish what Lexi started. My body thrums with an unexpected rush of desire. Seeing Megan like this, all fire and strength, it's doing things to me I didn't expect. Lexi's face is a mess of smeared makeup and blood, but her sharp tongue hasn't dulled. She spits blood and venom, her words slicing through the air.
"Is that all you've got, you cheap whore? No wonder Tor needed real company while you were gone."
Megan's fist connects with Lexi's jaw, the crack reverberating through the room.
"Shut your fucking mouth,"
she snarls. I clench my fists, resisting the urge to intervene. This is Megan's fight, and damn if she isn't holding her own. Megan leans in close, her voice low and menacing.
Listen up, you pathetic excuse for a club girl. You're gonna lay the fuck off all the old men, or I swear I'll get every old lady to take a round on your sorry ass. Lexi's laugh is harsh and mocking. She looks around the club, her eyes wild. Who the fuck is this bitch to tell me this shit? I've been around for plenty long enough to establish my bearings, you dumb cunt. I feel a surge of pride mixed with concern. Megan's holding her own, but Lexi's not backing down. This could get uglier. Suddenly, Charm appears, her face a mask of disgust. She grabs Lexi by the hair, yanking her to her feet. You're gonna sleep outside tonight, Lex. You wanna act like a spoiled brat? Enjoy the fucking rain. With a forceful shove, Charm sends Lexi tumbling. She trips over her own feet, crashing to the floor in an ungraceful heap. I can't help but smirk. Looks like karma's a bitch, Lex, I mutter, wrapping an arm around Megan's waist. I can feel Megan's body thrumming with adrenaline, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she catches her breath. The sight of her like this, fierce, untamed, and utterly mine, sets my blood on fire. Something primal stirs within me, a hunger that needs to be sated. You okay, babe? I murmur, my lips brushing her ear. She turns to me, her sage green eyes blazing. Never better, she says, a wicked grin spreading across her face. That's all it takes. In one swift motion, I tighten my grip on her waist and practically lift her off her feet, steering us toward the stairs. We're not done here, I growl, low enough for only her to hear. Megan's breath hitches. Tor, what are you? Shh, I cut her off, my voice rough with need. You'll see. We stumble up the stairs, barely able to keep our hands off each other. The second we're through the door of my room, I slam it shut and pin Megan against it. Our lips crash together in a kiss that's all teeth and tongue, desperate and hungry. God, you're so fucking hot when you're fired up. I pant, trailing kisses down her neck. Megan's fingers tangle in my hair, pulling me closer. Yeah? You like watching me put bitches in their place? I groan, pressing my hips against hers. You have no idea. In a flash, Megan drops to her knees, her hands already working at my belt. Let me show you how much I missed you, she purrs, looking up at me through her lashes. I lean back against the door, my head thudding against the wood as Megan takes me in her mouth. Fuck, babe, I hiss, my fingers threading through her ashy blonde hair. The world narrows down to just this. The wet heat of Megan's mouth, the sight of her on her knees before me, the intoxicating mix of pleasure and power. It's almost too much, too fast. Wait, I manage to choke out, gently pulling her off me. Not like this. I want to be inside you. Megan's eyes darken with lust. How do you want me? I spin her around, pressing her chest against the door. Just like this, I growl, hiking up her skirt. As I slide into her from behind, we both moan in unison. It feels like coming home, like rediscovering a part of myself I'd forgotten. With each thrust, I'm relearning her body, memorizing every curve and angle. Tor, Megan gasps, her fingers scrabbling for purchase on the smooth door. God, I missed this. Missed you. I wrap an arm around her waist, pulling her flush against me. I'm right here, babe, I murmur, nipping at her earlobe. Not going anywhere. Our bodies move together in a frenzied rhythm, the sound of skin on skin filling the room. I can feel the tension building, coiling tighter and tighter until it's almost unbearable. Come for me, Megan, I command, my voice hoarse. She cries out, her body clenching around me, and it's enough to send me over the edge. I bury my face in her neck as I come, her name a prayer on my lips. As we catch our breath, still tangled together,
I can't help but smile. This woman, this fierce, beautiful creature in my arms, she's everything I never knew I needed. Welcome home, I whisper, pressing a soft kiss to her shoulder. Megan turns in my arms, her eyes shining with something that looks a lot like love. It's good to be back.
Chapter 10. Megan. I grip the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white as I scan the rearview mirror for the 100th time. The roads of Tallahassee stretch out behind me, empty in the midday sun, but I can't shake the feeling of being watched. It's been a month since the club party, a month of relative peace, but the anxiety coiled in my gut refuses to unwind. Tindra's voice pulls me from my paranoid thoughts.
Mom? You okay?
She's sitting in the passenger seat, her black hair catching the sunlight streaming through the windshield. I force a smile, trying to keep the worry from my face. Yeah, baby, just thinking.
About what?
She tilts her head, curiosity sparking in her eyes. Eyes so much like mine, it makes my heart ache. I hesitate, not wanting to burden her with my fears.
Just life. How things have changed.
Tindra nods, a small furrow appearing between her brows.
Good changes, right?
Mostly, I admit, easing off the gas as we approach a red light. It's just a lot to get used to. The light turns green and I accelerate, the familiar purr of the engine oddly comforting. As we drive, I can't help but reflect on the past month. The club party feels like a lifetime ago, yet the memory of it still sends a shiver down my spine. The faces of the raiders of Valhalla, the way they welcomed my daughter with open arms, it was more than I ever dared hope for.
Mom?
Tindra's voice breaks through my thoughts again.
Yeah, sweetheart? Do you think we're safe here?
The question catches me off guard, and I glance at her, seeing the worry etched on her young face. It's a look no child should wear, and guilt gnaws at me for putting her through all of this. I take a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. I think we're safer than we've been in a long time. The club, they're good people. They've got our backs.
But you're still worried,
she observes, always too perceptive for her own good. I can't deny it. Old habits die hard, baby. I've spent a long time looking over my shoulder. It's not easy to stop. Tindra nods, her gaze drifting to the window.
I get it, but I like it here, Mom. It feels like home.
Her words warm something inside me, a feeling I've been trying to ignore. Because she's right. Tallahassee, the club, tour, it all feels dangerously close to home. And home is something I've learned can be ripped away in an instant. I'm glad you're happy here, I say softly, reaching over to squeeze her hand. That's all I've ever wanted for you. We lapse into silence as I navigate the familiar streets until I'm turning down our back road and then our driveway. The new house looms ahead, a beautiful cedar structure that still feels too good to be true. As I pull into the driveway, I can't help but marvel at how different our lives are now compared to just a month ago.
Hey, Mom?
Tindra says as I cut the engine.
Can we have a movie night tonight? Just us?
I smile, genuinely this time.
Absolutely. You pick the movie,
I'll make the popcorn. We climb out of the car, and I watch as Tindra bounds up the steps to the front door. She looks so at ease, so carefree, and I wish I could borrow some of that innocence, even for a moment. Inside, the house is cool and quiet. I drop my keys on the side table, my eyes automatically sweeping the room for anything out of place. Old habits, indeed. "I'm gonna go change," Tindra calls, already halfway up the stairs. "Okay, honey, I'll start on dinner." In the kitchen, I busy myself with meal prep, the routine motions calming my frayed nerves. As I chop vegetables, my mind wanders to Tor. His steady presence has been a constant this past month, a rock in the turbulent sea of my emotions. Yet, even as I feel myself drawn to him, a part of me resists, afraid to fully trust, to fully let go. The sound of the front door opening has me freezing, knife poised midair. My heart rate spikes, adrenaline flooding my system. Tor's deep voice carries through the house, and I let out a shaky breath. "Megan?" "In the kitchen," I call back, setting down the knife with trembling hands. He appears in the doorway, all broad shoulders and kind eyes. "Hey," he says softly, a smile tugging at his lips. "Thought I'd stop by, see how you're doing." I manage a smile in return, even as my pulse continues to race. "We're good, just about to start dinner. Want to join us?" Tor steps closer, his gaze searching my face. "You sure? You look a little tense." I laugh, but it sounds hollow even to my own ears. "That obvious, huh?" He reaches out, his hand warm on my arm. "Talk to me, Megan. What's going on?" I bite my lip, warring with myself. Part of me wants to confide in him, to share the weight of my fears. But another part, the part that's been hurt and betrayed too many times, holds back. "It's nothing," I say, finally turning to the cutting board. "Just one of those days, you know?" Tor doesn't buy it for a second. He gently turns me to face him, his hands on my shoulders. "Megan, I know you're still getting used to all this, to us. But you're safe here, you and Tindra both. I promise you that." I look up into his eyes, seeing the sincerity there, the depth of feeling that both thrills and terrifies me. "I know," I whisper. "I'm trying to believe it, it's just hard sometimes." He pulls me into his arms then, and I allow myself to sink into his embrace, just for a moment. His strength envelops me, and I feel some of the tension leave my body. "One day at a time," he murmurs into my hair. "That's all we can do." I nod against his chest, fighting back tears. When I pull away, I manage a more genuine smile. "Thank you for being here, for doing all that you've done." Tor cups my face in his hands, his touch impossibly gentle. "Always," he says, and the word holds a weight, a promise that makes my heart stutter. The sound of footsteps on the stairs breaks the moment, and we step apart just as Tindra enters the kitchen. "Dad!" she exclaims, her face lighting up. "Are you staying for dinner?" Tor grins, ruffling her hair as she hugs him. "If that's okay with you." "Of course it is," I say, turning back to the stove to hide the flush in my cheeks. "Hope you like stir-fry." As we settle into the familiar routine of cooking and setting the table, I feel some of my earlier anxiety fade. Watching Tor and Tindra laugh together, seeing the easy affection between them, I allow myself to hope. Hope that maybe, just maybe, we've found somewhere we can truly belong. But even as warmth fills my chest, a small voice in the back of my mind whispers a warning. "Don't get too comfortable," it says. "Don't let your guard down, because the moment you do, that's when everything falls apart." I push the thought away, focusing instead on the here and now, on my daughter's smile, on Tor's steady presence, on the home we're slowly building together. One day at a time, I remind myself. As we sit down to eat, the conversation flows easily, punctuated by laughter and the clinking of our forks and knives. I find myself relaxing, drawn into the warmth of family, a concept that still feels foreign, yet increasingly precious. "So, how was work today?" Tor asks, his eyes meeting mine over his plate. I shrug, twirling noodles around my fork. "Busy, but good. Beans and Babes is really taking off here." "That's great," he says, genuine pride in his voice. "You've worked hard for it." "We both have," I correct him, thinking of Dasha and all the late nights we've put in. It's nice to see it paying off. Tindra pipes up, her mouth full of vegetables. "Can I start working there when I'm older, Mom?" I choke on my water, coughing as Tor thumps me on the back. "Let's, revisit that idea in a few years, okay?" I manage to say, picturing my daughter in the revealing uniforms we wear at the cafe. Tindra groans. "Come on, you work there and a lot of your friends. Why can't I?" Tor steps in. "Because you're a minor and we know what the customers do that come in there. It's just not something that's on the table right now, sweetheart." I take another sip of water, clearing my throat. "Speaking of work, I actually need to head in early tomorrow. We've got a staff meeting before opening." Tor chews on his food and nods. "Sounds good. I'll stay here with Tindra and take her over to the club when we wake up." I arch a brow. "Oh, does that mean you're planning on staying here tonight?" Tor snickers. "Yeah, it does." I don't know why, but the way he doesn't ask just drives me wild. "Bring Tindra by the cafe around noon." I promised her we'd go get some shopping done after my shift. Before long, it's the next morning, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee envelops me as I push open the door to Beans and Babes. Soft pink light bathes the interior, casting a warm glow on the rustic wooden furniture. I inhale deeply, savoring the mingled scents of vanilla and caramel. "Morning, boss lady," Dasha calls from behind the counter, her lips curving into a smile. "Ready to talk business?" I nod, making my way over. "More than ready. We've been slammed lately." Dasha's eyes sparkle with excitement. "I know. It's incredible, right? Who knew Tallahassee was so thirsty?" I can't help but laugh. "For coffee or eye candy?" "Both, obviously." She winks, gesturing to her skimpy uniform. "These outfits are paying off big time in tips." We settle into a quiet corner booth, steaming lattes in hand. I take a moment to admire the floral murals adorning the walls, still in awe that we're here. "So," I begin, "I've been crunching the numbers. I think we can afford to hire a couple more girls." Dasha's eyebrows shoot up. "Seriously? That's fantastic." I nod, a burst of pride warming my chest. We're doing well enough to justify the expansion. Plus, it'll give us all a bit of breathing room in the schedule. God, yes, Dasha groans. My feet have been killing me lately. Tell me about it, I commiserate, thinking of the long hours we've been putting in. So, what do you think? Should we post the jobs and see what kind of interest we get? Dasha grins, raising her mug in a mock toast. Absolutely, let's do it. As we discuss the details, my mind wanders to Tor. It's strange how easily we've fallen back into each other's lives, as if the years apart were nothing more than a brief intermission. I find myself smiling at the thought of him, of the way he's stepped up for Tindra. Earth to Megan. Dasha's voice breaks through my reverie. You okay? You zoned out for a second there. I blink, focusing on her concerned face. Yeah, sorry, just thinking. She leans forward, a knowing look in her eyes. About a certain tall, dark, and handsome biker, perhaps? I feel heat creep into my cheeks. Maybe, I admit reluctantly. Dasha's smile softens. It's good to see you happy, Meg. You deserve it. I swallow hard, fighting back a sudden wave of emotion. Thanks, I manage. It's just complicated, you know? She reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. Love always is. But from what I've seen, that man adores you and Tindra both. I nod, unable to deny it. Tor has been nothing short of amazing, seamlessly integrating himself into our lives. It's no shock to me that we're making up for lost time, but he's determined to be the best father he can be. He really has stepped up, I say softly. Sometimes I look at him with Tindra and it's like we never really ended, you know? Like we just picked up right where we left off. Dasha's eyes shine with understanding. That's rare, Meg. Don't let fear hold you back from something good. I take a deep breath, her words hitting home. You're right. I'm trying. It's just one day at a time. She finishes for me, echoing my own mantra. I smile gratefully. Exactly. The sudden chime of the door opening startles us both. I glance at my watch, realizing how much time has passed. Shit, we need to get ready to open, I say, sliding out of the booth. Dasha nods, following suit. I'll start on the job postings this afternoon. We'll have this place running even smoother in no time. As we move to our tasks, I feel a renewed sense of purpose. Between the success of the cafe and the unexpected joy of my reunited family, life is looking up. I just hope I can hold on to this happiness, despite the nagging fear that still lingers in the back of my mind. The clock strikes noon, and I breathe a sigh of relief as I untie my apron. Tindra's already waiting by the counter, her eyes bright with excitement. Ready for our shopping date? I ask, grabbing 2 lattes to go. She nods eagerly, accepting her drink. So ready. Thanks, Mom. I look around the shop. Did your dad leave already? Tindra nods. Yeah, he had to get back to the club, so he walked me in and then left. As we step out into the warm Tallahassee sun, I can't help but marvel at how much my life has changed in such a short time. The drive to Governor's Square is filled with Tindra's excited chatter about the latest fashion trends she's been eyeing online. So, I say as we pull into the parking lot, any specific stores you want to hit? Tindra doesn't hesitate. American Eagle and Charlotte Russe for sure. I smile, remembering my own teenage obsession with those stores. You got it, kiddo. As we walk through the mall's bustling corridors, I can't shake the feeling of surreality. Here I am, shopping with my daughter like any normal mom, when just a few months ago... Mom? Tindra's voice pulls me from my thoughts. You okay? I force a smile. Of course, sweetie, just thinking about how nice this is. We dive into American Eagle first, and I watch as Tindra goes from rack to rack, her face lighting up at each discovery. As she disappears into a changing room, I find myself fingering a soft, oversized sweater. You should try it on, Tindra says, emerging in a pair of ripped jeans and a crop top that makes my heart skip a beat. When did she get so grown up? Maybe, I say, then gesture to her outfit. That looks great on you. She beams, twirling a little. Really? You don't think it's too much? I pause, considering my words carefully. I think it's perfect for a confident young woman. Just maybe save the crop tops for when your dad's not around, yeah? Tindra giggles, and the sound warms my heart. As we continue our shopping spree, moving on to Charlotte Russe, I find myself relaxing more than I have in weeks. Hey, Tindra, I say as we're browsing through a rack of dresses. How are you liking it here? In Tallahassee, I mean. She looks up, her green eyes thoughtful. I like it a lot, actually. It's different. Different how? Tindra shrugs, running her fingers over a sequined top. I don't know. It's like we have this giant sort of family here, you know? Back in Atlanta, we had people, but it wasn't like this. Does that make sense? I nod, a lump forming in my throat. Yeah, baby, it makes perfect sense. Is that okay? She asks, suddenly looking uncertain. That I feel that way? I pull her into a hug, ignoring the curious glances from other shoppers. Of course it's okay. I'm so glad you feel that way. As I hold my daughter close, I can't help but think about the family we found here. Tor, the club, even Dasha and the girls at Beans and Babes. It's unconventional, sure, and not without its dangers. But for the first time in a long time, it feels like home. I run my fingers through Tindra's silky hair, savoring this afternoon of peace. I think I've bought you out, kiddo, I say with a chuckle, gesturing to the mountain of shopping bags at our feet. Tindra's eyes light up, and she grins. Thanks, Mom. This was awesome. We gather our haul and head toward the exit. The parking lot shimmers under the afternoon sun, and I fish my keys out of my purse. Hey, Mom? Tindra pipes up as we approach the car. Can I tell you a joke? I can't help but smile at her eagerness. By all means, take it away. Tindra clears her throat dramatically. Okay, so, why don't scientists trust atoms? I quirk an eyebrow. I don't know. Why? Because they make up everything. Tindra bursts into laughter, her joy infectious. I'm about to join in when a deep, familiar voice behind us says, "That was a good one." My blood turns to ice. I don't need to turn around to know who it is. My father, the monster from my past, sneaking up on me yet again. I steel myself, pushing down the panic threatening to overwhelm me. Tindra, I say, keeping my voice steady. Get in the car, sweetie, and lock the doors. I turn slowly, placing myself between Tindra and my father. His cold eyes bore into mine, a smirk playing on his lips.
"Who's this?"
he asks, nodding toward Tindra. My heart races, but I force myself to stand tall. "No one you need to concern yourself with," I reply, my voice low and dangerous. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Inside, I'm screaming. What does he want? I glance back at Tindra, shaking my head slightly. "Stay quiet," I silently plead. Her eyes are wide with fear, but she nods and heads for the car. My father's gaze flicks between us, his smirk growing wider.
"Ah, I see. You have a kid."
His eyes narrow, calculating.
"She's about your age when we started using you for the better of the group."
My blood runs cold, and nausea coils in the pit of my stomach. Memories I've tried so hard to bury come rushing back, threatening to drown me. But I can't break down, not now, not in front of Tindra. I take a step toward him, my nostrils flaring. "Don't you dare," I hiss, my voice barely above a whisper. He laughs in my face, the sound grating on my nerves.
"Look at the mama bear come out,"
he taunts. Before I can react, his fist collides with my cheek. The pain explodes across my face, and I stumble backward. Tindra's scream pierces the air. "Stay in the car!" I yell, not daring to take my eyes off my father. He advances on me, his face a mask of cruel amusement.
"You need to come back to the group, Megan. Start working with us again."
I taste blood in my mouth, but I stand my ground.
"Never!"
I spit out. "I'm not going to work with you ever again. I don't believe in what you do." My mind races. How can I protect Tindra? How can I get us out of this? The weight of my past presses down on me, threatening to crush me. But I can't let it. I won't let him win. His face contorts with rage, and before I can brace myself, another fist flies toward me. This time, it connects with my jaw, the force of it knocking me to the ground. I gasp, the wind knocked out of me as I hit the pavement.
"You ungrateful little bitch,"
he snarls, his foot connecting with my ribs. Pain explodes through my body, and I curl in on myself instinctively. I hear Tindra's muffled sobs from inside the car, and it fuels something primal inside me. I can't let him near her. I won't.
"You're disgusting,"
he spits, punctuating each word with another kick.
"Despicable. I didn't raise you to be one of those nasty half-breed mixing sluts."
His words cut deeper than his blows, reopening old wounds I thought I had long since healed. But I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. With a surge of adrenaline, I manage to roll away from his next kick. My ribs scream in protest as I push myself up, facing him with fury blazing in my eyes. "Leave us alone," I growl, my voice low and dangerous. "Me and my daughter, we're done with you and your twisted group." He throws his head back and laughs, the sound chilling me to my core.
"Oh, Megan,"
he says, his tone dripping with mock pity.
"You'll be coming back to the group one way or another, and so will that pretty little girl of yours. We need more breeders."
My blood runs cold as the implications of his words sink in. Breeders. That's what he sees us as, nothing more than vessels to further his sick agenda. "I'd rather die," I snarl, taking a step toward him. My fists clench at my sides, every muscle in my body coiled and ready to spring. He smirks, unfazed by my defiance. "That can be arranged, sweetheart, but not before you and your daughter do your part to grow our ranks." I feel sick, memories of my own childhood flooding back. The fear, the pain, the helplessness. But I'm not that scared little girl anymore. I'm a mother now, and I'll be damned if I let history repeat itself. "You won't touch her," I say, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "I won't let you destroy her life like you destroyed mine." "Tindra, unlock the car, now!" I scream, my eyes never leaving my father's face. I hear the clicks of the locks disengaging and make a mad dash for the driver's side door. My fingers wrap around the handle, but before I can yank it open, my father's meaty hand clamps down on my shoulder. I twist, breaking free of his grip, open the door, and dive into the car. The door slams shut behind me, my trembling hands fumbling with the lock. "Mom!" Tindra's terrified voice cuts through the chaos. "He's coming!" I jam the key into the ignition, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. The engine roars to life just as my father's fist comes crashing through the driver's side window. Glass rains down on me, sharp edges slicing my skin. His fingers wrap around my throat, squeezing mercilessly. "You're not going anywhere, you little bitch," he snarls, his face contorted with rage. I gasp for air, my vision blurring. In the passenger seat, Tindra is screaming, her small hands clawing at my father's arm. "Let her go! Please, stop!" The primal need to protect my daughter gives me a surge of strength. With one hand, I grip the steering wheel, the other fumbles for the gear shift. "Hold on, baby," I choke out to Tindra. I slam the car into reverse, flooring the gas pedal. The sudden movement catches my father off guard. His grip loosens for a split second, and I seize the opportunity. I jerk the wheel hard, causing him to stumble. His hand slips from my throat, and I gasp in a lungful of air. We're moving now, tires screeching against asphalt. I don't care where we're going. I just need us to get away from him. My foot never leaves the gas pedal as we careen over a median, the car bouncing violently. Tindra's voice is shaky, thick with tears. "Mom, are you okay?" I can't take my eyes off the road, can't slow down. My hands grip the wheel so tightly my knuckles are white. "I'm fine, sweetie. We're going to be okay. Just hold on." My mind races faster than the car. Where can we go? Who can we trust? Can we get to the clubhouse without him following us? What if he hurts someone else trying to get to us?
Chapter 11. Tor. I sit in Kirkya, stewing in frustration. We've been battling the Patriot and his cartel for far too long, and I'm sick of it. Blood spilled, lives lost, and still we're no closer to bringing him down. My hands clench into fists on the table in front of me, the grain of the wood beneath my fingers barely registering. 10 more overdoses this week alone. Enough is fucking enough. We've got to do something, I growl, my voice low and menacing. We can't keep sitting back while this prick destroys our city. Amen to that, Dag, our treasurer, mutters, running a hand through his long, dark brown hair. He's just as pissed as the rest of us. Tor's right. Runes, my father and president of our MC, says, we've been dancing around this asshole long enough. It's time we take the fight to him. The others around the table, all of our full patches and officers, grunt in their agreement. The tension in the room is practically suffocating. We need a plan. Fenrir, our VP, speaks up. We go in half-cocked, and we're as good as dead. He's right. We tried that before, and it almost cost me my life. I still bear the scar across my chest, a reminder of how cruel this life can be. It was Megan's face that flashed through my mind then, her beautiful eyes. Memories of being in the hospital together, both healing, both creating a bond neither of us would ever understand. We need to hit them where it hurts, I state, my mind starting to formulate a plan. His ego, his bank account, and his family. The tension in the room spikes at that last one, but I press on. Look, I know it's fucked up, but desperate times and all that shit. Tor's got a point, Ivar grunts, his expression dark. We tried the honorable route. Time we got our hands a little dirty. The others exchange looks, but no one disagrees. We're all thinking the same thing. All right, my father speaks, slamming his fist on the table. We move tonight. We'll hit his stash houses, take what we can, and torch the rest. Then we go after his family. A coldness settles over the room, but I know there's no turning back now. Logie leans forward, his weathered hands gripping the edge of Magnus's intricately carved table. It'll be the DEA hanging around soon enough, he growls, his eyes darting from face to face. And when they do, they're gonna start fucking up the shit we're running for Liam. I feel my jaw clench at the mention of our Irish connection. Liam's shipments are a significant part of our income, and any disruption could spell disaster for the club. Kraken nods, his massive frame seeming to fill half the room. Logie's right, he rumbles. We can't afford that kind of heat. Dag speaks up yet again. Agreed. It's time we deal with this patriot problem once and for all. I scan the room, taking in the determined faces of my brothers. The wooden sculptures of our Norse gods seem to watch us, their silent judgment weighing heavily on my shoulders. My fingers absently trace the skull tattoo on my chest, a reminder of the oaths I've sworn to this club. Fenrir's voice cuts through my thoughts, sharp and decisive. We know a good bit about him, and now is the time to strike. I'm about to voice my agreement when a sudden pounding on the door makes us all jump. My father bellows, We're busy in here. I know, but... Ulf's voice is cut off abruptly. For fuck's sake! The familiar sound of Starla's irritation precedes the door flying open. Her eyes sweep the room, landing on me with an intensity that makes my blood run cold. Megan's hurt, she says, and my world stops spinning. I'm on my feet before I realize I've moved, my heart pounding in my chest. What happened? I demand, my voice a low growl that barely contains the panic rising within me. But Starla's already turning, gesturing for me to follow. As I move toward the door, I catch glimpses of my brothers' faces. Concern, confusion, and in some cases, a hint of knowing. They've seen how I look at Megan, how I've changed since she came back into my life. I push those thoughts aside, focusing only on getting to her. My boots echo on the wooden floor as I follow Starla, each step feeling like an eternity. All I can think about is Megan. Her light sage-green eyes, the way she tries to hide her vulnerability behind sarcasm and toughness. And now she's hurt, and I wasn't there to protect her. The guilt and fear threaten to overwhelm me, but I force them down. Right now, Megan needs me to be strong. As we near the main room, I steel myself for what I might find, silently vowing that whoever hurt her will pay dearly for it. The scene that greets me as we enter the main room of the clubhouse is chaotic, but my eyes lock immediately on Tindra. My little girl is trembling, tears streaming down her face, and it feels like a knife twisting in my gut. I'm by her side in an instant, crouching down to her level and placing my hands gently on her arms. What happened, baby? Can you tell me? I ask, fighting to keep my voice steady. I need to be her rock right now, even as my insides are churning with worry and rage. Tindra's lower lip quivers as she tries to speak through her sobs.
We were at the mall,
she manages, her voice small and shaky.
This man came. He was yelling at Mom. He hit her, Dad. He hit her so hard.
My jaw clenches, and I have to remind myself not to tighten my grip on Tindra's arms. The thought of someone laying a hand on Megan, on my family, makes me want to tear this town apart until I find the bastard responsible. It's okay, sweetheart, I murmur, pulling her into a hug. You're safe now. Both of you are safe. I press a kiss to her forehead, breathing in the scent of her, reminding myself that she's here and unharmed. Can you do something for me? Can you go find Dala and Rev? They'll take care of you while I check on your mom. Tindra nods, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. As she walks away, I turn my attention to the couch where Megan is laying down. The sight of her makes my heart clench. She's battered and bruised, with Gwen hovering over her, applying gauze to various cuts and scrapes. I approach slowly, not wanting to interrupt Gwen's work. Megan's eyes meet mine, and despite the pain evident in her gaze, I see a flicker of relief. It takes everything in me not to pull her into my arms right then and there. How is she? I ask Gwen, my voice low and tight with barely contained emotion. Gwen glances up at me, her hands steady as she continues to tend to Megan's wounds. She's pretty banged up, but nothing life-threatening. I'm just making sure there's no sign of concussion or internal injuries. Jesus Christ, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. I want to punch something, preferably her assailant's face. But right now, Megan needs me to be calm and focused. I take a deep breath, pushing down the rage threatening to overwhelm me. Megan, I start, but words fail me. The woman I've come to care for is now at the center of a storm that threatens to engulf us all. But as I look into Megan's eyes, seeing the strength behind her pain, I know one thing for certain. We're going to get through this. I lean in closer to Megan, my voice low and urgent. Tindra told me a little of what happened, but I need more details. Did you see what the guy was driving, or anything like that? Megan's light sage-green eyes lock onto mine, a storm of emotion swirling within them. She takes a shaky breath, wincing slightly at the pain it causes. I can do you one better, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. My father did this. The words hit me like a sucker punch to the gut. I reel back, my mind struggling to process what she's just said. Your father? The question comes out harsher than I intended, disbelief and anger warring inside me. Megan nods, but the movement causes her to wince again. Gwen, who's been silently working beside us, speaks up. Take it easy, honey. Try not to move too much. I watch as Gwen gently removes the gauze, revealing the full extent of Megan's injuries. The sight of her battered face, the split lip, makes my blood boil. How could anyone do this to their own daughter? As Gwen carefully cleans the wounds, Megan's eyes never leave mine. My father, she continues, her voice stronger now, tinged with a mix of fear and determination, is a very bad man, Tor. She pauses, and I can see her steeling herself for what comes next. He's the Patriot. The revelation hits me like a freight train. The Patriot. The very man we were just discussing in Kirkia, the one causing havoc in our territory. He's Megan's father? My mind races, connecting dots I never knew existed. The way Megan always seemed guarded, her reluctance to talk about her past, It all makes a sick kind of sense now. Megan's eyes widen, a mixture of fear and gratitude swirling in those sage-green depths. My father approaches, his heavy footsteps echoing in the suddenly quiet room. His eyes are narrowed, jaw set tight. "Did I just hear you correctly?" he asks, voice low and dangerous. Megan nods, wincing slightly at the movement.
Yes.
She confirms, her voice barely above a whisper. She looks up at him, her light sage-green eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination.
I take it you've heard of him?
I watch as his expression darkens further. He runs a hand over his face, letting out a long, frustrated breath. "Heard of him? Sweetheart, the Patriot is fucking up shit for us right now. He's selling drugs in our territory, filled with fentanyl, and causing a bunch of overdoses. He's been a pain in our asses for years." Megan's brow furrows, and I can see the wheels turning in her mind. She bites her lower lip, then winces at the pain it causes.
Can I ask, have a majority of these deaths been people of color? Black? Latino?
Runes exchanges a look with me, surprise evident on his face. "In fact, they have," he confirms slowly. "How did you know?" A bitter laugh escapes Megan's lips, quickly followed by a grimace of pain.
That wasn't an oversight,
she says, her voice laced with disgust.
My father planned it that way. It's how he kills the people he hates without getting all the heat for it.
The revelation hits me like a punch to the gut. I've known some evil bastards in my time, but this is a whole new level of fucked up. I feel my fists clenching at my sides, the urge to find this man and make him pay growing stronger by the second. Gwen's voice cuts through the tension, all business.
Megan, I think you might need stitches above your lip. Let me take a closer look.
I watch as Gwen gently examines Megan's face, her touch professional but kind. Megan sits still, her eyes meeting mine over Gwen's shoulder. I can see the pain there, not just physical, but emotional. The weight of her confession hangs heavy in the air.
Yep, you definitely need stitches,
Gwen confirms after a moment. She reaches into her medkit, pulling out a small tube.
I'm going to use liquid stitch. It'll hold better and hurt less than traditional stitches.
As Gwen works, applying the liquid stitch with practiced ease, I find myself lost in thought. How long has Megan been carrying this secret? How much danger is she in now that we know? And what the hell are we going to do about her father?
All done,
Gwen announces, stepping back to survey her work.
Try not to talk for a couple of minutes, okay? Let it settle.
Megan nods, giving Gwen a grateful look. She waits a moment, letting the liquid stitch set as Gwen instructed. When she finally speaks, her voice is barely above a whisper.
There's more, Tor.
She swallows hard, wincing as the movement pulls at her split lip.
My father, he told me that Tindra and I were going to be part of his group, his followers, his people, that we'd be breeders.
Her voice breaks on the last word, and I can see the disgust written plainly across her face.
I told him we wouldn't. That's when he...
She gestures vaguely at her injuries. My blood runs cold at her words. The thought of Megan and our daughter in the clutches of that racist, drug-pushing piece of shit makes me want to tear the clubhouse apart with my bare hands. I take a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. He won't touch either of you, I growl, reaching out to gently cup Megan's face. I swear it, Megan. I'll do whatever I can to keep you both safe. As I say the words, I realize just how true they are. I'd burn the whole world down if it meant protecting Megan and Tindra. It's a feeling that both exhilarates and terrifies me. I've never felt this strongly about anyone before, and the depth of my emotions catches me off guard. Megan leans into my touch, her eyes closing briefly. When she opens them again, I can see the conflict there.
I don't want to put you in danger, she murmurs, or the club. Maybe we should just leave. Start fresh somewhere else.
The thought of Megan and Tindra leaving sends a jolt of panic through me. I shake my head firmly. No, you're safest here, with us. With me. I look around at my brothers, seeing the determination on their faces. We protect our own, and you're my family. Your father won't know what hit him. The room falls into an uneasy silence, the weight of Megan's revelation pressing down on all of us. I meet my father's eyes, seeing my own anger and determination reflected there. One thing's for sure. The Patriots' days of terrorizing our town are numbered. And if I have anything to say about it, he'll pay dearly for what he's done to Megan. I lean in close to Megan, my voice low and intense. I'm going to hunt down your father and make him pay for this. My fists clench at my sides, the rage bubbling just beneath the surface. No one hurts my family and gets away with it. Megan winces as Gwen presses a particularly tender spot.
I'm okay,
she insists, her voice hoarse but determined.
Just busted up pretty bad. Nothing I can't handle.
I can't help but smile at her stubbornness, even as worry gnaws at my insides. That's my Megan, tough as nails even when she's hurting. I kneel beside the couch, careful not to get in Gwen's way. You don't have to be tough right now, I tell her softly, fighting the urge to reach out and touch her. We've got you. You're safe here. Megan's eyes soften for a moment, and I see the vulnerability she usually keeps hidden.
Tor,
she whispers, and my name on her lips is both a comfort and a plea. I want to ask her more about what happened, to hunt down the son of a bitch who did this to her. But I know now isn't the time. Right now, she needs to heal, and I need to be here for her and Tindra. I'm here, I assure her, finally allowing myself to gently take her hand in mine. And I'm not going anywhere. We'll figure this out together, I promise. As I sit there, holding Megan's hand, while Gwen continues her examination, I'm acutely aware of the eyes of my brothers on us. They're seeing a side of me I've kept hidden for so long, the protective, caring man beneath the tough biker exterior. But at this moment, I don't care. All that matters is the woman in front of me, and making sure she knows she's not alone.
Chapter 12. Megan. The sunlight filtering through the curtains feels like daggers to my eyes. I groan, squeezing them shut tighter as consciousness creeps in unwelcome. My head is pounding, a dull throb that seems to pound through my entire body. Every muscle aches, protesting even the slightest movement. I'm vaguely aware that I'm not in my own bed. The sheets feel different, softer somehow, and there's a comforting warmth beside me that I'm not used to. As I slowly blink my eyes open, wincing at the light, I realize where I must be. Tor's room in the clubhouse. A gentle hand brushes against my forearm, and I turn my head slightly to see Tor lying next to me, his eyes filled with concern. "Hey, sweetheart," he says softly, his deep voice rough with sleep. "How are you feeling?" I try to speak, but my throat feels dry and scratchy. I swallow hard before attempting again. "Like I've been hit by a truck." I rasp out. Everything hurts. Tor's brow furrows, and he props himself up on one elbow, looking down at me. His dark hair is tousled from sleep, and I can see the edge of his skull tattoo peeking out from under the sheets. I'm sorry, Meg. Do you want me to get you some painkillers? I nod weakly, immediately regretting the movement as a fresh wave of pain washes over me. Please, I whisper. As Tor slides out of bed and pads toward the bathroom, I take stock of my surroundings. The room is simple but comfortable, with dark wood furniture and deep green walls. It suits Tor, I think. Masculine and no nonsense, but with an unexpected touch of warmth. I try to sit up, but my body protests vehemently. A whimper escapes my lips before I can stop it, and Tor is instantly back at my side, a glass of water in one hand and pills in the other. Easy there, he murmurs, setting the items on the nightstand. Let me help you. With infinite care, he slides an arm behind my shoulders, supporting me as he helps me into a sitting position. The movement sends fresh waves of pain through my body, and I can't help but wince. I've got you, Tor says, his voice a soothing rumble. He hands me the pills and then the water, watching closely as I swallow them down. Thanks, I manage, leaning back against the headboard. The cool wood feels good against my aching muscles. Tor settles back on the bed next to me, his hand finding mine and giving it a gentle squeeze. Do you remember much about yesterday? He asks cautiously. I close my eyes, trying to piece together the fragmented memories. Some, I admit. It's all a bit hazy. That's normal, Tor assures me. You took quite a hit. I nod slowly, memories of the attack at the clubhouse flashing through my mind. The fear, the pain, the chaos. I shudder involuntarily, and Tor's grip on my hand tightens. You're safe now, he says firmly, as if reading my thoughts. I promise you, Megan, no one's going to hurt you here. I want to believe him. God, how I want to believe him. But a lifetime of running, of always looking over my shoulder, isn't easy to shake off. I know, I say instead, not meeting his eyes. Tor sighs, and I can feel his gaze on me. You don't have to pretend with me, you know, he says softly. It's okay to be scared. Hell, after what you've been through, I'd be worried if you weren't. His words catch me off guard, and I look up at him. There's no judgment in his eyes, just understanding and something else, something that makes my heart skip a beat. I'm not used to this, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. Having someone care? Tor's expression softens, and he reaches out to brush a strand of hair from my face. Well, get used to it, he says, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Because I'm not going anywhere. For a moment, we just look at each other, and I feel something stronger than ever between us. It's terrifying and exhilarating all at once, this connection that seems to be growing stronger by the day. Tor's bottle green eyes lock onto mine, and I can see the concern etched in his features. Taking a deep breath, I let my guard down. I'm going to be okay. I'm tired, Tor, so damned tired. I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. I'm exhausted from constantly looking over my shoulder, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. I want to be at peace. Is that too much to ask? The words tumble out, and with them, the emotions I've been holding back. My eyes sting with unshed tears, and I blink rapidly, trying to keep them at bay. Tor's expression softens, and he reaches out, his fingertips brushing gently against my cheek. The tenderness of the gesture nearly undoes me. "I'm going to handle this, Megan," he says, his voice low and determined. "I'll take care of it. You don't have to run anymore." His words, meant to comfort, instead send a jolt of fear through me. I shake my head, feeling the first tears spill over. "You don't understand," I choke out. "My father, he isn't someone you can just handle. He's not like other threats you've faced." I think about all the times I've tried to escape, all the close calls, all the people who've been hurt because they tried to help me. The weight of it all crashes down on me, and I can't hold back the sob that escapes my throat. "You don't know what he's capable of," I continue, my words coming out in a rush. "He has connections, resources, he's relentless. I've seen what happens to people who get in his way, Tor. I can't let that happen to you, to any of you." Tor's jaw tightens, his eyes flashing with a fierce determination that both thrills and terrifies me. He cups my face in his hands, his calloused palms rough against my tear-stained cheeks. "Listen to me, Megan," he says, his voice low and intense. "The club can handle any threat that comes our way. We've dealt with cartels, rival gangs, and corrupt cops. Your father might be a monster, but he's not invincible." I want to believe him. God, how I want to believe him. The Raiders of Valhalla aren't just a motorcycle club. They're my second family. I've seen their strength, their loyalty, their ruthlessness when pushed. But even as I nod, a cold knot of dread settles in my stomach. My father isn't just another threat. He's a nightmare made flesh, a man who sees his own daughter as nothing more than a commodity to be traded or disposed of. The club may be strong, but are they strong enough to withstand the full force of his wrath? I swallow hard, trying to push down the fear threatening to choke me. "Tor, please," I whisper, my fingers curling around his wrists. "Promise me you'll be careful, please." His expression softens, and he leans in, pressing his forehead against mine. "I promise, baby. But you don't need to worry about me, not in the slightest. I can handle myself." A laugh bubbles up in my throat, half hysterical. "That's all I've ever done," I admit, fresh tears spilling down my cheeks. "Worry about you. From the moment I met you, I've been terrified of losing you because that's what you do when you love someone." The words hang in the air between us, heavy with meaning. I watch as Tor's eyes widen, a mix of surprise and something deeper, more profound, flickering across his face. Without warning, he surges forward, capturing my lips in a searing kiss. His hands cup my face, thumbs brushing away my tears as he pours everything he feels into the connection between us. "I love you," he murmurs against my mouth, punctuating each word with another kiss. "I love you, Megan, so fucking much." My heart soars at his declaration, and I respond by deepening the kiss, my fingers tangling in his dark hair. Despite the aches in my body, a different kind of heat begins to build, a desperate need for him that overshadows everything else. I want you, I breathe, tugging him closer. Tor pulls back slightly, his brow furrowing. Baby, that's not a good idea. You're hurt, and I don't want to. I cut him off with a growl of frustration. Shut the hell up and fuck me, Tor. His eyes darken with desire, but I can still see the hesitation. Megan, Please, I whisper, my voice raw with need. I need to feel you, to know this is real. Something in my tone must convince him because he nods slowly. With careful movements, he begins to undress me, his calloused hands surprisingly gentle as they skim over my skin. I shiver, partly from the cool air and partly from the intensity of his gaze. As he exposes my breasts, Tor leans down, taking one nipple into his mouth. The sensation sends a jolt of pleasure through me, momentarily drowning out the lingering pain. His tongue swirls around the sensitive peak, and I arch into him, craving more. God, you're beautiful, he murmurs, trailing kisses across my collarbone. I don't want to hurt you, baby. Tell me if it's too much. I shake my head, impatient. You can't hurt me, Tor. I need you.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
Inside me, now. He positions himself between my thighs, his impressive length brushing against my entrance. With agonizing slowness, he begins to push in, watching my face for any signs of discomfort. The stretch and fullness as he enters me is exquisite, and I moan softly. But his movements are so careful, so measured, that frustration builds within me once more. Tor, I pant, gripping his shoulders. Please, I'm not made of glass. I want you to make love to me. Really make love to me. He hesitates for a moment, searching my eyes. Whatever he sees there must reassure him because he nods, a slow smile spreading across his face. As you wish, my love, he says, and then he begins to move, our bodies joining in a dance as old as time itself. Tor's hips snap forward, driving into me with a force that makes me gasp. The hesitation from before is gone, replaced by raw passion and need. His bottle green eyes lock onto mine, intense and filled with desire. Like this? He growls, setting a punishing rhythm that has me clinging to him. Yes, I moan, my nails raking down his back. God, yes. The pain in my body fades away, overwhelmed by waves of pleasure. Tor's muscular frame moves above me, his chest tattoo rippling with each thrust. I trace the skull with my fingertips, feeling the raised lines of ink beneath my touch. Megan, he groans, burying his face in my neck. You feel so fucking good. I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him deeper. The new angle has him hitting just the right spot, and I cry out, my body tensing with building pleasure. "That's it, baby," Tor encourages, his voice rough. "Let go for me." His words push me over the edge, and I come undone beneath him, waves of ecstasy washing over me. Tor follows soon after, his body stiffening as he finds his release deep inside me. For a moment, we lie there, panting and intertwined. Then Tor starts to pull out, and I whimper at the loss. But before he can fully withdraw, he pauses, his eyes fixed between my legs. "Fuck," he breathes, sliding back in with a smooth thrust that makes me gasp. "I love seeing your pussy drip with my cum." The crude words, spoken in his deep, gravelly voice, send a shiver of desire through me. But exhaustion is creeping in, and I know we both need to rest. As we settle into his bed, a thought occurs to me. "Where's Tindra?" I ask, suddenly realizing I haven't seen our daughter since yesterday. Tor strokes my hair, his touch gentle. "She's over at my father's house with Rev and Dala. They're having some girl time." Relief washes over me. "That's good," I murmur, grateful for the safety net of Tor's family. If she can't be with us, Fern and Runes are the next best thing. She'll be safe there. Tor nods, pulling me closer. "Always, babe. We protect our own." As I drift off in Tor's arms, I can't help but wonder how long this momentary peace will last. My father's shadow still looms, a constant threat to the happiness we've found. But for now, at this moment, I let myself believe in the safety Tor promises, in the strength of the club, and in the love that surrounds us.
Chapter 13. Tor. The aroma of sizzling meat and spices wafts through the clubhouse, drawing me like a siren's call to the kitchen. I pause in the doorway, taking in the scene before me. Megan stands at the stove, her blonde hair pulled back in a messy bun, wisps escaping to frame her face. She's stirring something in a massive pot, her brow furrowed in concentration. Starla flits around, chopping vegetables, while Aziza arranges an array of decadent desserts on the counter. My chest tightens at the sight of Megan. It's been a week since her bastard of a father attacked her at the mall, and I still can't shake the image of her bruised and battered face from my mind. Having her here, safe in the clubhouse, eases some of the anxiety that's been gnawing at me. But I know it's only temporary. Sooner or later, we'll have to face the reality of the situation. I clear my throat, announcing my presence. "Something smells good in here." Megan looks up, a smile lighting her face. "Hey, you, just in time for a taste test." I cross the room, sliding an arm around her waist and dropping a kiss on her temple. Lucky me. What's on the menu? Megan leans into me for a moment before turning back to the stove. Starla's famous chili, cornbread, and enough sides to feed an army. I inhale deeply, savoring the rich scent. Smells like heaven. Starla grins, brandishing her knife. "Don't let the boys hear you say that. They might think you've gone soft." I snort, moving to grab a beer from the fridge. "Let 'em try to say that to my face." As I crack open the bottle, my gaze falls on Tindra, curled up in the corner of the main room with a book. My daughter. The word still feels foreign on my tongue, a mix of wonder and disbelief. She looks up, offering a shy smile, and I feel my heart constrict. "How's the book, kiddo?" I ask, leaning against the counter. Tindra holds it up, revealing a worn copy of The Hobbit. "It's really good. I like all the adventures." I nod, a memory stirring. I read that when I was about your age. Maybe we can watch the movies together sometime. Her eyes light up. Really? That would be awesome! Megan catches my eye, her expression soft. I know she's been worried about how Tindra and I would bond, given the circumstances. But it's been surprisingly easy. The kid's smart as a whip and has a wicked sense of humor that catches me off guard sometimes. So, what's the occasion? I ask, gesturing to the feast in progress. Club meeting I forgot about? Aziza laughs, sliding a tray of cookies into the oven. Does there need to be an occasion for good food and good company? I raise an eyebrow. In this place, usually. Megan turns, wiping her hands on a dish towel. I just thought it would be nice to do something for everyone. They've all been so supportive this past week. Gods, the constant threats looming over us like a storm cloud. I guess it will never change. We'll never have the level of peace we yearn for. I take a long pull from my beer, trying to push away the anger that rises whenever I think about it. That's real nice of you, darling, I say, forcing a smile. I'm sure the boys will appreciate it. Starla snorts. Please, they'll inhale it without tasting a bite. Animals, the lot of them. I can't help but chuckle. She's not wrong. Hey now, some of us have manners. Starla challenges, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Yeah? Name one. I open my mouth to retort, but Megan cuts in. Children, play nice. There's enough food for everyone, manners or not. I watch as she moves around the kitchen, her movements sure and practiced. It's clear she's in her element here, and I find myself wondering how many nights she spent cooking for her father, trying to placate his temper with a hot meal. The thought makes my blood boil. Need any help? I offer, pushing off from the counter. Megan shakes her head. We've got it under control. Why don't you go relax? I'll let you know when it's ready. I hesitate, not wanting to leave her side. It's been like this all week, the constant need to keep her in my sight, to make sure she's safe. I know it's irrational, that she's perfectly capable of taking care of herself, but the fear of losing her again is a constant ache in my chest. You sure? I ask, searching her face for any sign of discomfort. She meets my gaze, her eyes softening. I'm sure, Tor. Go, we'll be fine. I nod, reluctantly heading for the door. As I reach the threshold, I hear Starla's voice, low and teasing. You two are disgustingly cute, you know that. I pause, curious to hear Megan's response. Oh, shut up, she grumbles, but I can hear the smile in her voice. I'm serious. I haven't seen Tor this smitten since, well, ever. There's a moment of silence, and I find myself holding my breath. I'm glad we found our way back to each other, Megan says finally, her voice barely above a whisper. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared sometimes. The vulnerability in her tone makes my chest ache. I want to go back in there, to gather her in my arms and promise her the world. But I know it's not that simple. We've both been hurt before, and trust doesn't come easy. I force myself to walk away, heading for the main room of the clubhouse. The familiar sights and sounds wash over me, the low hum of conversation, the crack of pool balls, the faint strains of rock music from the Bluetooth speakers. It's home. Has been for years. I make my way to the bar, nodding at the few brothers scattered around. Bodil is behind the counter, polishing glasses with a rag. He looks up as I approach, a knowing glint in his eye. The old lady kick you out of the kitchen? He asks, reaching for a bottle of whiskey. I grunt, sliding onto a stool. Something like that. He pours a generous measure into a glass and slides it across to me. You look like you need one. I knock it back in one swallow, relishing the burn. Thanks, brother. Bodil leans on the bar, his voice lowering. How's she holding up? I shrug, tracing patterns in the condensation on the bar top. As well as can be expected. She's tough, you know. He nods, refilling my glass. That she is. And your kid? A smile tugs at my lips despite myself. Tindra's good. She's strong, just like her mother. Gets that after the both of you, he says with a wink. I snort. God, I hope not. She deserves better than that. Suddenly, there's a loud commotion coming from the kitchen. I slide off my bar stool and head inside, making sure the ladies are okay. Once I'm in the doorway, I see everything is fine, besides a dropped pile of dishes. You all good in here? Megan looks up from where she kneels on the ground, picking up what she dropped. Yeah, just me being clumsy. Starla makes some sort of remark that I don't hear, and Megan laughs at it like it's the funniest thing in the world. For a moment, I'm struck by how normal it all seems, how dangerously close to the life I've started to imagine for us. My stomach growls. Fuck, it smells so good. Starla beams, always proud of her cooking. It's going to be a keeper, that's for damn sure. Oh, by the way, she adds, her tone casual. Are you excited about Megan going back to work tomorrow? The question catches me off guard. I blink, looking at Megan. You're going back to work tomorrow? Megan nods, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Yeah, I was going to tell you later. Your dad said the prospects will be there to keep an eye on things. I feel a flare of irritation, both at Megan for not telling me sooner and at my father for making decisions without consulting me. Prospects? That's not good enough. Megan sighs, a hint of exhaustion creeping into her voice. Tor, don't you think you're being a little dramatic? It's just work. The prospects will be right there if anything happens, which it won't. I step closer, lowering my voice. Megan, your father is still out there. We can't take any chances. I can't hide forever, she argues, her sage green eyes flashing with determination. I need to get back to some kind of normal life. I run a hand over my face, frustrated. Normal? There's nothing normal about this situation. A full patch should be with you at all times. Megan rolls her eyes. And what? Hover over me while I'm making lattes? Come on, Tor. I'll be fine. I open my mouth to argue further, but Starla clears her throat pointedly. Maybe we should talk about this later, she suggests, glancing between us. I clench my jaw, my frustration building. Megan, you're not thinking this through. Your father is unpredictable. Thinking you'll be fine is just... I pause, searching for the right word. It's stupid. The moment the word leaves my lips, I know I've crossed a line. Starla's eyes flash with anger. Hey, that was uncalled for, she snaps, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. I turn to face her, my chest heaving. I'm not going to apologize for being blunt. Someone needs to be the voice of damn reason around here. Megan rolls her eyes, and I can see the hurt beneath her annoyance. It's our first real argument since she's been back, and it stings more than I expected. You know what? Starla interjects, her tone dripping with sarcasm. And to think I was trying to convince Megan that she should tell you about Tindra ages ago. The world stops spinning for a moment. My eyes widen, and I feel a rush of heat flood my face. Wait, I growl, my voice dangerously low. So you knew about my daughter and you didn't tell me? I can see Megan tense, her eyes darting between Starla and me. She knows I'm about to snap, and she's right. Starla lifts her chin defiantly. Of course I did. I'm Megan's best friend. The rage building inside me threatens to explode. I've accepted a lot of things lately. Megan's return, the revelation about Tindra. But this feels like a betrayal I can't swallow. And you didn't think I had a right to know? I spit out, my hands clenching into fists at my sides. Starla opens her mouth to respond, but Megan steps between us, her hands raised placatingly. "Tor, please. It wasn't Starla's secret to tell." I shake my head, trying to clear the red haze of anger clouding my vision. "No, it wasn't. It was yours, Megan. And you chose to keep it from me for years." The hurt in Megan's eyes is like a knife to my gut. But I can't back down now. This isn't just about Tindra anymore. It's about trust. About the foundation of whatever it is we're trying to build together. I run a hand through my hair, my thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. How many other secrets are there? How many more surprises am I going to have to face? "I need some air," I mutter, turning on my heel and striding toward the door. I can hear Megan calling after me, but I don't stop. I can't face her right now. Can't look into those sage green eyes without feeling the weight of everything we've lost and everything we still might lose. As I push through the heavy industrial door into Bubba's bar, the familiar scent of leather and whiskey hits me. It's comforting, a reminder of simpler times. I can't be in the fucking clubhouse right now. I need a damn break. But as I scan the room, taking in the handcrafted tables and the exposed brick walls, I realize that nothing about this life has ever been simple. I make my way to the bar, my fingers tracing the mixture of wood, concrete, and resin that Magnus crafted. It's beautiful, intricate, like the web of lies and half-truths I seem to be caught in. "Whiskey," I growl at the bartender, not caring if I sound like a dick. As I wait for my drink, I can't help but wonder how many more surprises this life has in store for me, and if Megan and I will be strong enough to weather them all. The bartender hands me my drink, and I give him a curt nod. I shake my head, my fingers clenching around the whiskey glass, as the words escape my lips. What in the actual fuck? The door swings open from the clubhouse, and Ivar strides in, his brow furrowed with concern. "What's going on? I heard raised voices back in there." My jaw clenches as I turn to face him, the anger bubbling up inside me like molten lava. I can feel my chest tattoo stretching as I take a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hey, brother," I say, my tone dripping with sarcasm. "Quick question for you. Did you know that your wife was aware I had a daughter?" Ivar's eyes widen, and he swallows hard. His gaze darts to the clubhouse, and he sighs. After what feels like an eternity, Ivar turns back to me. "No," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. "I wasn't aware." I can't help but laugh, a harsh, bitter sound that echoes off the exposed brick walls. Well, at least I wasn't the only one in the fucking dark. My mind is reeling. How could Starla keep this from Ivar? How many other secrets are being kept in this clubhouse? The thought makes my skin crawl, and I have to resist the urge to punch something. Instead, I take another swig of whiskey, relishing the burn as it slides down my throat. It's a welcome distraction from the storm of emotions raging inside me. "Come on, man. Come back in and talk with your girl," Ivar urges me. I want to sit here at the bar in Bubba's and have some space, but I understand what he's trying to do. Reluctantly, I follow him and head back inside the club, going straight to the kitchen. I want to calm down and chat with her in a healthy manner, but the second I see her, rage boils up within me. "You know," I say, my voice low and dangerous, "I thought we were family here. I thought we had each other's backs. But apparently that only applies when it's convenient." I can see the hurt in Megan's eyes, the regret in Starla's, but right now I can't bring myself to care. The betrayal cuts too deep, reopening wounds I thought had long since healed. This is bullshit. I should have known about my daughter before Starla. It doesn't matter if she's Megan's best friend or not. Just as the tension in the kitchen reaches its breaking point, Fenrir comes straight up to us, his imposing frame filling the doorway. His eyes dart between Ivar and me, sensing the crackling atmosphere. "You two busy?" he asks, his gruff voice cutting through the silence. I shake my head, grateful for the interruption. "Not anymore," I mutter, my fingers still wrapped tightly around the whiskey glass. Fenrir nods, his expression grave. "Good. I need you both. Come with me." "Thank the gods," I breathe, setting the glass down with more force than necessary. As I turn to follow Fenrir, Megan's voice stops me. "Tor, wait!" she calls, her tone laced with desperation. I look back at her, my chest tightening at the sight of her worried face. Despite everything, the love I feel for her burns bright and fierce. But right now it's tangled up with anger and hurt. "I love you," I say, my voice rough with emotion. "But I need some fucking space right now." Without waiting for a response, I stride out of the kitchen, following Fenrir and Ivar to the garage. The cool air hits my face as we step outside, a welcome relief from the stifling room we've left behind. As soon as the heavy door slams shut behind us, Fenrir turns, his eyes narrowing. "Do I want to know what that was about?" I run a hand through my hair, exhaling sharply. "No, you really don't. What's going on?" Fenrir studies me for a moment, then nods, apparently deciding to let it go. "One of our distributors on the streets got into it with someone who deals the Patriots shit," he explains, his voice low and urgent. "He's got the guy held up in his basement." My pulse quickens at the mention of the Patriot. After everything that's happened with Megan, the thought of getting our hands on one of their dealers is almost too good to be true. For a moment, I push aside the turmoil of the last few minutes, focusing on the task at hand. "Shit," I breathe, a mix of excitement and apprehension coursing through me. "This could be our chance to get some real intel on that fucker." Ivar nods, his earlier shock giving way to determination. "How long has he been holding him?" "Not long," Fenrir replies. "Maybe an hour. We need to move fast before the Patriot realizes one of his guys is missing." I crack my knuckles, a grim smile spreading across my face. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go pay this asshole a visit." As we head toward our bikes, I can't help but glance back at the clubhouse. Part of me wants to go back, to smooth things over with Megan. But another part, the part that's still raw and angry, is glad for the distraction. Whatever happens next, I know one thing for certain. Things are about to get a whole lot more complicated.
Chapter 14. Megan. My blood boils as I slam the door to the clubhouse kitchen, the bang echoing through the room. Tor's abrupt exit replays in my mind, adding to how frustrated I am. How could he just walk out like that? We were in the middle of a conversation, for fuck's sake. I lean against the counter, gripping the edge until my knuckles turn white. The smell of garlic and onions sizzling in a pan wafts through the air, but even the promise of a delicious meal can't soothe my irritation.
"Megan?"
Aziza's soft voice breaks through my angry haze.
"Are you okay?"
I turn to face her, forcing a smile that feels more like a grimace. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just irritated." Aziza's dark eyes study me, concern etched across her features.
"What happened? I wasn't really paying too much attention."
I sigh, running a hand through my ashy blonde waves. Tor and I were talking, and then he just left. Walked out before we could finish our conversation.
Oh,
Aziza says, her brow furrowing.
God, men are fucking stupid.
Hell yeah, they are. I mutter, crossing my arms over my chest. The action pulls at my still healing wounds, and I wince slightly. Aziza notices and steps closer, her hand hovering near my arm.
Are you in pain? Do you need anything?
I shake my head, forcing myself to relax. No, I'm fine. Just sore. I pause, then add, and pissed off. Aziza nods sympathetically.
I can imagine.
Do you want to talk about it? For a moment, I consider brushing her off, but the genuine concern in her eyes makes me reconsider. I don't understand why he'd do that. We were in the middle of something important.
Men can be difficult sometimes,
Aziza offers, her lips quirking into a small smile.
Especially if they're frustrated with something too.
I snort, the sound lacking any real humor. That's putting it mildly. Aziza moves to the stove, stirring the contents of the pan. The aroma intensifies, reminding me that I should probably eat something. But the knot in my stomach makes the thought of food unappealing.
What were you talking about?
Aziza asks, her voice gentle. I hesitate, unsure how much to reveal. He found out Starla knew about Tindra. I swallow hard, the weight of my words settling on my chest. So it bothered him because she knew before he did. Aziza nods, her expression understanding.
That's a lot to process. Maybe Tor needed some time to think.
Yeah, that's what he fucking said. I snap, then immediately regret my tone. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's okay,
Aziza assures me.
You're allowed to be upset.
I take a deep breath, trying to calm the storm of emotion swirling inside me. I thought we were making progress, you know? And then he goes and pulls this shit. Aziza turns off the stove and faces me fully.
Megan, can I ask you something?
I nod, bracing myself for whatever's coming.
Do you love him?
The question hits me like a punch to the gut. Do I love Tor? Yes, I always have. I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. Everything between us is just so complicated. Aziza's expression softens.
Love often is, especially in this life. He loves you too, anyone can see it.
I scoff, the bitterness rising in my throat. Yeah, he's got a funny way of showing it sometimes. Aziza reaches out, her hand gently squeezing my arm.
Men in this life, in the club, they don't always know how to express themselves, especially when it comes to emotions.
That's no excuse, I argue, but there's less heat in my words now.
No, it's not,
Aziza agrees.
But it might help explain why he left like that.
I sigh, leaning back against the counter. Maybe. I hate feeling like this. Uncertain, off balance.
It's natural to feel that way, Aziza assures me, especially after everything you've been through. Her words bring a fresh wave of memories crashing over me. My coma, being next to my bedside all of those years ago. Through it all, Tor's unwavering presence. His strength when I felt weak, his warmth when I was cold with fear. He was there for me, I whisper, more to myself than to Aziza. Through it all, he never left my side. Aziza smiles softly. That says a lot, don't you think? I nod, feeling some of the anger drain away, replaced by a confusing mix of emotions I can't quite name. Yeah, I guess it does. So maybe, Aziza suggests gently, this is a bump in the road and everything will be fine soon enough. I push off from the counter, restless energy coursing through me. I just wish she'd talk to me instead of walking away. We're supposed to be partners, aren't we? Equals? Aziza tilts her head, considering. In an ideal world, yes, but life is complicated. Don't I know it? I mutter, pacing the length of the kitchen. Sometimes I wonder if it's worth it. All this drama, all this uncertainty. Is Tor worth it? Aziza asks, her question stopping me in my tracks. I turn to face her, my heart pounding in my chest. I don't know. Maybe. Probably. I run a hand over my face, feeling suddenly exhausted. God, when did my life get so complicated? Aziza laughs softly. I think that's a question we all ask ourselves at some point. I join in her laughter, feeling some of the tension ease from my shoulders. Yeah, I guess so. We fall into silence, the only sound the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the distant voices from the main room of the clubhouse. I close my eyes, trying to sort through the jumble of emotions swirling inside me. You know, Aziza says after a moment, it's okay to be angry with him, to be hurt. But don't let those feelings blind you to everything else. I open my eyes, meeting her gaze. What do you mean? I mean, she explains, don't forget all the good moments because of one bad one. Don't throw away something potentially amazing because of one mistake. Her words hit home, reminding me of all the times Tor has been there for me. The way he held me in the hospital, his strong arms a shelter from the storm. The gentle way he tends to my wounds, his touch so careful and meticulous. The look in his eyes when he thinks I'm not watching, a mixture of awe and affection that makes my heart skip a beat. You're right, I admit, my voice soft. I know you're right, it's just scary, Aziza offers. I nod, swallowing hard. Terrifying, actually. Aziza steps closer, her presence comforting. Love often is, but that's what makes it worth fighting for. I take a deep breath, letting her words sink in. So, what do I do now? That's up to you, Aziza says with a small shrug. But if I were you, I'd give him a chance to explain, to make things right. I nod slowly, considering her advice. Yeah, maybe you're right. Just then, my phone buzzes in my pocket,
I pull it out, my heart leaping when I see Tor's name on the screen.
Is it him?
Aziza asks, noticing my reaction. I nod, showing her the screen. Yeah, it's Tor. Aziza gives me an encouraging smile.
Well, speak of the devil. Looks like he's ready to talk.
I hesitate, my thumb hovering over the message. Part of me wants to ignore it, to let him stew in his own juices for a while. But Aziza's words echo in my mind, reminding me that relationships take work, compromise, and sometimes forgiveness.
You know,
Aziza says, leaning against the counter,
Izir has walked out on me like that a few times. It happens sometimes.
I raise an eyebrow, surprised. Really? And you're okay with that? She shrugs, her dark eyes full of understanding.
Not always in the moment, no. But I've learned that men can't always handle things the way we do. Sometimes they need a break, and they need it right then and there.
I scoff, rolling my eyes. That's stupid.
Preach, sister,
Starla chimes in from where she's chopping vegetables.
My old man Ivar does the same shit, drives me up the wall.
I shake my head, frustration bubbling up again.
I thought maybe it was Tor's age showing, since I'm a couple years older than him.
Aziza laughs, a warm, rich sound.
Oh, honey, trust me, it's not an age thing. It's a man thing.
Great, I mutter. So I have this to look forward to forever. Starla grins, pointing her knife at me.
Welcome to the club, sweetheart. Our men drive us wild and not always in the good way.
I can't help but chuckle at that.
So what's your secret? How do you deal with it? Patience, Aziza says, her voice gentle. And remembering that they're not doing it to hurt us, they're just processing things differently.
I nod, considering her words. My phone buzzes again. It has to be another message from Tor. I take a deep breath, steeling myself.
All right,
I say, more to myself than the others. I guess I better see what he has to say. My phone buzzes again, but it's not Tor. I glance down to see Dasha's name on the screen. Frowning, I open the message. Hey, boss, you really coming in tomorrow? I roll my eyes, thumbs flying over the keyboard. Yes, I am. Why wouldn't I? The response is almost immediate. Just checking. You've been through a lot. Want more time off? A surge of irritation courses through me. I get that she means well, but I've had enough of being treated like I'm made of glass. I've had more than enough time off, so don't you dare. I fire back, adding a winking emoji to soften the blow. Aziza notices my expression.
Everything okay?
I nod, pocketing my phone. Yeah, just one of the girls at Beans and Babes. She thinks I need more time off.
And you don't?
Starla asks, arching an eyebrow. I shake my head. God, no. I need to get back to normal. I trail off, searching for the right words.
Distraction?
Aziza offers softly. Exactly. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. Working keeps me focused, gives me purpose. Tor doesn't get it, but it's like his bike, Taking that away from him would be unthinkable. Starla nods, understanding in her eyes.
Men and their bikes, I swear. Sometimes I think Ivar loves that Harley more than me.
I laugh, but inside, my mind is racing. The thought of stepping back into Beans and Babes, surrounded by the comforting scent of coffee and the familiar buzz of customers, makes my heart ache with longing. It's my sanctuary, my piece of normalcy in this chaotic world I've found myself in. I just need to feel like myself again. I admit quietly. Is that so wrong? Aziza reaches out, squeezing my hand. Not at all, honey. We all cope in our own ways. If work helps you, then that's what you need to do. I squeeze back, grateful for her understanding. Tomorrow can't come soon enough. I need the routine, the familiarity. I need to prove to myself that I'm still me, still strong, still capable. As we continue preparing dinner, I can't help but wonder if Tor will understand. Will he see that this is my way of healing, of moving forward? Or will it be another source of conflict between us? I push the thought aside. Right now, I need to focus on getting through this evening. Tomorrow, I'll face whatever comes. One step at a time. That's how I'll make it through this new life I've chosen. The savory aroma of our homemade chili fills the air as I slide the dish onto the counter. My stomach growls, reminding me it's been hours since I last ate. I glance at my phone for what feels like the 100th time, my heart sinking when I see my latest message isn't from Tor. I still need to read his messages. Ugh. All right, ladies and gents, dinner's ready. I call out, my voice echoing through the clubhouse. As if on cue, Runes appears beside me, his weathered hand landing gently on my shoulder. Smells amazing, sweetie, he says, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He's out on a run, you know. He'll be back and can warm up some dinner. Promise. I swallow hard, trying to keep the worry from my voice. Any idea how long he'll be? Runes shrugs, his expression turning serious. Depends on how things go. You know how it is. I nod, but internally my mind races. Is Tor in danger? What kind of run is this? The possibilities swirl in my head, each one more terrifying than the last. Well, Runes continues, breaking into my spiraling thoughts. I'm going to grab a plate before the vultures descend. This smells too good to miss out on. As he moves away, I force myself to take a deep breath. Worrying won't bring Tor back any faster. I reach for a plate, trying to focus on the here and now. Suddenly, I feel a pair of arms wrap around me from behind. Mom! Tindra's voice rings out, full of enthusiasm. This looks awesome! I turn, returning her hug. Hey, sweetie, having fun with Rev and Dala? Tindra's face lights up. Oh my God, yes! They're so cool! It's like hanging out with friends, not ants, you know? I can't help but smile at her excitement. That's great, hon. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. As Tindra chatters on about her day and The Hobbit, I feel some of the tension leave my body. At least one of us is adapting well to this new life. But in the back of my mind, Tor's absence still nags at me, a constant reminder of the dangers that come with this world we've chosen. I nod, understanding exactly what Tindra means. That's totally normal, sweetheart. They're not much older than you, after all. It's like having built-in friends in the family. Tindra grins, piling food onto her plate. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I hesitate for a moment, then ask, So, are you looking forward to starting school in a couple of weeks? Her smile falters slightly, and she shrugs her shoulders. I mean, yeah, I'm excited, but... She bites her lip, a habit she's had since she was little. I'm kinda nervous, too. I reach out, squeezing her arm gently. Hey, that's okay. It's normal to be a little nervous about a new school. Tindra looks up at me, her eyes wide and searching. Really? Absolutely, I assure her, my voice softening. But you know what? You won't be the odd one out. There are other club kids who go to the same school. You'll fit right in, I promise. Tindra nods slowly, seeming to mull this over. I guess you're right, she says finally, a small smile returning to her face. We move to a quieter corner of the room, plates in hand. As we look for a spot to sit, I can't help but marvel at how well Tindra's handling everything. The club, the move, the upcoming school change. It's a lot for anyone, let alone a teenager. You know, I start, my chest swelling with pride. I'm really proud of you, Tindra. You've adapted so well to all of this. Her cheeks flush slightly at the praise. Thanks, Mom. I'm so happy we're here, you know? That we're with our family now. The warmth in my chest grows, but then I notice Tindra's expression shift. She swallows hard, her fork pausing halfway to her mouth. Mom? She says, her voice suddenly small. Yeah, sweetie? I don't want anything to happen like last week. Not ever again. Her words come out in a rush, laced with fear. My heart clenches. I want to promise her it won't, that we're safe now. But I know better than to make promises I can't keep. Instead, I reach out to her, taking her hand in mine. I know, baby, I know. I take a deep breath, squeezing Tindra's hand gently. Honey, in this life, there are always risks. Your grandfather popping up like that, it's just another one of those risks we have to face. Tindra's brow furrows, her eyes searching mine. But why, Mom? Why would he want to do something like that? I feel a familiar ache in my chest, wishing I could shield her from these harsh truths. But she deserves honesty. Some people in this world are just cruel, sweetheart. They don't need a reason. As the words leave my mouth, I hear the clatter of a plate hitting the floor. I look up to see Lexi standing there, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips as she turns to face us. Tindra's plate lies at her feet, food scattered across the floor. What the hell, Lexi? I snap, rising from my seat. Apologize to Tindra, now! Lexi's brown eyes gleam with amusement, her perfectly styled blonde hair swaying as she shakes her head. Maybe your kid needs to watch where the fuck she's going, she sneers. I feel my blood begin to boil, my protective instincts kicking into overdrive. Lexi's been a thorn in my side since I've been back, but going after my daughter? That's crossing a line. Apologize, I growl, stepping closer to her. Or I swear to God, Lexi. My fists clench at my sides, and I'm aware of Tindra's eyes on me. Part of me wants to show her how to stand up for herself, but another part knows I need to set a better example than resorting to violence. Lexi's smirk only grows wider, clearly relishing the tension she's created.
Or what, Megan? You gonna run to your old man? Oh, wait, he up and left, didn't he?
I feel my patience wavering, the urge to wipe that smug look off her face growing stronger by the second. But I force myself to take a deep breath, reminding myself that Tindra's watching, that I need to be the adult here. Just apologize and walk away, Lexi, I say, my voice low and dangerous. Before this gets ugly. I take another step toward Lexi, closing the distance between us. The clubhouse suddenly feels too small, too crowded. The scent of her overpowering perfume mixed with leather fills my nostrils, and I fight the urge to gag. Say something else that's stupid, I hiss, my eyes locked on hers. Trust me, I'm itching for a reason to use your ass to mop the floor. Lexi's smirk falters for a split second, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. But she quickly recovers, squaring her shoulders and tilting her chin up defiantly. The air crackles with tension. I can feel the eyes of everyone in the clubhouse on us, waiting to see what happens next. And God, I hope she fucks up.
Chapter 15. Tor. The stench of piss and stale beer hits me as we roll into Frenchtown. I crinkle my nose, tightening my grip on the handlebars of my Harley. The streets are littered with trash, broken bottles glinting in the afternoon sun like shattered dreams. Houses with peeling paint and sagging roofs line the cracked sidewalks. This place has seen better days, but then again, maybe it hasn't. Fenrir leads our small pack, his broad shoulders tense as we navigate the pothole-ridden streets. Ivar brings up the rear, his eyes constantly scanning our surroundings. I can't shake the feeling we're being watched, unseen eyes tracking our every move from behind ratty curtains and boarded-up windows. We slow to a stop outside a particularly run-down house. The front yard is overgrown, weeds choking out what might have once been a lawn. An old shopping cart lies on its side near the porch, rusted and forgotten. I cut the engine and swing my leg over the bike. This the place? Fenrir nods, his jaw set in a hard line. Yeah, Dwight's home sweet home. I snort. Sweet isn't exactly the word I'd use. The place looks like it's one strong breeze away from collapsing. I catch sight of a group of young guys eyeing us from the corner. Their gazes are hard, challenging, but there's a flicker of recognition in their eyes. Fenrir speaks up. His voice carries across the cracked sidewalk, clear and authoritative. Remember who the fuck you work for, boys. I watch as a few of them start muttering amongst themselves, their postures shifting uneasily. My hand instinctively moves closer to my waistband, ready for any sign of trouble. But before things can escalate, the front door of the house flies open with a bang. Dwight, one of our distributors, steps out onto the porch. His weathered face is set in a scowl as he barks, "What the fuck you waiting for? Come on!" As we start moving toward the house, I can feel the weight of the neighborhood boys' stares on our backs. They're fixated on our Harleys, and I know exactly what they're thinking. A bike like that could set them up for months, maybe even a year. Fenrir must have caught their looks too, because he turns to Dwight with a raised eyebrow. Dwight gets the message loud and clear. "Ain't nobody gonna fuck with their shit," he announces, his voice echoing down the street. I watch as the guys hanging around give Dwight a reluctant nod. It's not much, but it's enough to get them off our backs. I'm the last one in, and I make sure to lock the door behind us. The interior of the house isn't much better than the outside. Peeling wallpaper, stained carpets, and a musty smell that speaks of years of dampness and neglect. Fenrir wastes no time getting down to business. "So, what the fuck happened out there?" he asks, his voice low and intense. I lean against the wall, my arms crossed over my chest, waiting to hear what Dwight has to say. Whatever it is, I have a feeling our day is about to get a whole lot more complicated. Dwight's laughter cuts through the tense atmosphere, a harsh bark that sets my teeth on edge. I watch him closely, noting the gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. "Fucker came in on my turf trying to sell that trash," Dwight says, puffing out his chest. "So I taught him a thing or two. I remember you said to let you know if I saw it around, and this seemed a bit better. Figured you'd want a piece of this little problem." My jaw clenches. This isn't just about territory. It's about keeping people alive. Tension radiates off Fenrir, his usual calm demeanor giving way to a simmering rage. "I want to know what this fucker knows," Fenrir growls, his voice low and dangerous. "You get a name?" Dwight nods, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Yeah, calls himself Rio." The name hits me like a punch to the gut. I speak up before I can stop myself. "That's the guy me and Emil bought shit from a few weeks back." Fenrir's eyes snap to mine. "Good to know," he says, nodding. "So he's established." I think back to that night with Emil, how we'd scoped out Rio's operation. At the time, it had seemed like just another dealer, but now it's clear there's more going on here than we realized. Dwight chuckles, a sound that sends a chill down my spine. "Oh yeah, that salty fucker is established all right." As I process this information, I can't help but think about Megan. I shouldn't have walked out the way I did. It was fucked up, and I'm a better man than that, even when my emotions get to me. "What else can you tell us about this Rio?" I ask, my voice steadier than I feel. Dwight jerks his head toward a door at the far end of the room. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" My heart rate kicks up a notch as we make our way toward a narrow staircase. The musty smell of damp earth and mold assaults my nostrils, growing stronger with each step. The basement is dimly lit, shadows dancing on concrete walls as we descend. And there he is, Rio. The sight of him sends a jolt through me. He's tied to a chair, hands bound behind his back, but even in this state, he's trying to maintain his tough guy facade. His eyes dart between us, a mixture of defiance and fear evident in their depths. Rio snarls, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. "You'd best let me out of here." Dwight steps forward, a cruel smile twisting his features. "Rio, you're not getting out of here, my boy. At least not alive." I watch as a flash of raw terror crosses Rio's face before he manages to school his expression. It's gone in an instant, but we all saw it. The tough act is crumbling. Rio protests, his voice strained. "I'm just doing my damn job." Fenrir moves closer, his presence filling the cramped space. When he speaks, his voice is low and menacing. "I know you are, which is why I'm giving you one chance. And if you fuck it up, I will hunt you down like a rabid dog and make sure I'm slow as hell killing you. Then I'll hunt down every man in your family and kill them so your name dies with you. Catch my drift?" Jesus Christ. I've seen Fenrir in action before, but the cold brutality in his voice makes even me want to take a step back. I can only imagine what it's doing to Rio. Rio swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly. "Look, I'm not trying to die for this fucker. I have a little one, and we have a baby on the way. I gotta be there for my daughter." The mention of his family hits me harder than I expected. A smirk plays at the corners of Fenrir's mouth. "Good. he says, his voice deceptively calm. "Then I want you to tell me everything you know." I watch Rio closely, wondering what he'll do. Will he crack under the pressure, or will loyalty to his boss win out? As the tension in the room builds, I can't help but think that whatever happens next is going to change everything. Rio's eyes dart between us, like a cornered animal searching for an escape. But there's no way out of this basement, and he knows it. I can see the moment he makes his decision, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "All right," he says, voice barely above a whisper. "The Patriot's got this rundown house in Benton Hills. It's where he meets all his dealers." I lean in, my interest piqued. "Go on," I urge, my voice low and steady. Rio takes a deep breath. "He gives us the product there. Tells us how much to charge, how much we gotta move each day. It's intense." Ivar, who's been quiet until now, steps forward. His brow is furrowed in disbelief. "Hold up," he interjects. "He's giving you a quota every day?" Rio nods, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "Yeah, and it ain't no joke. That's why I moved my girl and our daughter out of here. She's pregnant with another little girl, and I wasn't about to let him hurt any of 'em." I feel a chill run down my spine at his words. We all know the Patriot is a sick son of a bitch, but Fenrir digs for more information, his voice hard as steel. "Why do you think he'd hurt your family?" Rio's eyes meet mine for a split second, and I see raw fear there. He swallows hard before answering. "The Patriot? He ain't a kind person. You all know what kind of man he is. A racist who hides his targeted deaths behind overdoses." The words hang in the air, heavy and ominous. I clench my fists, anger bubbling up inside me. He's a sick son of a bitch who deserves to die. I find myself respecting Rio, despite everything. He knows Fenrir isn't fucking around, and he's chosen to talk. It takes guts to flip on someone like the Patriot. I've seen tougher men break under less pressure. As I process this new information, my mind races. How many innocent lives has the Patriot taken? How many families has he torn apart? And how the hell are we going to stop him? I lean forward, curiosity and suspicion mingling in my gut. "A name like Rio, he has to know you're not white, right?" Rio's laugh is sharp and bitter, echoing in the dank basement. "Yeah, but I'm white enough to pass for white." His eyes, dark and haunted, meet mine. "He asked about my name and I lied. Told him I got it because I'd go to Rio for vacation every summer. Fucker believed it, thank God." I nod, impressed despite myself. Quick thinking under pressure, that's a valuable trait in our world. But it's also yet another reminder of the danger Rio's been living with. The constant fear of being found out, of one wrong move costing him everything. Rio shifts his gaze to Fenrir, his bound hands flexing behind his back. "So, what you want me to do?" Fenrir's voice is cool, calculating. "I want you to play along. Make it seem like things are fine." He pauses, his eyes narrowing. "And I want intel. The address where the Patriot meets these dealers and—" "Hold up!" Rio cuts him off, and I tense, ready for trouble. "What's in it for me?" Fenrir's lips curl. "You don't get popped." Rio barks out a laugh, but there's no humor in it. "After I do this shit, people are gonna find out. I won't be safe." His eyes dart between us, desperation edging into his voice. "I won't have a crew, and I'll be needing one." I watch Fenrir carefully, seeing the wheels turning behind his eyes. This could be an opportunity, or a massive risk. Rio's proven he can think on his feet, but can we trust him? Fenrir leans in, his voice low and dangerous. What are you saying? Rio takes a deep breath, and I can see him steeling himself.
I want to be one of you.
The words hang in the air. I fight to keep my face neutral, but my mind is racing. Another prospect for the club? It could work out well, give us an inside man, but it's a hell of a risk. I catch Fenrir's eye, seeing my own uncertainty mirrored there. Whatever we decide, it's going to change everything. The game just got a whole lot more complicated. Fenrir's eyes narrow as he considers Rio's ballsy request. The tension in the room is palpable, and I can practically hear the gears turning in Fenrir's head. After what feels like an eternity, he finally speaks. I'll need to talk to the Prez about that, Fenrir says, his voice carefully neutral. I can't help but shake my head slightly. The balls on this fucker. Here he is, tied up in a basement after getting caught dealing on our turf, and he's asking to join the club? Part of me wants to laugh, but another part, well, I can't help but admire his nerve. You understand what you're asking, right? I find myself saying, leaning forward to catch Rio's eye. This isn't just some gang you can join for protection. We're a brotherhood. When you're in, you're in. And if you're out, it means you're 6 feet under. Rio nods, his face set in determination.
I get it, and I'm ready for whatever that means.
I exchange a glance with Fenrir, seeing the same mix of skepticism and intrigue I'm feeling reflected in his eyes. Having a prospect with insider knowledge of the Patriots' operation could be invaluable, but bringing in an outsider, especially under these circumstances, is risky as hell. If, and that's a big if, this happens, Fenrir says slowly, you'd be starting at the very bottom. Prospect status. No guarantees.
I understand, Rio says quickly. I'll do whatever it takes to keep my family safe.
I can't help but picture how this might play out. Rio as a prospect, learning our ways, proving himself. It could work out in our favor, give us an edge we desperately need against the Patriot. But if he's playing us... Tor, Fenrir's voice cuts through my thoughts. What's your take on this? I take a deep breath, weighing my words carefully. It's a risk, I say finally, but one that could pay off big time if he's legit. I turn to Rio, fixing him with a hard stare. You betray us, and what the Patriot would do to you will seem like a picnic compared to what we'll do. You get me? Rio swallows hard but meets my gaze steadily.
I understand. I'm all in.
As I look at him, I can't shake the feeling that this moment, right here in this dingy basement, could be the turning point in our war against the Patriot. It's a hell of a gamble, but then again, that's what our life is all about.
All right,
Fenrir says, his tone final.
We'll take it to the Prez. For now, you keep playing along with the Patriot. We'll be in touch.
As we prepare to leave, I can't help but wonder if we've just made a brilliant move or a catastrophic mistake. Only time will tell, and I pray we have enough time on our side.
Chapter 16. Megan. My blood boils as I stare into her eyes. Watch yourself, Lexi. I growl, taking a step closer. Lexi's brown eyes glitter with malice as she snickers. You wouldn't dare put your hands on me. The rage that's been simmering beneath the surface finally erupts. I laugh in her face, a harsh, bitter sound that echoes through the room. Wanna bet? You fuck with my daughter and it's fair game, and you already pissed me off. Lexi's face contorts with anger, her carefully crafted mask of superiority slipping.
Your brat had it coming. Maybe if you spent less time trying to play house with Tor and more time teaching her some manners.
I cut her off, my voice low and dangerous. Don't you dare speak about my daughter. You're treading on thin ice, Lexi. She scoffs, tossing her hair over her shoulder.
Please. You think you're so special just because Tor decided to slap a label on you? You're nothing but a glorified whore, just like the rest of us.
The words sting, hitting too close to home. I push down the flicker of self-doubt, reminding myself of how far I've come. Is that what this is about? You're jealous I'm an old lady, his old lady? Lexi's eyes narrow.
Jealous of you? Don't make me laugh.
I take another step closer, invading her personal space. Then what's your problem? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're throwing a temper tantrum because you can't handle the fact that I've got something you want. She tries to push me back, but I stand my ground.
You don't know anything about what I want, she hisses.
Oh, I think I do, I retort, my voice dripping with sarcasm. You want the status, the security, the respect. But you're too busy playing games and stirring up drama to earn any of it. Lexi's face flushes red with anger.
You think you're so much better than me? You're nothing but a...
Careful, I warn, cutting her off. Remember who's the old lady here and who's the whora. Plus, I already kicked your ass once already. The reminder of our previous altercation seems to give her pause. I can see the conflict in her eyes, the desire to lash out, warring with the memory of her defeat.
You got lucky,
she spits out finally. I shake my head, a humorless smile playing on my lips. Keep telling yourself that if it helps you sleep at night, but we both know the truth. Lexi opens her mouth to argue, but I hold up a hand, silencing her. I'm done with this petty bullshit. You want to come at me? Fine, but leave my kid out of it. Next time you even think about messing with Tindra, I won't be so nice. She scoffs, but I can see the uncertainty in her eyes.
Nice? You call this nice?
Trust me, sweetheart, I say, my voice low and menacing. If I wasn't being nice, you'd know it. We stand there for a moment, locked in a silent battle of wills. The tension in the air is palpable, and I'm acutely aware of the eyes on us, the other club members and whoras watching our every move. Before I can say anything else, a flash of blonde hair cuts through my vision. Scotty, Logie's old lady, steps between me, Lexi, and Tindra, her hand firmly gripping Lexi's arm. Give her some damn space, Scotty says, her voice low but carrying an unmistakable edge of authority. Lexi huffs, her chest heaving with frustration. She looks like she wants to argue, but one glance at Scotty's steely gaze has her thinking better of it. With a final dramatic sigh, she stomps off toward the bar. Scotty turns to me, her blue eyes softening. Pay her no mind, Megan. She's not worth the trouble. I clench my fists, my blood still boiling. If that bitch fucks around with my kid again, I'm going to make things bloody. And I won't stop at just her face this time. Scotty nods, a look of understanding passing between us. In club life, I don't have the luxury of ignoring dumb bitches like Lexi. If I let her get away with this shit, I'll have a long line of bitches who try to do the same. Tindra tugs at my sleeve, her gray eyes wide.
Mom, it's okay. It wasn't a big deal.
I cup her face in my hands. No, baby, it was. That was blatant disrespect, and I won't allow that to happen to you, not ever. As I stand, I notice JC, one of the other Horas, already on her knees cleaning up the mess. Her pale skin contrasts sharply with her reddish copper hair as she methodically picks up the scattered food. You don't need to do that, I tell her, feeling a pang of guilt. JC looks up, offering a small smile.
We all know Lexi won't clean it up. It's the respectful thing to do.
I'm taken aback by her kindness. In a world that can be so harsh, these small acts of decency stand out like beacons. Thank you, I manage to say, my voice thick with emotion. To my surprise, Tindra drops down beside JC, her small hands joining in the cleanup effort. Pride swells in my chest at my daughter's actions, even as worry gnaws at me. This life, is this really what I want for her? To grow up surrounded by violence and power struggles, where kindness is the exception rather than the rule? I watch them work together, my mind racing with possibilities and fears. JC's gentle voice breaks through my swirling thoughts.
Tindra, sweetie, why don't you get another plate of chili and all the fixins? I've got this covered.
My daughter hesitates, her eyes flickering to me for guidance. I nod, forcing a smile. Go on, baby, get yourself something to eat. As Tindra scampers off, I feel my heart thundering in my chest. The adrenaline from the confrontation with Lexi is still coursing through my veins, making my hands shake. I set my own plate down, barely touched. Scotty, I manage, my voice tight. I need some air. I'll be right back. She nods, understanding in her eyes. Take your time, Megan. We've got things under control in here. I slip out the heavy industrial door, gulping in the crisp night air. The parking lot is dimly lit, shadows stretching across the cracked asphalt. I lean against the rough brick wall, trying to steady my breathing. Lexi's smug face flashes in my mind, and I clench my fists. That bitch. Who does she think she is, messing with my kid? The protective rage that surged through me earlier threatens to bubble up again. A raised voice catches my attention, and I turn my head. Near the edge of the lot, I spot two figures, a tall man with a neck tattoo and a young woman I recognize as Astrid. He's snapping at her wildly, his words carrying on the night air. Jesus, Astrid, do you ever think? He snaps. I love you, but you make the stupidest decisions. Look at what you're wearing. I take in Astrid's outfit, a cute black skirt paired with a plaid shirt and combat boot heels. She looks adorable, in my opinion, but the guy is clearly not impressed. Astrid's voice is small when she responds. What's wrong with my outfit? The man laughs, a harsh, mocking sound that sets my teeth on edge. Everything! You lack common sense, Astrid. Jesus! I feel my protective instincts flaring up again. Who the hell does this guy think he is? I edge closer, ready to intervene if needed. Part of me knows I should mind my own business, but I can't stand by and watch this asshole tear Astrid down. My mind races, debating whether to step in or not. Is this how it starts? The slow erosion of self-esteem, the cutting remarks that chip away at a person's sense of worth. I've seen it before, lived it before, and the familiar anger rises in my throat like bile. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. I may not be able to fix all the world's problems, but I'll be damned if I let this continue right in front of me. I watch as the guy's eyes sweep over the clubhouse, his lips curling in disgust. Even your family is fucking nuts. Look at this place. He spits out, gesturing wildly. Astrid's shoulders slump, and I can see the fight drain out of her. You should probably leave, she says quietly. Wanting you to meet my family was a big mistake. He laughs, the sound dripping with narcissism. No problem. He sneers, turning on his heel and stalking away. I wait until he's out of earshot before approaching Astrid. Hey, I say softly, touching her arm. Are you okay? She turns to me, and I can see the tears shimmering in her eyes. She's trying so hard to hold them back, to maintain her composure, but I can see the pain etched across her face. It's all right, I murmur, giving her arm a gentle squeeze. Let it out. You don't have to hold it in. Astrid runs her fingertips through her light brown hair, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. The dam breaks, and tears start to fall freely down her cheeks. I'm just so mad, she confesses, her voice cracking. I've given myself to Locken time and time again. I've changed so much for him, and he doesn't even appreciate it. My heart aches for her. I know all too well what it's like to bend yourself into knots for someone who doesn't value you. Oh, honey, I say, pulling her into a hug. You deserve so much better than that. I pull back from the hug, looking Astrid straight in the eyes. Listen to me, I say firmly, my hands on her shoulders. You should never have to change for a man, period. It's stupid, and any guy who wants you to change doesn't actually love you. They love the idea of you, or what they think you should be. But that's not real love. Astrid scoffs, wiping away a tear with the back of her hand. I loved him, she says bitterly. But he never loved me. It's so evident now. My chest tightens at the pain in her voice. I've been there, thinking I was in love with someone who saw me as nothing more than a plaything. I know it hurts, I say softly. But you're better off without him. I take a deep breath, choosing my next words carefully. Men like Locken, they'll love bomb you at first, make you feel like you're on top of the world. Then they'll gaslight you, act like they never said or did those things. I squeeze her shoulders gently. But you're smart, Astrid. You're smart enough to know who to give your heart to and who to keep it from. Astrid nods, her lower lip trembling slightly. She reaches out and grabs my hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Thank you for talking to me about this, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I can't talk to my mom about everything. A pang of sadness hits me as I realize she's talking about Charm, her stepmom. I wonder if Astrid even remembers much about her birth mother. The thought makes me want to hold her tighter, to be the maternal figure she so clearly needs right now. I'm glad I could help. I tell her, giving her hand a squeeze. Hey, why don't we go inside and get some of that chili? I don't know about you, but I'm starving. Astrid's face brightens a little at the mention of food. God, yes, I'm absolutely famished, she says. Then her expression darkens. Lock-in was always getting on me about my weight. He was pressuring me to lose 30 pounds, so I kind of started skipping 2 meals a day. I feel a surge of anger toward this asshole I've never even met. Who the hell does he think he is? I raise my eyebrows, making sure Astrid can see the disbelief on my face. Are you kidding me? Astrid, you are absolutely gorgeous just the way you are. Any man worth his salt would be lucky to have a curvy goddess like you on his arm. Astrid shoots me a soft smile, but doesn't say a word as we head inside.
Chapter 17. Tor. The heavy oak door of Kirkja slams shut behind me, the sound echoing through the sacred space. The air is thick with tension and the lingering scent of leather and motor oil from our recent run. My brothers file in, their faces etched with a mixture of curiosity and concern. I take my usual seat at the long table, my fingers tracing the intricate knotwork Magnus carved into the wood. Runes, my father and our president, settles into his chair at the head of the table. His weathered hands grip the axe-shaped gavel, Viking runes glinting on its handle. With a sharp crack, he brings it down, silencing the low murmur of conversation. "What's so important we have to interrupt dinner to meet?" he growls, his steely gaze fixed on Fenrir. I lean forward, my heart rate picking up. This is important, and soon enough my father will find that out. Fenrir clears his throat, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by something more grave. "We've got a situation brewing, brothers, one that could change everything for us." The room falls silent, the weight of his words settling over us like a heavy blanket. I glance around at my brothers, noting the subtle shifts in their postures, backs straightening, jaws tightening. We're all on high alert now. "Don't keep us in suspense, brother," Kraken rumbles from across the table. "Spit it out." Fenrir nods, taking a deep breath before launching into his explanation. As he speaks, laying out the details of what transpired earlier, I feel a knot forming in my gut as I wait to hear what my father's going to say. This is big, bigger than anything we've faced recently. My mind whirls, anxiously awaiting. A potential new prospect, one with insider information that could give us a major advantage, but also one who's putting a target on his back, and ours, by aligning with us. As Fenrir finishes speaking, the room erupts into a symphony of voices, each brother voicing their opinion on the matter. I remain silent, watching my father's face for any hint of what he's thinking. "Enough," he commands, his voice cutting through the noise like a knife. "We need to approach this carefully. Ivar, what's your read on the situation?" Ivar, our road captain, leans back in his chair, his face thoughtful. "It's a risk, no doubt about it. But the potential payoff," he shakes his head, "it could be exactly what we need to finally get the upper hand." I nod in agreement, my thoughts aligning with Ivar's assessment. It's a dangerous game we're considering playing, but sometimes the biggest risks yield the greatest rewards. Dad turns to me next, his eyes searching mine. "What about you, son? What do you think?" I take a moment to gather my thoughts, aware of the weight of my words at this moment. "I think we need to give him a shot," I say finally, my voice steady despite the churning in my gut. All of us have gotten one chance at some point. If we don't give him this opportunity, we might be signing his death warrant. The room falls silent as my words sink in. I can see the conflict playing out on my brothers' faces, the desire for the advantage this could give us, warring with the inherent danger of bringing an outsider into our fold. He nods slowly, his expression unreadable. "All right," he says, his voice carrying the finality of a decision made. "We'll put it to a vote. All in favor of bringing this Rio in as a prospect and offering protection to his family, say aye." A chorus of ayes fill the room, including my own. As the sound fades, I can't help but wonder if we've just set something in motion that we won't be able to control. "It's settled then," Dad declares, bringing the gavel down once more. "Now, we need to figure out our logistics. Veneer, can you get us a number for this Rio?" Veneer, our tech guru, nods. "Sure thing, Prez. Just need his full name." I can't help but chuckle. Shit. I don't think any of us thought to exchange numbers in all the chaos. Ivar pipes up, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I've got you covered. Took a pic of his license earlier. Full name's Rio Rojas, and he's got a place in Providence." Veneer's eyebrows shoot up. "Damn, Ivar, you got all that from a license?" Ivar's smirk widens into a full grin. "No shit, there's an address right on it. Already verified it's legit, too." I shake my head, impressed as all shit. Sometimes I forgot just how thorough Ivar can be. Dad clears his throat, drawing our attention back to the matter at hand. "So, what exactly is Rio doing for us? We need details if we're going to make this work." Fenrir leans forward, his expression serious. "He's playing the Patriot like a fiddle right now. Says the bastard meets his dealers every day at some rundown house in Benton Hills." I can see the wheels turning in my father's head. "We need that address," he says, his voice low and determined. "And we need to move fast." A murmur of agreement ripples through the room. The energy has shifted. We're no longer just discussing possibilities. We're making a fucking action plan. "Hold up," I interject, aware of the risk of speaking out but unable to stay silent. "We need to make sure we get solid intel from Rio before we jump into anything. We can't afford to go in half-cocked." Dad nods, a flicker of approval in his eyes. "Tor's right. We can't jump the gun on this. We need to play it smart." The tension in my shoulders eases slightly. It's always a relief when my father agrees with me, especially in front of the club. "What about Rio's family?" I ask, remembering the mention of a girlfriend and child. "Are we bringing them in?" Dad considers for a moment before nodding. "They can stay at the clubhouse until things blow over. It's the safest place for them right now." I nod, thinking of the empty rooms down the hall. It's not ideal, but it's better than leaving them exposed to potential retaliation. "All right," Dad says, his voice carrying the weight of finality. "We need eyes on Rio tonight. Tor, you and Magnus head over to his place. Make sure he knows we're serious about this arrangement and see what he's found out." I nod, already mentally preparing for the task ahead. It's going to be a long night, but if it means keeping the club safe and getting an edge on our enemies, it'll be worth it. As the meeting breaks up, I catch Magnus's eye across the room. We've worked together countless times before, but something tells me this night is going to be different. The ride to Rio's place is tense, the cool night air doing little to calm my racing thoughts. Magnus and I don't speak much, both of us too focused on what lies ahead. As we pull up to the address Ivar provided, I kill the engine of my bike, the sudden silence almost deafening. "You ready for this?" Magnus asks, his voice low. I nod, my jaw set. "Let's do it." We make our way inside, using the skills we've honed over years in the club to enter undetected. The house is dark and quiet. No sign of Rio yet. We settle in to wait, the minutes ticking by with agonizing slowness. Finally, we hear the sound of a key in the lock. I tense, ready for action. As Rio steps inside and flicks on the light, Magnus and I move as one, stepping out of the shadows. "Jesus fucking Christ!" Rio yelps, stumbling back against the wall. "What the fuck is wrong with you guys?" I can't help but smirk, even as I raise my hands in a placating gesture. "Easy, brother," I say, my voice calm despite the tension crackling in the air. "We've got some shit to handle." Rio's chest heaves as he struggles to catch his breath. His eyes dart between Magnus and me, a mixture of fear and anger evident in his expression. "You couldn't have just called?" he snaps, running a hand through his hair. "Shit, man, I thought I was about to get whacked." I step forward, my stance relaxed but alert. "We needed to be sure you were alone. Can't risk the wrong ears overhearing our conversation." Rio nods, his breathing slowly returning to normal. "Fair enough. So, what's this about?" I lock eyes with him, searching for any hint of deception. "What happened with the Patriot tonight?" For a split second, I see a flicker of something. Surprise? Worry? In Rio's eyes. But it's gone so quickly I can't be sure. He takes a deep breath and launches into his story. "Man, you're not going to believe this. The Patriot's got big plans. He's meeting with another supplier in 2 days. They're talking about cutting the product even more." As Rio speaks, I can't help but marvel at the detail in his story. Either he's one hell of a liar, or he's giving us exactly what we need. "This new cut," I interject. "What does it mean for profits?" Rio's eyes light up. "That's the kicker. We're talking serious cash here. The Patriot's looking at doubling, maybe even tripling his take." I nod, encouraging him to continue. Meanwhile, my mind races. If this is true, it could be the break we've been waiting for. A chance to hit the Patriot where it hurts most, his wallet. "When and where is this meet going down?" I ask, keeping my tone casual. 2 days from now, midnight at the docks," Rio replies without hesitation. I pull out my phone, typing out a quick message to my father. As I hit send, a sense of anticipation courses through me. We're going to fuck up the Patriots' plans, and we're going to do it fast. "You did good, Rio," I say, clapping him on the shoulder. "But remember, we're walking a thin line here. One misstep and it's not just your ass on the line." Rio nods solemnly. "I know. Trust me, I know exactly what I'm risking." I speak up, warning him. "Call your girl and tell her to head over to the clubhouse. We're getting a room ready for her and your little one. Start packing some of your shit, man, and do it fast. Once we pop up in a couple of days, he's gonna know someone flipped on him."
Chapter 18. Megan. The mall bustles with energy as I trail behind Tindra, Dasha, Starla, and Flora. The girls are chattering excitedly about outfits and school supplies, their voices blending with the ambient noise of shoppers and piped-in music. I can't help but smile at their enthusiasm, especially Tindra's. My daughter's eyes are bright with excitement for her first day of school tomorrow. As we pause outside a trendy clothing store, I catch Flora's gaze. She's hovering at the edge of the group, her body language still a bit hesitant. I decide to make an effort to include her. She's the new girl on the block, but we're going to make sure she feels welcome. I nod toward the window display. "See anything you like, Flora?" She startles slightly, as if surprised to be addressed directly. "Oh, yeah, that top is pretty cute," she says, pointing to a deep blue blouse. I smile encouragingly. "Why don't you try it on?" My treat. Flora's eyes widen.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I insist. I say gently, steering her toward the store entrance. Consider it a welcome gift. As we browse the racks, I keep an eye on Flora. Rune's words echo in my mind, how this shopping trip is meant to ease Flora into club life. I'm not sure how I feel about that responsibility, but I can't deny the girl seems to need some kindness. So, Flora, I begin casually. How are you liking the clubhouse so far? She pauses, a hanger in her hand. A small laugh escapes her. It's different. But honestly, it's a lot better than some of the places I've stayed at. I raise an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Oh? How so? Flora shrugs, her gaze dropping to the floor. Just cleaner, safer. People seem to actually care about each other there. As a mother, I know Florencia is safe, and this little one will be too. My heart twists a little at her words. I remember all too well what it's like to feel adrift, searching for a place to belong. The club can be a real family, I say softly. It's not always easy, but there's a lot of love there. Flora nods, a small smile playing at her lips. I can see that. Rio's excited about us being with you all, and everyone's been really welcoming. Besides that one girl, Lexi. Don't worry about her. She's just bitter. I think about Rio, soon to be prospecting for the club. I wonder if Flora truly understands what she's getting into. But it's not my place to warn her off. And who am I to judge anyway? Well, you and your little ones are always welcome to come hang out with me and Tindra if you need a break from all the testosterone, I offer with a wink. Flora's smile widens. Thanks, Megan. I really appreciate that. As we rejoin the others, I notice Flora seems to stand a little taller, laughing more freely at Starla's jokes. It's a small thing, but I feel a sense of satisfaction at helping her feel more at ease. Tindra bounds up to me, arms full of clothes. Mom, can I get these for tomorrow? I laugh, shaking my head at her puppy dog eyes. Let's see what you've got there, Missy. As we head to the fitting rooms, I can't help but reflect on how much has changed these last few months. In all honesty, moving back to Tallahassee was the best thing I could have done. I only wish I did it sooner. The rest of the shopping trip goes off without a hitch, and we drop off Flora at the clubhouse before heading home. I pull into the driveway, the familiar sight of our modest house greeting us after a long day of shopping. As I shift the car into park, Tindra leans forward from the back seat, her eyes bright with anticipation. Are we heading inside now, Mom? She asks, with a hint of excitement in her voice. I turn to face her, a small smile playing on my lips. You bet we are, sweetheart. And guess what? Your dad's meeting us here for a family movie night. He's bringing pizza, too. Tindra's face lights up like a Christmas tree. Really? Dad's coming over? She practically bounces in her seat, her earlier exhaustion from shopping seemingly evaporating. I can't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. Yep, he'll be here soon. Why don't you go inside and get everything set up? As Tindra scrambles out of the car, I take a moment to collect my thoughts. It's been a while since we've had a proper family night, just the three of us.
The thought of Tor being here in our space sends a flutter through my stomach that I quickly push aside. Tindra calls from the front door, impatience clear in her voice. "Mom, come on!" I grab the shopping bags and make my way to the house, watching as Tindra practically vibrates with excitement. "Geez, kid, you'd think you haven't seen your dad in months," I tease. Tindra rolls her eyes, but her smile doesn't falter. "It's not just about seeing Dad. It's about all of us being together, you know? Plus, I finally have an excuse to make him watch that new superhero movie with me." As we step inside, I can't help but feel a warmth spreading through my chest. Despite everything we've been through, despite the complications of our lives, moments like these remind me of what really matters. All right, I concede, dropping the bags by the stairs. "Why don't you go pick out the movie while I get some drinks ready? Your dad should be here soon." Tindra nods eagerly and dashes off to the living room. I head to the kitchen, my mind already racing with thoughts of the evening ahead. Family movie night with Tor, it's such a normal, domestic thing. Yet in our world, moments like these are precious and rare. As I'm reaching for glasses in the kitchen, I hear the familiar sound of a key turning in the lock. My heart skips a beat, knowing it's Tor. Before I can even turn around, I hear Tindra's excited squeal. "Dad!" she exclaims, and I step out of the kitchen just in time to see her rush into Tor's arms. Tor's face lights up as he wraps his strong arms around our daughter. "Hey there, princess," he says, his deep voice softening with affection. He holds her close for a moment, and I can see the tension in his shoulders ease. It's moments like these that remind me of the gentle side of this man who can be so fierce in other aspects of his life. "Go upstairs and get changed into something comfy, okay?" Tor tells Tindra, ruffling her hair. "We've got a movie night to get to." "Okay," Tindra chirps, bounding up the stairs 2 at a time. As soon as she's out of sight, Tor's eyes lock with mine. The intensity in his bottle green gaze makes my breath catch. I can tell he's about to say something serious, and I brace myself. "Megan," he starts, his voice low and gravelly. "I wanted to apologize for how things went down last week. I know I can be difficult sometimes." I exhale slowly, surprised by the apology. "Thank you," I reply, my voice barely above a whisper. "It's been a long time coming." Tor nods, running a hand through his dark hair. "I know, I need you to try and understand things from my side. The club, the danger, Starla knowing when I didn't. It pissed me off. Hell, it fucking hurt me." I feel a familiar mix of frustration and understanding wash over me. I do understand, Tor. I really do. But I don't want to fight anymore. Can't we just try to move forward? He takes a step closer to me, and I can smell his familiar scent, leather, and something distinctly Tor. That's what I want too, babe. More than anything. Just as the tension between us threatens to ignite, Tindra's voice rings out from upstairs. "I'm gonna take a quick shower." Tor's serious expression melts into a mischievous grin. He chuckles, his eyes gleaming. "I think that means we have time for a quickie." I roll my eyes, trying to ignore the heat building in my core. "Who said you're getting one?" I did. Tor growls, and before I can react, he scooped me up in his arms. My protest dies in my throat as he carries me swiftly to the laundry room, kicking the door shut behind us. He sets me down and immediately reaches for the dryer, flicking it on. The loud hum fills the small space, and I realize he's creating a noise buffer. My heart races as Tor turns back to me, his eyes dark with desire. Tor, we can't, I start to say, but his hands are already at the hem of my shirt, slowly lifting it. We can, he murmurs, his lips brushing against my ear. And we will. As his fingers graze my skin, sending shivers down my spine as he slides down my jeans and panties. I know I'm fighting a losing battle against my own desires. The rational part of my brain screams that this is a bad idea, that Tindra could come looking for us any minute. But as Tor's lips find mine in a searing kiss, I find myself giving in to the intoxicating pull between us. I break away from the kiss, breathless. Tor, Tindra could come find us any moment. I whisper urgently, my eyes darting to the closed door. Tor snickers, his bottle green eyes twinkling with mischief. He leans in close, his voice low and devilishly handsome, as he says, "Then we'd better be quick." I shake my head, torn between anxiety and arousal. You're nuts, you know that? Yeah. He grins, his hand sliding down to my hips. And that's why you fucking love me. My heart skips a beat at his words. I do love him more than I care to admit sometimes. But right now, his cocky attitude is both infuriating and incredibly arousing. I do love you, I admit, trying to keep my voice steady. But not when you're being a cocky asshole. Tor's grin widens, and before I can react, his hand slips between my legs. His thumb finds my clit, rolling it in slow, deliberate circles. A gasp escapes my lips as warmth floods through my body. Really? He murmurs, his eyes locked on mine. 'Cause you seem to love this cocky asshole. I can't help the moan that escapes me, my body betraying my attempts at resistance. The way Tor makes me feel is unlike anything I've ever experienced. A heady mixture of desire, comfort, and an overwhelming sense of rightness. God, Tor, I breathe, my fingers gripping his shoulders for support. The dryer's hum seems to fade into the background as my focus narrows to Tor's touch, his scent, the intensity in his gaze. Tor's lips crash into mine, silencing any further protests. His strong hands shove me back against the dryer even more, the metal cool against my heated skin. I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him closer as he fumbles with his jeans, freeing himself. He pushes inside me with one powerful thrust. The sensation is overwhelming, and I have to bite my lip to keep from crying out. Tor sets a punishing pace, his hips slamming against mine with an urgency that matches the thunder of my heartbeat. Shh, he whispers against my ear, his breath hot on my skin. Remember, we gotta be quiet. I nod, burying my face in his neck to muffle my moans. The vibrations from the dryer add another layer of sensation, and I can feel myself rapidly approaching the edge. Tor's hand comes up to cover my mouth as he senses my impending release. It's just in time. My scream of ecstasy is muffled against his palm as waves of pleasure crash over me. As my inner walls clench around him, I feel Tor stiffen, his own climax following close behind. For a moment, we stay locked together, our ragged breathing the only sound in the small laundry room. Then, reality starts to seep back in, and I become acutely aware of our precarious situation. We should... I start, but Tor's already moving, helping me down from the dryer. We hastily clean up and straighten our clothes, exchanging heated glances and suppressed giggles like teenagers. Just as Tor reaches for the doorknob, I hear footsteps approaching. Shit, I mutter, my heart leaping into my throat. Tor opens the door, and there stands Tindra, her eyebrows raised in curiosity. "What are you two doing in here?" I freeze, my mind racing for an explanation. Tor glances back at me, and I see a flicker of panic in his eyes before he manages to school his expression. Thinking quickly, I reach between the washer and dryer, pretending to grab something. "Your dad tried to fix this damn hose for me," I say, hoping my voice sounds steadier than I feel. "But there's a hole in it, so he wrapped it up. We'll need to go to the hardware store tomorrow and swap it out." I hold my breath, waiting to see if Tindra buys the lie. The fear of being caught, of permanently scarring our child, mixes with the lingering afterglow of our encounter, creating a dizzying cocktail of emotions. Tindra scrunches up her face, her delicate features contorting in a way that reminds me so much of Tor. And this is why I'm glad Dad is around, so he can do all this manly stuff." I bite my lip, trying not to laugh at the irony of her statement. If only she knew what her dad was really doing in here just moments ago. Tor turns to her, his bottle green eyes twinkling with amusement. "Is that the only reason?" he asks, his voice carrying a gentle teasing tone he reserves for Tindra. "And to think I was gonna start giving you a chore list with an allowance, or talk to your Mumo about a receptionist job at her spa." I watch as Tindra's eyes widen, her interest piqued. "She has a spa?" she asks, her voice rising with excitement. Tor nods, but then puts on an exaggerated look of consideration. "But if I'm only good for all the manly stuff, I don't know." I can't help but admire how easily Tor navigates this conversation, deflecting attention from our near miss and engaging with Tindra. It's moments like these that remind me why I fell for him in the first place. Tindra grabs onto Tor's hand, her pale skin a stark contrast against his tanned, tattooed arm. "Come on, Dad!" she pleads, her sage green eyes wide and imploring. "I'm only playing around, and I need a job. It's not like Mom's gonna let me work at Beans and Babes." At the mention of the coffee shop, I feel a surge of protectiveness. Beans and Babes, while I love what I've developed, it's definitely not a place I want my daughter working. Before I can say anything, Tor's voice rings out, firm and unyielding. "Damn straight, and neither am I." I nod in agreement, relieved that we're on the same page about this. "Absolutely not," I add, my voice equally firm. "But we can definitely talk about other job options, sweetheart." As I watch Tor and Tindra interact, a warmth spreads through my chest. This is our new normal, and it's amazing.
Chapter 19. Tor. The thunder of Harley engines drowns out the pounding of my heart as we roar down the highway. The vibration of my bike thrums through my body, a warning of the chaos to come. I glance at my brothers flanking me on either side, their faces grim beneath their helmets. We're done playing nice. The Patriot has gotten away with this for far too long. 15 years of his bullshit, encroaching further and further into our territory. We should have put him down years ago. But today, that changes. My old man's gruff voice crackles through the helmet comm. You ready for this, son? I nod, though he can't see it. Born ready, Pops. Let's show this bastard what happens when you fuck with us. A chorus of agreement rumbles through the comms. The anticipation is electric, crackling between us like lightning. We're going in hot, guns blazing. No more pussyfooting around. Coming up on the turn, Ivar's voice cuts through my thoughts. Everyone ready? A chorus of affirmatives follows. I take a deep breath, centering myself. This is it. There's no turning back now. We round the corner, and the dilapidated house comes into view. A collection of beat-up cars and rusty bicycles litter the overgrown lawn. This is definitely the place. All right, brothers. Runes, my father, barks through the comm. Let's make this quick and dirty. No prisoners, no mercy. We're sending a whole damn message to the world that... Fuck, I mutter under my breath, my mind drifting to Rio. I told him to stay behind, to keep safe, but now I'm second-guessing that decision. What if keeping him away just puts a bigger target on his back? The Patriot might not know he's Colombian yet, but it's only a matter of time. The house is a dump, paint peeling and shutters hanging crooked. It's exactly the kind of place you'd expect to find the scum of the earth. As we dismount our bikes, a surge of adrenaline washes over me. This is what we've been waiting for, a chance to finally deal with the Patriot once and for all. With a nod, we move toward the house, weapons at the ready. We all know how much rides on this, and I can feel my heart pounding in my chest. Whatever happens next, there's no going back now. My heart pounds as we rush the house, kicking in the flimsy door. The stench of stale beer and cigarettes hits me like a wall. "Raiders!" someone inside shouts, and all hell breaks loose. Gunshots explode around us, deafening in the cramped space. I stay close to my father, watching his back as we push deeper into the chaos. My finger finds the trigger, squeezing off rounds at any threat that moves. "Get down!" I yell, shoving my father behind an overturned table as bullets whiz past. He grunts, "Good eye, son," before popping up to return fire. My eyes scan the room frantically, searching for our target. That's when I spot him. An older white male with a shaved head, wearing a shirt emblazoned with the American flag. The Patriot. "There!" I shout, but my voice is lost in the mayhem. As I try to push through the gunfire, a group of the Patriot's men assume my intentions. They start to hustle him toward a back exit. "No, you don't," I growl, raising my gun. One of the guys turns, aiming at me. I'm faster, dropping him with a clean shot to the chest. I roar at the Patriot, desperation and rage fueling me. "Stop, you fucker!" But more of his men are there, forming a human shield. I can't get a clear shot without risking hitting one of our own in the crossfire. My mind races. We can't let him slip away. Not now. Not after everything he's done to Megan, to our club, to this town. The thought of him escaping, of having to look Megan in the eye and tell her we failed, it's unbearable. "Dad!" I call out, trying to get Rune's attention. "He's getting away!" But in the chaos of the firefight, there's no way to coordinate. I can only watch in frustration as the Patriot is shuffled toward freedom, my chance for justice slipping away with every second. I take aim, squeezing off another shot. The bullet whizzes past the Patriot's ear, missing by inches. Suddenly, a searing pain rips through my arm. I glance down, seeing blood flooding down my arm. Fuck, I mutter, gritting my teeth. It's just a flesh wound, but Megan's gonna kick my ass for getting shot again. Her worried face flashes in my mind, those light sage-green eyes filled with concern. I push the thought away, refocusing on the chaos around me. The Patriots' men are scattering, fleeing like rats from a sinking ship. I spot Veneer across the room, his face contorted with rage. "Tor!" he shouts over the gunfire. "Where is he?" "They got him out of here," I yell back, frustration evident in my voice. Fenrir's voice booms over the commotion. "Let's fucking go before they fuck with our shit! Regroup back home!" We waste no time, rushing out to our bikes and the van. As I swing my leg over my motorcycle, the pain in my arm intensifies. Blood trickles down to my fingertips, warm and sticky. The ride back to the clubhouse is a blur of adrenaline and stinging pain. My mind races, replaying the botched raid. We were so close, so damn close to ending this once and for all. As we pull into the clubhouse parking lot, I can't help but think of Megan. How am I going to explain this to her? She's been through so much already because of her bastard of a father. We file into the clubhouse, the air thick with tension and the smell of gunpowder. My arm throbs, a constant reminder of our failure. I clench my jaw, determined not to show weakness in front of the others. But as the adrenaline fades, I can't help but wonder, what's our next move? How long can we keep playing this dangerous game before someone gets killed? I push open the heavy door of the clubhouse. The pain in my arm is a dull roar now, blood still seeping through my fingers as I try to stem the flow. Fern's eyes widen as she spots me. "Jesus Christ, Tor! Gwen, Vale, we need one of you, stat!" I wave her off with my good arm. "It's not as bad as it looks, Fern. Just a scratch." But Fern's already in motion, her voice echoing through the clubhouse. Vale emerges from the back, medkit in hand, making a beeline for me. Megan's voice carries from the kitchen, worry evident in her tone. "What's going on?" Before I can respond, Tindra's panicked voice cuts through the air. "Dad, did you get shot?" Shit. I didn't want her to see this. I open my mouth to reassure her, but I'm cut short by the sight of Megan bursting out of the kitchen. She's a vision in her Beans and Babes uniform, those high-cut shorts showing off her long legs, the crop top hugging her curves in all the right places. But it's the fear in her eyes that captures my attention. "What the hell happened?" she demands, rushing toward me. Her hands, still damp from whatever she was doing in the kitchen, reach for my injured arm. I wince, both from the pain and the knowledge that I've worried her again. "It's nothing, babe. Just a little misunderstanding with some unfriendly folks." Megan's eyes narrow, not buying my casual tone for a second. "A little misunderstanding that ended with you getting shot? Torsten, I swear to God." I can see the mix of anger and concern warring on her face, and guilt twists in my gut. I promised her I'd be more careful, that I'd always come home to her. And here I am, bleeding all over the clubhouse floor. "I'm sorry," I murmur, reaching out to cup her cheek with my good hand. "I didn't mean to scare you, or Tindra." Megan leans into my touch for a moment before pulling back, her expression hardening. "We're not done talking about this," she warns, but there's a tremor in her voice that betrays her fear. As Vale starts to examine my wound, I can't help but wonder how many more close calls we can handle before our luck runs out, and what it might cost us in the end. Vale's gentle hands probe the wound, her touch clinical and efficient. "Fern, hold his hand up for me, will you?" she asks, her eyes never leaving my arm. Fern complies, lifting my hand above my head. I grit my teeth against the sharp sting as Vale cleans the area. The antiseptic's bite is almost worse than the bullets. Almost.
Range of motion looks good.
Vale mutters, more to herself than anyone else. She glances up at me, a wry smile on her face.
You're in luck, Tor. It's a clean through and through. Flesh wound only.
See? I say, forcing a grin despite the pain. Not a big deal. Told you it was nothing to worry about. Megan's eyes flash dangerously.
I want to know what the fuck happened. No bullshit answer either,
she snaps, her voice low and tight with barely contained emotion. I sigh, knowing I can't dodge this conversation. We were out on a run, I begin, trying to keep my tone casual. Things got a little heated, and there was a shootout. I caught a stray, but it's fine, really. Megan's face contorts, a mix of anger and fear that twists my insides.
You were lucky is what you were,
she hisses, her hands clenching at her sides. I can see she's fighting the urge to either hit me or hug me, maybe both. From the corner of my eye, I spot Tindra. She's pale, her eyes wide with worry.
Dad,
she says, her voice small.
Does this happen every time?
Guilt crashes over me like a wave. I never wanted her to see this side of club life, to worry about whether her old man was coming home in one piece. No, baby, I say softly, trying to infuse my voice with a confidence I don't entirely feel. This was a one-time thing, I promise. Nothing like this will ever happen again. The words taste like ash in my mouth even as I say them. I know better than to make promises I can't keep in this life. But seeing the fear in my daughter's eyes, I can't help myself. Tindra's shoulders slump in relief, and I hate myself a little for the lie.
Okay,
she breathes, a tentative smile crossing her face. Just then, Rev calls out from across the room.
Hey, Tindra, come check this out.
As Tindra moves away, I catch Megan's eye. I think she might fucking kill me. The worry lines etched across her forehead soften as she leans in, her lips meeting mine in a kiss that's equal parts relief and desperation. I can taste the lingering flavor of coffee on her lips, a reminder of her shift at Beans and Babes. When she pulls back, her hands frame my face, her fingers trembling slightly against my skin.
I love you,
she whispers, her voice husky with emotion.
And I'm glad you're okay, but...
Her eyes harden, a flash of steel in those green depths.
Don't you dare make promises to our daughter that you can't keep.
The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I swallow hard, my throat suddenly dry. Megan, She cuts me off with a shake of her head.
No, Tor. You know better than this. We both do.
I close my eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of her words. She's right, of course. In our world, promises are as fragile as glass, easily shattered by the harsh realities of life. I couldn't bear to see her scared, I admit, my voice low. I wanted to protect her. Megan's expression softens slightly.
I know, babe. But lying to her isn't protection. It's setting her up for heartbreak.
I nod, knowing she's right. The clubhouse bustles around us, but at this moment, it's just me and Megan, navigating the treacherous waters of parenthood in a world that's anything but safe. What do we tell her then? I ask, genuinely at a loss. How do we prepare her for this? I gesture vaguely at my bandaged arm, at the chaos that surrounds us. Megan's fingers intertwine with mine, her touch grounding me.
We tell her the truth, Tor. As much as we can. We teach her to be strong, to be smart. And we show her that no matter what happens, We can count on this together.
Chapter 20. Megan. The pool area is a symphony of laughter and splashing. Kids dart around, their shrieks of joy echoing off the water's surface. Even the usually stoic club members are letting loose, their tough exteriors softening in the warm afternoon sun. I lean against the edge of the pool, my eyes scanning the crowd. That's when I spot them, Scotty perched on Logie's lap at one of the picnic tables. They're wrapped up in each other, oblivious to the chaos around them. A pang of something twists in my gut. Are they reveling in their child-free bliss? Or is that a hint of longing in Scotty's eyes as she watches the kids splash around? I can't help but wonder if they're missing out on something, or if they've found the perfect balance. My thoughts are interrupted by an arm snaking around my shoulders. I tense for a split second before recognizing Starla's familiar perfume. "It looks like everyone's having a blast," she says, her voice warm with happiness. I nod, forcing myself to relax. Yeah, it does. I'm glad. We all need a little bit of this, you know? A break from how intense life can be sometimes. Starla squeezes my shoulder. Ain't that the truth? It's nice to see everyone let their guard down for once. I turn to look at her, noting the rare softness in her usually sharp eyes. Even you? She chuckles. Even me. Don't tell anyone, though. I've got a reputation to maintain. I laugh, the sound surprising me with its genuineness. Your secret's safe with me. We stand in silence for a moment, watching the scene before us. Rev and Dala are organizing an impromptu volleyball game, their competitive spirits on full display. Tindra is in the middle of it all, her face flushed with excitement. You did good, you know, Starla says suddenly. Planning all this? It means a lot to the kid. It's hard to believe she's 15. I feel a flush of pride, mingled with a twinge of something else. Thanks, I wanted her to have something normal, you know, something that wasn't wrapped up in all the club drama. Starla nods, her expression thoughtful. It's a fine line we walk, isn't it, between the life we've chosen and the normalcy we sometimes crave. Her words hit close to home, echoing the doubts that have been swirling in my mind lately. I take a deep breath, the chlorine-scented air filling my lungs. Yeah, it is. Sometimes I wonder... I trail off, not sure how to voice the conflicting emotions churning inside me. Starla waits patiently, her presence a steady comfort at my side. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierces through the air, startling me out of my thoughts. I turn to see Tor, his muscular frame silhouetted against the late afternoon sun, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. It's time to sing to the birthday girl, he bellows, his voice carrying across the pool area. I can't help but smile at his enthusiasm, even as I hear Tindra's exasperated groan from the pool. Come on, Dad, I'm not a kid anymore, she protests, her light green eyes rolling dramatically. Tor cackles. You're still my kid, so get your ass up there and let your old man sing to you. I watch as Tindra makes a show of reluctantly climbing out of the pool, water cascading off her lithe form. She's growing up so fast. I think, a bittersweet pang in my chest. Where did the time go? She's just like you know. I murmur to Tor as Tindra approaches, her steps deliberately slow. Stubborn as hell. He winks at me, his voice lowering. Takes one to know one, babe. As everyone gathers around, I feel a surge of love for this makeshift family we've created. The club members, their kids, all coming together to celebrate our daughter. It's a far cry from the life I once led, and for a moment, I'm overwhelmed by how much has changed. The singing begins, voices ranging from tone-deaf to surprisingly melodic. Tindra stands in the center, trying to maintain her cool teenager facade, but I can see the pleasure in her eyes. When the last notes fade away, I step forward, my heart pounding with anticipation. Here, sweetie, I say, handing her a simple white envelope. This is from your dad and me. Tindra takes it, curiosity overcoming her attempt at nonchalance. As she tears it open, I hold my breath, watching her face closely. Her eyes widen, and then she lets out a shriek that could rival a banshee. You guys got me driving lessons? I can't help but laugh at her reaction, relief and joy flooding through me. We know how much you want to be on the road driving, I explain, glancing at Tor. So we thought it would be the perfect gift. Before I can say anything else, Tindra launches herself at us, wrapping her arms around both Tor and me in a tight, damp hug. It is the perfect gift, she exclaims, her voice muffled against Tor's chest. Thank you so much. As I return her embrace, I catch Tor's eye over her head. The tenderness in his gaze makes my throat tighten. This moment, right here, makes all the dangers and complications of our life worth it. You're welcome, kiddo. Tor rumbles, his usual gruff tone softened with affection. Just don't expect me to let you anywhere near my bike anytime soon. Tindra pulls back, a sly grin on her face. We'll see about that, Dad. I bet I could talk Mom into it. I raise an eyebrow at her. Don't push your luck, Missy. One step at a time. As Tindra turns to show off her gift to her friends, I lean into Tor's side, his arm automatically wrapping around my waist. We did good, I whisper, echoing Starla's earlier words. He presses a kiss to my temple. Yeah, we did. Who would have thought, huh? I close my eyes for a moment, savoring the warmth of his body against mine, the sounds of laughter and splashing around us. The sharp, sweet scent of frosting mingles with the chlorine in the air as I slice into Tindra's birthday cake. It's a massive creation, 3 tiers of chocolate and vanilla swirled together, adorned with edible motorcycle decorations. As I hand out pieces, I can't help but smile at the eager faces surrounding me, a mix of club kids and their parents. This is amazing, Megan, Starla says, taking a bite and closing her eyes in bliss. Where'd you get it? I wink at her. Come on, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. Starla cackles. Aziza, no doubt. I snicker at her. As the last piece is handed out, I watch the crowd disperse. Some head back to the tables, others migrate toward the pool's edge, dangling their feet in the water as they eat. The sound of splashing erupts as several kids, including Tindra, cannonball back into the pool, cake still in hand. Hey! I call out, trying to sound stern, but failing miserably. No food in the pool! Tindra grins at me, unrepentant.
"Sorry, Mom," she yells back, not sounding sorry at all.
I shake my head, unable to keep the smile off my face. It's her birthday, after all. Let her have her fun. My eyes are drawn to the far end of the pool, where Rev and Dala are setting up for a game of volleyball. Tindra swims over, joined by a couple other kids. The net goes up, and soon the air is filled with shouts and laughter as the game begins.
"They look happy,"
a soft voice says beside me. I turn to see Rio's girl, Flora, her pregnant belly swollen beneath a flowy maternity dress. Her daughter, Florencia, clings to her leg, eyeing the pool cautiously.
"Flora,"
I say warmly, "I'm so glad you could make it. Are you enjoying yourself?" She nods, her eyes bright.
"Thank you for inviting us, Megan. I didn't expect such a warm welcome, to be honest, but everyone's been so kind."
I feel a pang in my chest at her words. I know all too well how it feels to be an outsider, to wonder if you'll ever truly belong. "Of course," I say, reaching out to squeeze her hand. "You're part of the family now." Flora's eyes mist over, and she blinks rapidly.
"That means more than you know,"
she whispers. I follow her gaze to where Rio, her boyfriend, stands with the other prospects. He's nursing a beer, laughing at something one of the guys said. As if sensing her eyes on him, he looks up, his face softening into a smile that's equal parts adoration and wonder. "He's a good man," I say, nodding toward Rio. Flora's answering smile is radiant.
"He is,"
she agrees.
"I never thought I'd find someone like him, especially not—"
She trails off, her hand moving unconsciously to her belly. "Sometimes," I say softly, "we find family in the most unexpected places." As I watch Tindra spike the volleyball over the net, her face radiating with joy, I silently thank whatever forces brought us here. I turn back to Flora, my eyes drawn to her swollen belly. "So you only have another 3 weeks, right?" Pregnancy always stirs up conflicting emotions. Joy for the new life, worry for what's to come. Flora rubs her belly, a tender smile playing on her lips.
"Yes, and then Callie will be here,"
she says, her voice filled with anticipation.
"Callie?"
I tilt my head, curiosity piqued. "Is she named after California?" Flora's laughter rings out, loud and infectious.
No,
she says, shaking her head.
"It's a city famous for salsa dancing,
my favorite dance." Her eyes sparkle with memories. "Rio wanted to name Florencia after his sister who passed away when he was young. And so Callie will get her name because I'm all about equality." My heart swells at the thought they've put into their children's names. "That's a beautiful name," I tell her, genuinely touched. "And such a lovely story behind it." The words have barely left my lips when the world explodes into chaos. 1 second, I'm smiling at Flora. The next, there's a sickening thud, and her eyes go wide with shock. Time seems to slow as I watch a crimson stain bloom across her chest, spreading rapidly. "Flora!" I scream, lunging forward as she stumbles backward. All around us, panic erupts. People are shouting, scrambling. I catch glimpses of club members grabbing kids, shielding them with their bodies as they rush for cover. But my focus narrows to Flora, to the blood seeping between my fingers as I press desperately against her wound. "Florencia," she gasps, her eyes wild with fear. "Where is she?" My heart clenches. I can't tell her the truth, that I have no idea where her daughter is in this chaos. "She's safe," I lie, forcing my voice to stay steady. "Worry about you right now." God, there's so much blood. My hands are slick with it, and I'm terrified. This can't be happening. Not here, not at Tindra's birthday party, not to Flora and her unborn baby. "Stay with me," I plead, even as her eyes start to flutter. "Help is coming. You're going to be okay. You have to be okay." Gwen appears beside me, her face pale but determined. "Ambulance is on its way," she says, her phone still clutched in her hand. "ETA 2 minutes. I nod, unable to speak. My throat feels tight, choked with fear and adrenaline. Flora's breathing is ragged, each inhale a struggle. The sound of gunshots continue to echo in the background. "Flora!" Rio's anguished cry cuts through the chaos as he rushes to us, dropping to his knees beside his girlfriend. His eyes are wide with horror as he takes in the scene. "No, no, no," he mutters, reaching out to cradle Flora's face. "Rio," Flora whispers, her voice barely audible. "It hurts." "I know, baby, I know," he says, his voice cracking. "But you're gonna be okay, you hear me? You're gonna be fine." I watch as Flora's eyes lock onto Rio's. There's a clarity in her gaze that chills me to the bone. "If I don't make it," she says, each word a painful effort, "you save our little girl. You let me go." Rio shakes his head violently, tears streaming down his face. "Don't talk like that. I won't have to make that choice. You're both gonna be fine." But Flora persists, her grip on Rio's hand tightening. "Promise me," she insists. "Promise." I can see the agony in Rio's eyes, the war between hope and despair. Finally, he nods. "I promise," he chokes out. "But it won't come to that. You hear me, Flora? It won't." As I watch this exchange, my own emotions threaten to overwhelm me. This isn't fair. Flora and Rio should be planning for their baby's arrival, not facing this nightmare. The wail of sirens grows louder, and I feel a surge of hope. "Help is almost here," I say, trying to infuse my voice with a confidence I don't feel. "Just hold on a little longer, Flora." But as the ambulance pulls up, Flora's eyes begin to close. Rio's desperate pleas fade into the background as my vision narrows, the world seeming to dim around the edges. The last thing I see is the EMTs rushing toward us before Tindra's screams are calling for me. I have to get to my little girl to make sure she's okay. And maybe I can find Florencia at the same time.
Epilogue. 2 months later. Tor. The neon sign of Bubba's flickers like a dying heartbeat as I push through the heavy wooden door. The familiar scent of stale beer and fried food hits me, a stark contrast to the crisp night air outside. My eyes immediately scan the dimly lit room, settling on a lone figure hunched over the bar. Rio. His broad shoulders are slumped, defeat etched into every line of his body. An empty shot glass sits in front of him, his fingers absently tracing its rim. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the conversation I'm about to have with him. This isn't going to be easy, but I can't stand by and watch my brother destroy himself any longer. I make my way across the worn floorboards, each step echoing in the near-empty bar. A few regulars glance up as I pass, but quickly return to their drinks. They know better than to get involved in club business. Sliding onto the stool next to Rio, I signal the bartender for a beer. He nods, popping the cap off a cold one and sliding it my way. I take a long pull, gathering my thoughts as the bitter liquid slides down my throat. Rio doesn't acknowledge my presence, his gaze fixed on the amber liquid in the fresh shot glass before him. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words and shared pain. Finally, I clear my throat. Rio, man, I begin, my voice low and gentle. You have 2 little girls who need you. Why don't we head back inside the clubhouse? He doesn't respond immediately, and I wonder if he's even heard me. Just as I'm about to repeat myself, he speaks, his voice rough with emotion and alcohol. What for? He mutters, still not looking at me. So I can watch everyone else play happy families while mine is broken beyond repair? I wince at the bitterness in his tone. That's not fair, brother. We're all hurting too, you know that. Rio snorts, finally turning to face me. His eyes are bloodshot, dark circles etched beneath them like bruises. Hurting? You don't know the meaning of the word, Tor. You still have Megan. Your family is intact. I'm the only one who lost someone that day. None of you did. His words hit me like a physical blow, and I have to resist the urge to flinch. He's right, of course. I can't even begin to imagine the depth of his pain. But that doesn't mean I'm going to let him wallow in it. Look, I say, leaning in closer. I know it's not the same. But those girls need their father. You can't keep drowning yourself in tequila and expect things to get better. Rio's hand tightens around his glass, his knuckles turning white. For a moment, I think he might throw it at me. Instead, he knocks it back in one swift motion, slamming the empty glass down on the bar. You think I don't know that? He growls. You think I don't lie awake every night, hearing Callie cry for her mama? Or see the confusion in Florencia's eyes when she asks where Mommy is? My heart clenches at the raw pain in his voice. I want to reach out, to offer some kind of comfort, but I know it won't be welcomed. Not right now. I'm not trying to lecture you, Rio, I say softly. We're all worried about you. The girls are worried about you. He laughs. A harsh, broken sound that sends a chill down my spine. Worried? They should be terrified. I'm all they have left, and look at me. I'm a fucking mess. I shake my head, frustration building in my chest. That's bullshit, and you know it. They have all of us. The whole club is here for you, for them. But we can't replace their father. Rio's shoulders slump even further, if that's possible. He signals the bartender for another shot, ignoring my disapproving look. I don't know how to do this, Tor, he whispers, his voice so low I have to strain to hear it over the Bluetooth speakers playing in the background. How am I supposed to raise 2 little girls on my own? How am I supposed to look at them every day and not see her face? The vulnerability in his tone catches me off guard. This is the most he's opened up since it happened. I choose my next words carefully, knowing they could make or break this moment. You're not on your own, brother, I say firmly, and you honor Flora's memory by being the best damn father you can be to those girls. They're a part of her, Rio. Don't lose sight of that. He doesn't respond, but I see his Adam's apple bob as he swallows hard. The bartender approaches with another shot, but I wave him off with a subtle shake of my head. Rio doesn't seem to notice. I miss her so much, Tor, he says, his voice breaking. It feels like there's a hole in my chest that nothing can fill. I nod, understanding all too well the pain of loss. I know that, brother. And it's going to hurt for a long time. But you can't let it consume you. Flora wouldn't want that. Rio turns to look at me, really look at me, for the first time since I sat down. Rio's words hit me like a sledgehammer, the raw pain in his voice slicing through the ambient noise of Bubba's. My little girls need their mother, but that's not going to happen. Rio, man, I start, but the words catch in my throat. What can I possibly say to ease this kind of pain? I watch as he takes another swig, his hand trembling slightly. The sight of my brother falling apart like this is almost more than I can bear. Flora's death hangs over all of us like a dark cloud, but for Rio, it's a storm that threatens to drown him completely. I know it's not the same. I finally manage, keeping my voice low and steady. But those girls still have you. They need you now more than ever. Rio's laugh is bitter, devoid of any real humor. Me? What good am I to them like this? He gestures at himself, at the bottle, at the bar around us. I couldn't even protect their mother. How am I supposed to protect them? I lean in closer, my voice barely above a whisper. By staying alive, for starters. By not letting that bastard win. At the mention of the Patriot, even indirectly, I see a flash of something in Rio's eyes. He took her from us, Rio says, his voice breaking. He took her because of me. I shake my head. No, brother. He took her because he's a psychopath who'll stop at nothing to get what he wants. This isn't on you. But even as I say the words, I can't help but feel the weight of my own guilt. We all knew the risks when we decided to go against the Patriot. We thought we could outsmart him, outmaneuver him. We were wrong, and Flora paid the ultimate price. I watch Rio closely, trying to gauge his state of mind. Part of me wants to grab him by the shoulders and shake some sense into him, to remind him of his responsibilities to his daughters and to the club. But another part of me recognizes the fragility of this moment. One wrong move and I could push him further into the abyss. Listen, I say, choosing my words carefully. I can't even begin to imagine what you're going through. But I do know this. Flora wouldn't want you to give up. She'd want you to fight, to be there for your girls. Rio's shoulders slump, and for a moment, I think I might have gotten through to him. But then he reaches for the bottle again, and I realize we're not out of the woods yet. Not by a long shot. As I watch him pour another shot, I can't help but wonder if we're already too late. Rio, I say, my voice firmer now, look at me. He turns, his eyes unfocused but still managing to meet mine. You're gonna get through this, I tell him, putting every ounce of conviction I can muster into my words. Together, as a family, as brothers. But you've got to meet us halfway, man. You've got to want to fight. I sigh, realizing that pushing any further right now isn't going to help. Sometimes a man needs space to wrestle with his demons. Let me know if you need anything, I say, my voice low and sincere. Megan, Starla, and Dasha are watching the girls. His eyes are filled with unshed tears, but there's a spark of something there that I haven't seen in weeks. Determination, maybe? Or hope. How do I do this? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. How do I be strong for them when I feel like I'm falling apart? I reach out, clasping his shoulder firmly. One day at a time, brother. And you lean on us when you need to. That's what family is for. He nods slowly, some of the tension easing from his shoulders. I think I need some time to cope with all of this. I nod, offering him a semblance of understanding. I'm not here to judge him. I'm here to support him. I'll be here whenever you need me, brother. I squeeze his shoulder and head toward the door that leads into the clubhouse. Rio looks up at me, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The sight of it twists something in my gut.
Thank you.
He manages to choke out, his voice rough with emotion. The door beeps open and the electronic lock allows me entry. I spot Megan, Starla, and Dasha huddled together near one of the pool tables. Their conversation dies as I approach, and I can feel the weight of their expectant gazes. Megan's eyes search my face for answers.
How is he?
I shake my head, running a hand through my hair. Not good, I admit. He's gotten sucked deeper into depression and the bottle. I don't know how to pull him out of this. The words taste bitter in my mouth. As the president's son, I'm supposed to have answers, to be able to fix things. But right now, I feel utterly powerless. Dasha's face takes on a determined look.
I'm going to try talking to him,
she announces, already moving toward the door. I don't think that's a good idea, I say quickly, my hand shooting out to stop her. He's in a dark place right now. It might not be safe. As soon as the words leave my mouth, I regret them. The last thing we need is more fear, more isolation. But the memory of Rio's haunted eyes, the way his hand trembled as he reached for the bottle, it's all too fresh in my mind. Dasha opens her mouth to argue, but I cut her off. Just give him some time, please. She nods reluctantly, and I feel a wave of relief wash over me. It's a small victory, but right now I'll take what I can get. Megan leans her ashy blonde hair, brushing against my arm as she whispers,
Tor, it might not be a bad idea. Dasha's half Colombian, you know. Maybe they can bond over that.
I furrow my brow, considering her words.
She's been helping with Florencia and Callie a few nights a week,
Megan continues, her voice soft but insistent.
Maybe being a friend is exactly what Rio needs right now.
I nod slowly, eyes scanning the room. I guess it can't hurt. As Dasha walks off, determination in her stride, Starla pipes up.
That's a great idea, actually. When I was hurting, Ivar was there for me. So this might help Rio snap out of it, to be there for his girls, all of it.
Megan's expression softens, hope flickering in her eyes.
I hope so. I really do,
she murmurs. Then her tone shifts, a hint of anxiety creeping in.
Tor, have you gotten any leads on where my father is?
The mention of the Patriot sends a chill down my spine. I nod, my jaw clenching. Yeah, we've got something. I'll be heading out with a few guys from the club tomorrow night. Hopefully we can get the fucking bastard. We need to end this, once and for all. The Patriot's shadow has loomed over us for too long, claiming too many lives. Flora's face flashes in my mind, and I feel a surge of anger. I don't voice these thoughts, but I can see the understanding in Megan's eyes. She doesn't care what we have to do to avenge her, but we will. This concludes Manic by Elizabeth Knox, narrated by Ann Robert and Tyler Dunn. Copyright 2025 by Elizabeth Knox. Recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.